Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 5:10 Eastern, 2:10 Pacific. I wanted to let you know we do get updates moment by moment, and really just moments ago we got an alert from the National Hurricane Center, and I did want to share this with you, saying that a hurricane warning is now in effect for this area. Our studios happen to be in Central Florida. That says that there is a warning for dangerous and damaging winds, and this warning is issued up to 36 hours before hazardous conditions begin. They're asking that everyone have food, water, cash, fuel, and medications for 3 or more days. So we've been getting alerts, throughout the day right here as we continue to monitor Hurricane Milton. It is now a Category 5 hurricane. Just now, we've learned that they have sustained winds of 180 miles an hour. St. Petersburg right now is holding a briefing as they are still recovering from Hurricane Helene, asking everyone to be incredibly vigilant, evacuate if you're able to do so. I do want to head back to that live briefing so we can listen in.
And we're asking you to do that and to check on your neighbors, family, friends, and make sure that they have those plans to do that as well. Again, storm is not to be taken lightly, and we need each and every person to take care of each other and get evacuated out of these zones. We still have time. We're a couple days out. We expect, these conditions to start deteriorating, possibly as early as overnight, Tuesday into Wednesday. But on Wednesday, that's the time you got to be where you're out of the risk zone. So make those plans now. We have some time, and let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Administrator Gerdes, did you want to make some comments now or after the questions? Okay. We'll take questions now.
Hi, Mayor. Can you talk about the debris removal process going on? How many trucks are out? Where have they been? And how much has been picked up?
I'll ask Mike Jeffries, Administrator, to give us that information. Mike?
Thank you for the question. Because we are so laser focused on getting as much debris, I want everybody to realize that we're trying to get months worth of debris removed in less than a week. Because we're so focused on that, and we've contacted all of our resources, assets, all of our partners are working with us. We're not tracking it like we normally do. I can't tell you exactly how much we've collected. That's something that we're going to look to gather post-storm. But again, we're working with state, we're working with county, and all of our contracted debris haulers to get as much removed as we possibly can.
Mayor, can you talk about having the dual impacts here of these back-to-back storms? Obviously, this is really rare, but I can only imagine the strain on resources that it creates on your people resources, your firefighters, police officers, all of your emergency management team. Everybody has to be exhausted. Are you getting any sort of backup or support from other counties or nearby areas?
Well, as Mike said, having this back-to-back right after Helene puts it in a whole different stratosphere. As you said, we're trying to handle 6 months of debris in 6 days, we fully understand the impact that having that debris on the street will do when Milton gets here. My team is putting a lot of pressure on themselves to try to do this. A lot of them have been impacted, even team members standing here today. I think last count we had over 150 employees who have been personally impacted. They're still working and doing the job. So we're concerned about the mental health of our employees, making sure that we make sure they have resources. We've done outreach to our employees to know there's help if they need it. But I can tell you the employees of the city of St. Peter are focused on keeping our city moving forward. And I'm very proud of the work they're doing.
What additional challenges do you have from an infrastructure standpoint? I mean, we're talking about this debris, right, that could be projectiles. Is there any advice for people that maybe think, I've got hurricane-proof windows, I don't need to board up my windows, but given the debris that we're seeing on the street, are there extra things infrastructure-wise that people can do, even if they're not in an evac zone, given what we've already lost because of Helene?
Well, given that most of the debris is in those evac areas, I think moving out of those areas, as has been ordered now, is probably the best thing you can do. We can always replace things. We will be in rebuilding mode in our city and in our county for years to come, but you can't, recreate a life. And we don't want to lose any more folks simply because they didn't move. We have adequate shelter space. When the county calls the mandatory evacuation, they also site shelters throughout the county to handle that impact. We have that in St. Petersburg. We have transportation for folks with special needs to get you to a shelter. So that is our first priority now, is preserving life. And the rebuild is going to be something that we'll be dealing with for years to come. And we're capable of doing it. We're capable of building back in a more resilient way, a smarter way, informed by what we know about the impact of sea level rise and extreme weather in our environment.
Are you getting any reinforcements statewide or?
We're talking to everybody, and everyone is supportive, from the White House to our state partners. Our Chief of Staff, Dora Walsh, has been having conversations, as many of our team members have as well, to get us resources. The FEMA director, administrator is in town. We'll be talking with her in a little bit. And so everybody is on the same page and moving forward, trying to get debris moved, trying to get folks into evacuation shelters, and understanding the big job we have requires us all to work together.
My question is probably for Amber. If first responders typically can't go out tropical storm force winds, and this is such a large storm, and maybe we start getting tropical storm force winds tomorrow, does that mean that there's a chance that first responders won't be able to respond to rescue calls for an extended period of time?
That's exactly right. This is why it's so important that we need folks to leave. We've been fortunate for these last few storms that winds haven't gotten high enough to pull our responders off the roads. We were still able to do those high water rescue calls. With this storm and the wind speeds we're looking at, I mean, right now Hurricane Milton is a Category 5. Expected to weaken a little upon impact, but still a major catastrophic windstorm. So that's why we said worst case scenario that we planned for. We have the wind threat, we have the water threat, and once those winds reach a certain miles per hour, it's too late to evacuate, and it's too late for us to come out to you. And we don't want those 911 calls that start flooding in of water's entering the house, what do I do? Because unfortunately we just can't go to those calls, and we don't want to put anyone in that situation, and we don't want to put our first responders in that situation to have to turn down those calls. So it's so important to evacuate. That's why evacuation orders are out now and giving people time to leave before the onset of those winds come and we get to that point.
Is there a scenario, is there a scenario in which those evacuation zones would be expanded, or are you feel pretty confident that A, B, and C and all mobile homes are going to remain?
So evacuation orders are from Pinellas County. They feel pretty confident. Last I spoke to them with the A, B, and C. I believe once we get into that 15-foot of storm surge areas when it would trigger further evacuation. So they're in constant communication with the National Hurricane Center to see if that would could happen.
Since evacuation zones are based on the predicted amount of storm surge, what does that mean for residents that aren't in flood-prone areas or evacuation zones, but it's a crapshoot if their home can handle 120?
It's a great point that you bring up, and so important for every household to take that into consideration. When we do our public education out in the communities, we evacuate based on storm surge. However, you have to take in the status of your home. And that's why we say if you live in a mobile home, no matter how new it is and how many hurricane straps you have and how high you've built your mobile home, you have to evacuate. It is not meant to handle these types of winds. And the same thing for any structure that you live in. If you have doubt about the integrity of that home, we encourage you to go to a shelter, 100%.
Mayor, I want to go back to what happened about the debris. You mentioned that residents should secure their debris. What does that mean? What does that look like? Should some residents still count on maybe a truck coming by and picking it up? Because I just wonder what happens to all that debris if the storm hits. Would it clog the drainage systems, obviously wreak havoc? What's kind of the step here with debris?
I'm going to ask Mike to address that. I'll just reiterate, if you are in that evacuation zone, we're asking that your priority be to move yourself and your family out of that evacuation zone. To me, the debris is a priority, but second to keeping folks safe. So, Mike.
So that's a great question, and Mayor mentioned it earlier. If there's a way to secure the debris that's in the front of your home, try to do that. Try to use tarps if you've got netting, if you've got ways to tie it down and to keep it as secure as possible. The other thing that we're seeing out in the community, as quick as we're clearing a street, people are bringing more debris out to the curb line. We would ask everybody to stop doing that. Keep it inside the house, at least until we can get through Hurricane Milton. I think the other thing that I want to mention is we have so many new options as far as debris. Mayor Welch has empowered all of us to be innovative and really think outside of the box, and we're doing things that we have never done done before. We have a program that's on our website now where we have haulers that can get paid per trip if they go out and they grab a truckload full of debris. We've created a brand new DMS site that we've never created before. The other thing that I want to mention is we are going to have our city staff and we're going to have our contracted vendors out in the community as long as we possibly can. But there is a point when we have to pull them out of the community as well and make sure they're safe, because what we don't want to happen is we don't want all of the assets that have come here to help us recover, we don't want those to be damaged by Hurricane Milton, and then we're stuck with no assets whatsoever. So we will continue to pick up debris as long as we can. I can't give you a specific time that that's going to stop. We're going to monitor wind, we're going to monitor the weather, but they will be pulled off when it's felt that it's unsafe.
Can we talk about the sewage plants possibly going offline, northeast and southwest? That would affect how many residents? Is that like 2/3 at that point?
Yeah, first I just want to say good afternoon to everybody in St. Petersburg, and all of us are wishing and praying for your safety. And, you know, one of the things I want to get across to you is, look, we have a major hurricane barreling down on us, and that means there's a very high likelihood that you could lose power, you could lose potable water, and you could lose sanitary sewer. So please take those things into consideration as you're making plans. If you're in an evacuation zone, please leave. With the predicted storm surge that we have, we most likely will have to shut down 2 out of our 3 plants, which will affect about 66% of our customers. Now, if we do that, the toilets will flush for a while, but at some point they will start to back up. So when you're making a decision to leave, please understand, you may not have power, you may not have sewer, and you may not have potable water. So please be prepared if you stay.
Thank you all. That concludes our update. Thank you.
So that is the very latest update from St. Petersburg officials as they discuss Hurricane Milton. If you're just joining us at this hour, I did want to bring you the very latest as the National Hurricane Center giving some new information right here. We do now know that Hurricane Milton has sustained winds now of 180 miles an hour. So this continues to grow. Milton right now is a Category 5 hurricane. That is the highest category hurricane you can possibly have. So these wind speeds continue to increase, but that Category 5 remains the same. And so it's not necessarily the category, but we do want to really pay attention to those specific numbers. 180 mile per hour winds. That is why we are hearing from city and county officials saying you need to take this seriously. This is life-threatening, destructive winds. This is life-threatening storm surge, life-threatening flooding. There are currently mandatory and voluntary evacuations in place along the west coast of Florida. That is where Milton is expected to make landfall sometime on Wednesday. We have seen the timing of this speed up. Now the hurricane is slightly slowing down. So it's really, and we're hearing from forecasters saying that it's really going to be shaping up in the next 24 to 36 hours as to when specifically Milton will be making landfall, and also at what intensity. There is thought that Milton could decrease in strength to a Category 3 hurricane before making landfall. But right now on Monday at 5:24 Eastern, 2:24 Pacific, that might be a little too early to tell. We are expecting the National Hurricane Center to provide an update, and typically they provide an update around 5:30. So we're keeping a very close eye on when that will happen, and of course pass along any new updates to you. But if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to bring you the very latest as millions of residents in Florida are preparing for the landfall of Hurricane Milton. Many places already feeling the effects of rainfall, and forecasters are saying that the winds are going to start picking up by tomorrow. At the current track, Milton would arrive at the Florida Peninsula at around Wednesday as a Category 3. Winds, though, are expected to increase late on Tuesday. And we've been hearing about a life-threatening storm surge. This storm surge could be 6 to 12 feet, depending on where you are. There could be rainfall as much as 15 inches in localized areas. And there's also, of course, the wind shear. And Florida laws really do have those strong structures in place. But when you're talking about winds around 180 miles an hour, that is when they say that you have to be incredibly vigilant about it. We also know that Tampa International Airport is closing tomorrow morning. No more flights there. And Orlando International Airport will be closing their flights on Wednesday. A short time ago, we were hearing from Tampa International Airport officials, and I do want to just play a portion of that for you right now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here we go again. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. My name is John Tiliakis. I'm the Executive Vice President of Airport Operations here at Tampa International Airport. As an airport, safety is at the core of everything we do here at TPA, and as such, our team has been planning and executing all of the preparations that we need to take for Hurricane Milton's arrival. Our top priority is obviously the safety of the more than 10,000 employees that work here at TPA, and of course, our passengers and our airport facilities. At 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, we will be closed to all passengers so that our team can begin the process of securing our airport facilities, which takes up to 24 hours. There will be no flight operations arriving or departing after 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have 58 jet bridges. To give you an example of the monumental task that we undergo to secure the airport prior to a tropical storm, or in this case, a hurricane, we have 58 jet bridges that all need to be chained down, as well as numerous other protective measures that we must take in advance of the onset of tropical storm force winds to protect our terminal facilities and our airfield.
So we're listening there to Tampa International Airport, the executive director there, saying that they do plan to close tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. No inbound or outbound flights because of Hurricane Milton. And of course, we are keeping a very close eye on all the latest developments, as really this is a minute-by-minute situation. Sustained winds now at 180 miles an hour. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage to come. Stay with us.
All right, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you to my colleague there, Stephanie Quinu, for guiding you through the day's top headlines, of which there are two major ones. Of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we will be commemorating 1 year since the Hamas attack on southern Israel on October 7th, 2023. It is now October 7th, 2024, and the region looks so different. Everything looks so different. War is very unpredictable, but the war still goes on. We'll be telling stories, remembering those lost, and really going into some of the geopolitical questions about where does this conflict go from here 1 year later. In the meantime, also remember we are tracking this very powerful storm, which is now a Category 5, Hurricane Milton, coming now 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida, the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg region, in the crosshairs of Hurricane Milton. But in the meantime, remember, we do have some live events going on. You were just looking there in New York City, some of these Gaza war demonstrators on the pro-Palestinian side taking over Midtown Manhattan there. This is not too far from Grand Central Station. And you see so many Palestinian flags as well. We know that so many innocent Palestinian civilians have been victims in this war here. So we're going to get into this with a lot of experts tonight, analysts, former diplomats, national security officials, reporters who have covered this war each and every day for over a year now. But in the meantime, we do want to kind of take a pause and let you get up to speed on some of the events, some of the commemorations that have already taken place today with former President Trump and Senator Vance, also with President Biden and Vice President Harris. Fox's Connor Hansen has more on that. Let's watch.
Thank you for being with us, for being with our community on the commemoration of this devastating day.
President Biden and the First Lady bowing their heads in prayer, marking the 1 year anniversary of the October 7th attack in southern Israel by Hamas militants. It was the deadliest attack on Jews since the Holocaust. More than 1,200 people were killed. 1 year later, about 100 hostages, including several Americans, still remain captive.
Unlike the Holocaust, we fight back, and we're fighting like lions with the support of the American government.
After the highly coordinated attack by Hamas, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced his country was at war. Israel began airstrikes on Gaza and launched ground offensives. The fighting over the past year has left more than 41,000 Gazans dead, displaced millions, and ignited a humanitarian crisis in the region.
It is far time to end this conflict and to begin the work for a common future for Israelis and Palestinians with equal measures of security, dignity, opportunity, and freedom.
The U.S. has vowed military support for Israel in an effort to prevent a wider war from consuming the Middle East. But the goal is proving more difficult as time passes. In late August, Israel exchanged fire with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Then in September, mass explosions of pagers and walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah members killed at least 12. Israeli forces crossed the border into Lebanon, which sparked a response from Iran. It launched nearly 200 missiles in retaliation for the new offensive and for the Israeli killing of top Hamas and Hezbollah commanders. Despite pressure from the international community, ceasefire and hostage release talks have stalled. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. It's worth remembering as well and to reiterate that Israel is now waging this war on two fronts, not only with Hamas, but Hezbollah as well. And there are over 100 hostages, either dead or alive, still in Hamas captivity. 1 year later, well, in the meantime, this is how the president today, President Biden and the First Lady commemorated this at the White House. Let's watch.
On the commemoration of this devastating day, I'm going to chant the prayer El Malei Rachamim, God full of mercy, which is a prayer that the Jewish community chants at memorial services, at funerals, and on the year anniversary of an individual's death. El Malei Rachamim. shochen bamromim. Hamse menucha nechona kanfei hashchina. B'malot kedoshim tehorim v'giburim kezohar harakia me'irim umazhirim. Lenishmot hakedoshim ezcher Yisrael anashim nashim v'taf. Shenehergu v'nitzrechu shenisrefu v'nitbechu masru nafsham al kiddush Hashem. Berisderot kfar Aza nachal oz re'im nirim again tzufa nir Yitzchak nir oz kerem shalom ofakim ein hashlosha moshav yachini netiv ha'asara cholit ufestival nova ba'avor she'anu mitpalalim le'ilu nishmotehem began eden tehemenu chatam. Lachen Baal harachamim yastirem b'seter k'nafav la'olamim. Vayitzror b'itzror achayim et nishmotehem. Adonai hu nachlatam ve'anuchu v'shalom al mishkavotam v'nomar amen. God, full of mercy, who dwells on high, grant fitting rest on the wings of the divine presence to the holy and pure, the brave, for the souls of the holy ones, men, women, and children who were killed on October 7th. For this we pray, for the ascent of their souls, may they rest in the Garden of Eden. May you shelter them in the shadow of your wings forever, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of everlasting life. May they rest in peace, and we say amen. We're now going to light the Yortzeit candle, the memorial candle, and then observe a moment of silence. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, there you see President Biden and the First Lady lighting that Yezrite candle there in the White House today as that Hebrew song of prayer was recited there. So wanted to make sure you are watching all of these commemorations by our elected leaders. Of course, we are expecting as well former President Donald Trump, who visited a synagogue in Queens, New York today. But he will be going now down to Miami, Florida, hosting this Israeli-American event there. You see the Israeli and U.S. flags there. So that's not till a little bit later on. We'll have that live for you, and we'll bring it to you as well. But in the meantime, though, this is how Vice President Harris commemorated the October 7th anniversary. She made brief remarks outside of her residence in D.C., the Naval Observatory. Let's listen.
Here on the grounds of the residence of the Vice President of the United States. And we dedicate this tree to the 1,200 innocent souls in an act of pure evil on October 7, 2023, who were massacred by Hamas terrorists. 46 of our fellow Americans were killed in this brutal terrorist attack, including a singer from Missouri who died shielding her son from bullets, an academic and peace activist who studied in Seattle and who was the grandson of Holocaust survivors, and a dancer from California who was killed alongside her fiancé while attending the Nova Music Festival. I am devastated by the pain and loss that occurred on October 7, and Doug and I pray for the family and loved ones of all of those who were lost, and may their memories be a blessing. Today, I know many Jews will be reciting and reflecting on the Jewish prayer for mourning, The Kaddish, the words of the prayer, are not about death. It is a prayer about our enduring belief in God, even in our darkest moments. So as we reflect on the horrors of October 7, let us please be reminded that we cannot lose faith. The Jewish philosopher, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, wrote, and I quote, "Religion begins with a consciousness that something is asked of us." So in this moment, on the one-year commemoration of October 7th,
my husband had no idea how we went.
What is asked of us? What is asked of us? First and foremost, I believe that we must never forget. I will never forget October 7, and the world must never forget. What is asked of us? We must work to ensure nothing like the horrors of October 7 can ever happen again. And on this solemn day, I will restate my pledge to always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself, and that I will always work to ensure the safety and security of the Jewish people here and around the world. What is asked of us? We must reunite the hostages held in Gaza with their families, and I will never stop fighting for the release of all the hostages, including the American citizens, living and deceased. Omer, Idan, Sagi, Keith, Judy, God, and Ite. What is asked of us? We must uphold the commitment to repair the world, an idea that has been passed on throughout generations of the Jewish people and across many faiths. And to that end, we must work to relieve the immense suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza who have experienced so much pain and loss over the year. What is asked of us? We must continue to see light amidst the darkness. As the late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs said, "A people that can walk through the valley of the shadow of death and still rejoice is a people that cannot be defeated by any force or fear." That is why today we plant a pomegranate tree, which in Judaism is a symbol of hope and righteousness. So for years to come, this pomegranate tree will stand here, spreading its roots and growing stronger, to remind future vice presidents of the United States, their families, and all who pass through these grounds, not only of the horror of October 7th, but the strength and the endurance of the Jewish people.
All right, Vice President Harris there outside of her residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory in D.C., talking about the strength of the Israeli people on this very, very difficult day for so many of them, not only in Israel, but also here stateside, and really for the Jewish people worldwide, when 1,200 of their own were brutally murdered by Hamas terrorists just a year ago. We'll be recounting that day. We've been speaking to survivors. We've been speaking to victims' family members. But we're also talking about the geopolitical calculus that this conflict has wrought here. So we're going to continue to do that. This, though, as the scene unfolds in Midtown Manhattan, I believe this looks like near Herald Square in New York. Things got quite testy and tense with NYPD officials. These are Gaza war demonstrators. These are pro-Palestinian demonstrators. And there are a lot of them on this anniversary marching through the streets of New York City.
opened some shelters already, and I know that you're watching WESH.com and watching us on TV. So obviously you can see some of those shelters which are open, and some are special needs shelters. Now tomorrow, weather permitting, of course, these sandbag locations will be open again tomorrow, and there's several of them at various fire departments here in Volusia County. It'll start at like 9 to 5 p.m. Now we are here, as I mentioned, on 26 and Hibiscus, but there's also a location at 901 Mango Tree Drive. That's at Mango Tree Lake. And they want to steer a lot more people out that way because sometimes through here the traffic gets pretty bad. But anyway, I want to fill you up on what I know. Listen, folks, you have time to prepare. You have time to prepare. Walk around your house, see what your needs are. Make sure that if you do go to any of the shelters that open, that you take your medicines with you. Diabetics, I'm talking to you. We all got to look out for each other. I'm Gail Pascal Brown, live in Volusia County. Now back to you.
Great message there from Gail. You know, you got to think about what you need and what you got to get in place, and you have time as we bring back Tony and Cam to time out this storm for us. That's really the biggest message tonight, right? Is you have time.
You do. We've been showing the prep timeline, but we don't want you to procrastinate.
Right.
The sooner you can get it done, the better off you're going to be, because something always pops up last minute you forgot to do or grab, and you just want to make sure the kids, if you've got youngsters at home, that they're prepared not just physically but mentally as well.
Yeah.
So.
Let's get straight to the update when the new areas that are now under watches, Tony.
Got a
on
lot
the
to
5
talk
o'clock.
about. Yeah, 5 o'clock advisory means new tropical storm or hurricane watches and warnings. In this case, it's hurricane warnings and watches. It means new sturge advisories. It means new wind products. Every time we get a new update, we're constantly updating those county by county graphics, and we'll have those there for you momentarily. But look at that stat there, 180 mile an hour storm right there. That's a very impressive storm system. The pressure there, as you saw, was running right around 905. So let's get back to those preps again. Today and tomorrow, finish it up. Wednesday evening, we're in the thick of it. First outer bands coming in during the afternoon. The worst of the weather comes in overnight when it's dark outside. So we're going to be watching that there for everybody very, very carefully. Let's get right to those hurricane warnings. Ocala, the Villages, Bushnell, Sanford, Orlando, Kissimmee, Winter Haven, you're under hurricane warning. That means within 36 hours time, you're going to be experiencing winds that will be at least 75 miles an hour. Now, the hurricane watches are in place here. As the storm works from west to east, it will begin to wind down, but you'll likely have gusts here as well that will likely exceed 75 miles an hour. When you take a look at the wind gust threat here, dependent upon where the eye comes ashore, will determine who gets the strongest winds. And right now, a lot of the models are coming up through Winter Haven, Claremont, Orlando, Sanford, back towards New Smyrna Beach in northern Brevard County. And in this corridor right here, I know we have 74 to 110. Most likely, though, we're talking about 80, maybe the 90 miles here. And then as we get towards the eastern side, things will begin to continue to weaken over land, and the winds will probably be closer to about 75 miles an hour. So any deviation, though, in that track could substantially push the winds corridor down towards the south, or it could wobble back towards the north. And having said that, I do want to show you our Futurecast model, which is lining up quite nicely with the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. There's 4:30 in the evening. I want to show you some of those big bands. Could be this first real push of any tornadic activity as the stuff is rotating. And then the center of circulation coming right over Tampa Bay, right up the I-4 corridor, and then moving offshore by about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. The northern side for me is going to be a tremendous rainmaker. The core itself is what's going to produce that significant wind. So let's head over to Cam now and talk about what we should expect with this particular hurricane.
So we're going county by county. The earlier hit I did the Orlando Metro. Let's head out to the coast here for folks in Brevard County. So here is a look at what you can expect in terms of county by county impacts here, with the worst of the weather expected late Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Think about 9 p to 9 a is the time frame. We are expecting winds about 45 to 55 miles per hour, gusts well over 75. You are under hurricane watch now. Additional rainfall. This is on top of some of the rain you've already received yesterday and through today. We're looking at additional 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. Now let's head a little farther up north to Flagler County. We're expecting Wednesday evening into Thursday being the worst of it as well. We're expecting winds sustained at 45 to 55 miles per hour, gusts well over 75 at times, and we are expecting rainfall additional 5 to 8 inches with a storm surge watch now in effect for areas along the coast there of Flagler County. Could see upwards of 3 to 5 foot storm surge there along the coast in Flagler County. Now let's head down into Volusia County. Again, the worst of the weather will be late Wednesday night into Thursday. Sustained winds about 45 to 55 miles per hour, gusts over 75 at times. Additional rainfall on top of everything that we've seen already. We're talking about 4 to 8 inches of rain, and you're currently under hurricane watch. That is something new that was just issued with the 5 o'clock advisory that, again, folks in Volusia County are now under a hurricane watch. If I did not get to your counties, you can find it on WESH.com and all of our personal social media pages. Coming up in the next hit, I'll try to rotate to some more of the counties, so stick with us. We're in continuing coverage. I'll get to your county in a sec, but here's a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. We are expecting one more day that you can get those preps ready. That's tomorrow before things really truly go downhill beginning on Wednesday, especially late in the afternoon and evening, and then continuing to go downhill into Thursday morning. We'll have our news for you in continuing coverage after the break.
We're hoping this one passes us by.
So we've had the house here on Ohio Avenue for 20 years. We love this place. And we just finished rebuilding it about 9 months ago after Ian. And hopefully this one the story isn't quite told on the path. So preparing for the worst and hoping for the best.
Andrew, there are thousands of people who are trying to evacuate right now, taking I-75 northbound up into Georgia. They've opened up the side lane and the shoulder to try and expedite that. I can tell you that the metro Atlanta area, specifically one of the suburbs that I live in, which is Alpharetta, Roswell, they are opening up shelters all the way up there for people that are trying to get out of this part of Florida. The entire peninsula will have effects. Let me repeat that. The entire peninsula will have some effects from this storm as it makes its way, it hits the shores, likely somewhere around Tampa. At this point, the track has it coming in south, though we cannot say that for sure. The wind field is going to be devastating. The storm surge, devastating, catastrophic. And even if this Category 5 storm that it is right now, Milton, decides that it wants to slow down and become a Cat 3 at some point, what's going to happen is the eye wall replacement is going to occur. And when that occurs, the storm gets wider and larger, and that makes the impacts even more intense across a larger span of land. And so at this point, we expect this to be a Cat 4 as it makes its way in. Likely landfall will be Wednesday night between 8 and 10 p.m., but the effects are going to be felt way before that. We've already had rain here all day, and we should consider that to be the mantra here in the next 48 hours, and then the winds will kick up. About 5,000 National Guard members are standing by. Electrical workers are up in Tropicana Field, sleeping on cots where the baseball field team plays up in Tampa, and hotels, can't find them anywhere. It is a true disaster in the making, and we could just cross our fingers and hope that most people are on their way out of here. Andrew?
You know, Robert, I had to ask because obviously living in paradise, there are trade-offs, and Floridians know hurricane seasons come each and every year here. But you've been talking to so many people. I mean, how is their spirit there? Are they over it? Are they fatigued? Are they exhausted? Do they feel like they can't catch a break? I mean, you're standing there at Fort Myers Beach, Florida, which was devastated 2 years ago by Ian. We see the effects still 2 years on. These communities take so long to recover.
It does, and we're nowhere near recovery here on Fort Myers Beach. I mean, you know, look behind me, and then look at the sand here. There shouldn't be sand in this pocket. And you see the standing water. They're nowhere near where they should be because of the amount of blows they keep taking from these storms and insurance issues, and people that have post-traumatic stress disorder that don't want to move back and try to rebuild. There's fear, to your point, fear right now. And that is exactly what I think people are going through right now is anxiety and the unknown. And that's a huge issue for everyone, including first responders that are out there that know that they have to be on the ground, at least away from surge. It's a tough place to be in, Andrew, it really is.
Yeah, and I think for so many watching who don't live in Florida or have ever been in the thrall of a hurricane, to just upend your life and follow an evacuation order at a moment's notice, it is hard to comprehend. Robert Ray there in Fort Myers Beach. We'll be checking in with you throughout the week. Stay safe, Robert.
Will do. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to get our final commercial break in before the top of the next hour, but take a look at this. I mentioned evacuation orders. This is on the I-275 there. So many getting out of Dodge before Milton makes landfall. Look at the backup there. Wanted to make sure we showed you that. That's a Florida Department of Transportation camera. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a good weekend. It's been a busy Monday. We are now on the precipice of yet another major hurricane, and we'll be covering it here live, raw, and unfiltered, just like we did 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene. The after effects of Helene still being felt in some of these communities in the Carolinas and Georgia. But right now, we do want to take the opportunity to let you listen into the latest update by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and some of his emergency management officials. This was last hour. This is our latest press conference that we have coming out of Florida. Want to take the opportunity at the top of this hour to let you hear, maybe you're watching from Florida, this is what your elected leaders had to say about how they're preparing for Hurricane Milton.
Milton has strengthened not just into a major hurricane, but a Category 5 hurricane, and not just a Category 5 hurricane, but a very strong 175 mile per hour sustained wind Category 5 hurricane. Now, there's a lot of uncertainty about what is going to happen in terms of this track. It is predicted that this will weaken, but it was not predicted that it would get this strong to begin with. So we can hope and pray that it does weaken. But as of right now, this is a ferocious hurricane. It is currently a little less than 700 miles southwest of Tampa. Storm surge watch has been issued for the Florida Gulf Coast from mainland Monroe County to the Dixie-Levy County line. Possibility of 8 to 12 feet of storm surge is forecast from the Anclote River to Englewood, including Tampa Bay. 5 to 10 foot off-peak storm surge is forecast from Yankeetown southward to the Anclote River and from Englewood southward to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. And those numbers can change, and they can go up in certain areas depending on how the storm ultimately approaches the Florida Peninsula. Hurricane watches have been issued for portions of west central Florida and the Nature Coast. Tropical storm watches extend further south and north through southwest Florida and the Keys and along northern Florida. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is actively addressing storm-related resource requests. They're currently in the process of fulfilling 850 missions. They've deployed everything from sandbags to shelf-stable meals to tens of thousands of water bottles to thousands of tarps. We've already sent truckloads of food and water to Central Florida in preparation for points of distribution site subsequent to the storm hitting. We're also coordinating the deployment of more than 2,000 feet of flood protection systems and prioritizing critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electrical infrastructure. We have generators deployed to support special needs sheltering. We also have Starlinks deployed in areas that have asked for that. More than 200 ambulances and more than 30 paratransits are in Central Florida, ready to support first responder operations as appropriate. State of Florida is amassing fuel reserves ahead of Milton and staging it to be utilized as needed. Those quantities include 415,000 gallons of diesel, 389,000 gallons of gasoline, and there is, as I mentioned this morning, an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline that are en route to the state. Now, there is currently no fuel shortage in the state of Florida. Fuel continues to arrive at Florida ports. However, there are long lines at some gas stations, and because you've had a run on gas, there have been gas stations that have run out of fuel, but they are being resupplied with the fuel. So we're going to continue to ensure that we have fuel coming, but they're still coming with the ports. We have some coming on the ground, so people can go. You may be in a line, but if your gas station runs out, there's going to be more fuel on the way. As I've mentioned, we have ramped up support for county debris removal operations. We're working this mission to supplement their mission 24/7 around the clock, and we're going to continue to do that all the way until it is no longer safe to do so. Please, local officials, these vendors, there's been vendors that they don't necessarily do, and then when there's some sunlight and people see they're not doing, then they start to work really hard. We got to get as much of this taken care of as possible. I know with Kevin and with Jared putting the state assets to supplement, it has made a really significant difference. We want to continue to do that. Those barrier islands like Pinellas, Manatee that are under evacuation orders, people obviously should heed those, but once that deadline passes, we're still going to have the debris removal operations ongoing all the way until we start to hit tropical storm force winds. So that's all the rest of today through the night, all day tomorrow, most likely into the beginning of Wednesday morning. So I appreciate all the effort that's gone into that on the state. We have deployed just on the state side to assist with the federal, with the local debris mission, over 300 dump trucks to help with debris. And in the last 36 hours, state assets have been able to do 12,000 cubic yards of debris removed from communities and brought to landfill. That's 663 total loads. So that's been a good mobilization. It will make a difference, but we need to keep doing that to mitigate the harm that could happen once the storm goes. Florida National Guard, State Guard, additional FDOT personnel, and Florida Highway Patrol are all engaged in that debris mission. For the storm, we have 5,000 National Guardsmen that have been mobilized, and we will have, before the storm hits, another 3,000 National Guardsmen that will be on duty. We're also deploying major heavy equipment to assist with debris removal, and of course, National Guard will be a big part of any search and rescue that needs to happen, as well as helping set up our points of distribution. These debris and landfill sites are open. not just from state assets or from the local debris contractors, but for private individuals and citizens. And so if you've got a pickup truck, you get load debris up, we want you to go and do that. I know we've had issues with those sites being being closed when they should be open 24. We've opened them when we've seen that, but let's keep this going until it's no longer safe to do so. We're also coordinating the evacuation of pets from Pinellas, Manatee, and DeSoto counties to Walton County's temporary emergency animal shelter. Obviously, we expect Floridians to take care of their own pets, but you've got some of these pets that are in shelters, and we don't want to see them abandoned in areas that are very, very dangerous. We're also delivering a 2,500-gallon water tanker to Suwannee County Animal Control and coordinating veterinary assistance post-landfall for Hillsborough County. So the linemen that are being pre-staged, as is our practice in Florida, we will have over 30,000 linemen. Many are still en route. Some of them are coming from as far away as California. You still have ongoing major power restoration missions in states like Georgia and North Carolina. That has taken a lot of resources, but all of our companies are committed to utilizing mutual aid. And so you're going to end up having over 30,000, which is a massive number of folks to be staged. And of course, we're anticipating significant power outages. And so it's important that we do that. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel embedded in potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. We've established a temporary base camp at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg to support ongoing operations, not just with the current debris mission, but also post-landfall first responder missions. So you should have a plan, and you should be executing your plan, particularly if you're on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. These evacuation orders have gone out in many of those places. I know more will be coming in areas that have not yet done that. Now's the time to do it. Storm's not going to hit today. Storm's not going to hit tomorrow. We may start to see some bad weather sometime on Wednesday morning, and then obviously we're anticipating sometime Wednesday evening for the storm to make landfall. So please, you do have time to get out, so please do it. Please execute that plan now at this point if you are in one of those danger zones. Gas, I know a lot of people have been filling up their tanks. You have seen some lines in places. I mentioned the fuel. Massive amounts of fuel are being brought in, but make sure you don't want to get caught on an interstate if you don't have gas in your tank. That's not going to be good, especially when so many people are using that. Some people may not know their evacuation zone. If you want to know your evacuation zone, go to floridadisaster.org/know to determine if you are in an evacuation zone. Obviously, a lot of people in the Suncoast part of Florida just went through Hurricane Helene. We saw a lot of storm surge. So I think most people have a good sense of that, but maybe not everybody knows that. So floridadisaster.org/know. Again, keep your eyes out, keep your ears out for any of these evacuations. I know a lot of the counties have already issued that. I think you're going to continue to see some more evacuations. Already we have Charlotte, Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas that have issued mandatory evacuations for some of their zones. As I mentioned this morning, tolls in West and Central Florida and Alligator Alley are suspended, and they will continue to be suspended until it's no longer necessary. Florida Department of Transportation is opening roadway shoulders as necessary to facilitate evacuation and ease congestion on I-4 and I-75. So the shoulder is completely open all the way until I guess it's in SR 417 in Central Florida from Tampa on I-4. That shoulder's open. The shoulder started to be open from the north on 75, I-10 working south. It should be completely open within the next hour. And so those are two roads that can typically have traffic anyways. Right now, the usage on I-75 is about 90% more than what would typically be happening right now. So FDOT will have that shoulder open. That does help to ease congestion and keep it moving as best you can, but just be prepared that there are a lot of people on the roads right now. You got time. It's not as if you have a delay, it's not as if the storm's going to come tonight. But FDOT is doing what they can to ameliorate that and to be able to keep things moving as best as possible. Visit Florida has emergency accommodation modules on Expedia, Priceline, and Booking.com for those evacuating. These modules will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources. We're working with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to continue to, as is standard in these emergencies, encourage hotels to reduce prices. Floridians who are evacuating because of the storm, they typically will offer a distress rate. I know a lot of the properties have already published that. Rosen Properties, Red Roof Inns, Alofts, La Quintas, Motel 6, Best Western, Holiday Inn. And you'll get a better rate, as well as waiving, in most of those cases, any pet fees. So please bring your pets and make sure that you're taking care of your pets when you're going to those establishments. Uber, just like we did in Hurricane Helene, they are finalizing a code for free rides for those who are evacuating to shelters. We will give you that once it becomes live. I know that shelters will open once the evacuation orders take effect. Then the shelters open. And so you're going to see that happening a lot over the next 24 hours. The following counties will close schools beginning tomorrow, Tuesday, October 8th. Charlotte, Citrus, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Hardy, Hendry, Hernando, Hillsborough, Indian River, Lee, Manatee, Okeechobee, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, Sarasota, and Volusia. You can find your county's emergency management page for specific information related to your county at floridadisaster.org/counties. You will likely have county-specific alerts that will be issued by your county officials. This is right now a storm that is stronger than what any of the models envisioned just 48 hours ago. And in fact, even the models that said it would eventually reach Cat 5 status had it at a relatively weak Cat 5. This is a strong Cat 5. It is intensified very, very rapidly. And while every projection is that it's going to weaken before it hits the coast of Florida, we can't necessarily bank on that. This will produce major damage, whatever ends up happening. But certainly at the strength it is now, this is a really, really strong storm. And the effects of that, not just for the storm surge, but for wind damage and debris, would be really, really significant. So you have time today to execute that plan. You have time to be able to make sure that you and your family and your pets are safe. So please do that. This is not a storm you want to take a risk on. As I've said many times over the last day or two, we can't guarantee where this thing is going to end up making landfall. And it is.
All right, so Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there with a dire warning, saying this is not a storm you want to play around with, that this is really uncertain about where this storm is going to be making landfall. You see its track there in the lower right hand of your screen. You also see so many Floridians getting out of Dodge there, evacuating. That's on the I-275 as well here. So I'm Andrew Kraft. We just wanted to show you the very top. That was the latest briefing by Florida officials led by Governor DeSantis and his emergency management director, Kevin Guthrie. They're becoming, of course, familiar faces as hurricane season has really, really ramped up just in the last month here. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're diving back into yet another top story for us today. 1 year later since the October 7th Hamas attack there in southern Israel that killed so many Israelis. Remember, it was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Well, so many are remembering it nationwide. We're going to Texas for some of those commemorations in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. 3:15 here on the West Coast, 6:15 there on the East Coast. Well, we're moving away, as you know, from Hurricane Milton. Not too far, though, because we want to focus our attention back as well on the Israel-Hamas war. It's been exactly 1 year since Hamas launched its terror attack against Israel. You know that. And even though Austin, Texas is more than 7,000 miles away from Israel, flags were at half-staff today at the Capitol there. Live Now look over the Austin, Texas skyline. Well, that's where we find Fox 7 Austin's John Krinjak. That's where he joins me live. John, good to see you here. How are Texans? How is Governor Greg Abbott commemorating this solemn anniversary?
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, Governor Abbott was here in Austin earlier. He's actually in Dallas tonight, but the commemorations do continue here in Austin. They're going to have a pretty sizable community memorial service that's going to start here in just about 15 minutes from now. But the remembrances are kind of all over. Behind me, you see these flags. They commemorate the lives lost on October 7th, as well as those captured on October 7th. And as we head on into another memorial service, the focus really has been today on the call to bring those hostages home.
Idan Alexander, Itahen, Sagi Dekelhen.
Governor Abbott reading the names of the 7 Americans still being held by Hamas exactly 1 year after the October 7th attack on Israel.
All hostages must be returned. Leave no one behind.
Members of Austin's Israeli and Jewish communities gathering inside the Dell Jewish Community Center Monday, many with T-shirts reading "Forever in Our Hearts," October 7th. 1,180 people were killed on that day by Hamas terrorists.
In the deadliest attack against the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
It affects the entire Jewish community, not just the people in Israel.
Outside the Dell Center, a moving memorial displaying the faces of some of the victims, specifically the 364 people killed at the Nova Music Festival, many of them young people. Below, the U2 lyrics, "They took your life, but they couldn't take your pride."
We'll never forget these faces. We never will.
Another memorial showing the 97 hostages still being held in Gaza, yellow ribbons tied in solidarity as the fighting continues overseas.
I hope that they take away that our community is resilient, that we are bound together in this fight against, what was this horrific, horrific day, that we want to move toward peace. But a lot of efforts have to take place before we get there.
Today's commemorations also acknowledging the rise in anti-Semitism that's been seen over the past year, not only here in the Austin area, but around the country.
October 7th, of course, was a nightmare for all of us, but October 8th extended that nightmare to a level we did not expect.
The Anti-Defamation League reporting a 200% increase in anti-Semitic incidents since last October and a 400% increase on college campuses.
It has been a very rough year for all of us. It's going to be a rough year ahead, too, but there are reasons to be hopeful.
John Krinjak, Fox 7 Austin News. And once again, a community memorial service set to get underway in the next few minutes here in Austin. They're expecting about 700 people to attend that. Andrew?
Wow, that's a lot of people. John, I just wanted to ask, the feeling of resilience there in the state capitol. Did you talk to anyone? I know you've interviewed some of these victims' family members from the October 7th attack as well. Do they feel like the war is going to end anytime soon? Are they hopeful that the conflict can be resolved, that the hostages can come home, or don't they know?
Yeah, there is a sense of hope, Andrew. I think, there's a sense of surprise, at least on the part of some, that the war has lasted this long, that, that so many people have died, that so many of those hostages, about 100 of them, still have not been returned home. But there is a sense of optimism, and you really did feel that optimism and resiliency here, that as we head into this second year, that there can be peace, that there can be a roadmap to peace. place. And for the Jewish community here in Austin, I think there's a sense that, we made it through this past year, which was a really difficult year, especially when you consider, the anti-Semitism and some of the hateful rhetoric that we've heard. They're thinking, we made it through this year, and we can only hope for better ahead.
All right, John Krinjak there live for us in Austin, Texas. John, thanks for bringing us this story. We'll talk soon.
You bet. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to stay in the Lone Star State. Live picture there over Dallas, Texas, Reunion Tower, as well as so many around the country are commemorating what happened 1 year ago there in Israel. And like I said,
Hello? Hey, I just got off at exit 204. It looked like somebody had a flat and they were stopped on the fast lane shoulder, so I'm gonna swing around and go check on them real quick.
Well, I have no idea where I'm at.
Well, I think this is exit 205, I want to say. I'm not 100% sure. But you'll see I'm there in like a black Honda or something like that. I don't know what it was exactly, but they had their trunk open and we're standing out behind it, and I'm like, this is not the best place to be doing that.
Oh shit, I'm like at 208.
Yeah, then you were a couple miles. I was wondering why I didn't have any radio signal, so if you want to swing around once you get here, I'll probably already be behind them by the time you get over here, but I want to go make sure they're good, and if it is a flat, start changing it at the very least. That's why I couldn't see if it was flat or not, but typically when people pull over and they open up the trunk, typically they're trying to find a spare, so...
That's where I'm still up to get shot. Either or.
Well, good old game of FAFO never hurt anybody. They look like some young kids. They look like they were probably like in their early 20s. Just a guy, it looked like a guy and his girlfriend. So I just want to go at least make sure they're good real fast.
Wait, where are they at?
Right. They're on the other side of the highway. They're on the northbound side, but it was just north of the 205 exit. I think this was. But they're on the fast lane side of 75.
Oh, there they are.
Were they still just standing outside?
Yeah, the dude is just like staring forward, and the girl's just looking off to the side.
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to flip around and make it all the way over there.
Yeah, this traffic sucks.
Yeah. You ain't kidding. Alright, I am... They're waving at me big time as I pull up, so I'm going to check on them real quick.
Alright, I'm going to stay here on the ramp.
Alright. Well, actually, I'll probably need your help, so I'm going to hop out, though.
Alright.
Alright, see you. What's going on? Yeah, that's why Corey, you got your radio on.
Hello?
Yeah, try and park a little distance behind me. Traffic is not getting over, so I just wanted to make sure that they need help. It's just a flat tire. We can do it real fast, but try and keep traffic off of us if you can.
Alright, well, thanks. Get across all this freaking traffic.
And 2 vehicles wrecked out behind us, Corey.
What?
2 vehicles wrecked out behind us.
They wrecked?
Yeah, hold on.
We now invite more than 50 rabbis from across our community to join together in leading us in the Mourner's Kaddish.
Okay, so you notice there a moment of silence happening right there in New York City. So many coming out to remember, to reflect on this solemn occasion there. You noticed some of those New York leaders, Governor Hochul, also both New York Senators, Gillibrand and Schumer, Mayor Adams, Attorney General Tish James, and so many others. Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, of course, who hails from New York. So we want to take a quick commercial break. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll get right back into that tribute there in New York, October 7th, the Hamas attack against Israel, 1 year on. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
They swerved and hit the guardrail. No, you're good. You're good. Corey, you're good to pull behind me. It was just one vehicle. They're fine. They just swerved to avoid the traffic jam. What was that?
My brother should be here soon because I let him know everything.
I'm going to try and help these people real quick. That way we can get them moving as fast as we can. But it was just the one car. They swerved way back behind just because of the traffic jam that was happening because of this car. So thankfully they're all good. They'll just need a tow. Yeah, everybody's all right, which this is exactly why I'm glad we stopped. We're off the road on the shoulder all the way, but people just don't pay attention. They were going too fast and swerved to avoid another car and played bumper cars with the guardrail. This is why we stop to help people. It's exactly why. If we weren't here, that probably would have got hit, unfortunately.
And the haze here. Right now, flights are still operating, but we of course know that's going to change. Here's some video from inside the airport terminals today. Many people trying to get out ahead of the storm's arrival. Officials say all airport operations will stop Wednesday morning due to Milton's expected arrival. We talked to one gentleman visiting from England who is getting out before the storm, but this isn't his first experience with a hurricane.
I think probably about 15 years ago when I was here, I think it was Hurricane Jean. And we was last out here and we was like on a curfew for like 2 days. So we did then, but yeah, not since.
Again, this time he's getting out in time. Officials at MCO say operations will resume once it is safe to do so. Now, Florida Power and Light crews are working to keep lights on during the storm. Teams spread out all around the state to get ready for outages. FPL leaders say they will do what they can to get the power back on during an outage, but keep in mind those repairs can take time.
Power outages are a concern with Milton. If you do lose power, make sure you know how to safely set up your generator. It can take just 5 minutes for a generator to produce enough carbon monoxide, the odorless and colorless gas, to kill you. So to be safe, make sure that you set up your generator at least 20 feet away from your home and make sure the exhaust is pointed away from your property. If you have a gas generator, make sure you turn it off and let it fully cool down before fueling it back up, and never run a generator inside your garage or your home.
And listen, if you don't have it now, tomorrow is your last chance to get an emergency kit ready. The #1 item, water. You need 1 gallon of water per person per day for several days for drinking and sanitation. Food, you need at least a several day supply of non-perishable food items like canned veggies, fruits, peanut butter. You should have a flashlight, basic first aid kit, cell phone charges with a backup battery, something maybe you haven't thought about, a whistle in case you need to signal for help. And we talked about this a lot before Helene, concerns about flooding along the St. Johns River.
Especially in the city of Astor and Lake County. West 2's Haley Crumble is at Hickory Point Rec Complex in Tavares, where they are giving out sandbags. Haley, I feel like you were just there a week and a half ago.
Here in Tavares, we're at one of the sandbag locations. They've got bags here. You just have to fill them with sand yourself. You can see these people are filling up a number of bags. It's been busy as long as we've been here. You can see there's another sandbag pile just across the way. There's a row of cars here where people have been putting in a number of bags and getting ready for what's to come. Now the county could see 5 to 8 inches or more of rain, so picking up sandbags has been key for some of the people that live here, but they're making other preparations too. The county has already activated their emergency operations center to get preparations in order before the storm actually hits. And Lake County schools, they will be closed Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday was already a planned day off for students. And closing the school does allow them to get ready to open up shelters. They're going to be opening up 15 across Lake County. They will start opening at noon on Tuesday. In Lake County, Haley Crumbleholm, WESH 2 News.
The flooding is something we will be monitoring as Milton approaches Central Florida.
The other risk is storm surge along our coast. Here's a live look from New Smyrna Beach. We're showing you how people along the coast are preparing for what's coming. Next.
You would figure that people would figure it out, but what happens is one person freaks out when they see the lights, they lock up the brakes, and then everybody. We saw everybody locking up. What the hell? Yeah, we saw you right there freaking out. Well, that car was actually in the middle of the highway. That's the guardrail. The highway. I was like, can you move? Off the highway. So that's what the back was about, probably. Yeah, as soon as I walked back, like I said, they were good. I was like, if you can get it reversed, get it all otherwise it's going to be more accident. Yeah, you think that's the trouble. Hopefully, I wish it would have never happened in the first place, but I'm glad somebody will be okay. They'll probably be in town again. Take out the Yep, take care. All right, Corey, I'm about to get rolling. I don't know if you're still within earshot or not. Yeah, just taking it 205. You drive like 5 miles an hour from here back around. Have a good one, man. Well, thankfully everybody was okay from that. That could have been so much worse, and it's a classic example of why I'm glad I stopped. That 511 like DOT crew showed up after we got the tire on, but I'm glad they did show up. You know, they're just busy. They're doing their jobs too, so that's the big thing. But I saw the position they were in, and man, I did not like it. I've seen so many vehicles get smoked being in that spot. So, I mean, I just wanted to see them make it out all right, and thankfully we got it switched. I guarantee that person that swerved likely was distracted in some way, shape, or form. And luckily it was just a one vehicle accident by itself. And then I went back there when I saw it happen. I was like, look, if you have the capability of moving your vehicle, they didn't hit anything other than guardrail. If you have the capability of moving your car, get your car off the middle of the highway. Otherwise it's going to be another accident. They were able to limp it to the shoulder and into the grass median. So thankfully we were able to help with that aspect, because that could have been a lot worse. I mean, the accident could have happened to the people that were standing there. That could have been an incident where somebody smoked the car on the shoulder. While, you know, obviously the best case scenario is they wouldn't have been there in the first place. But we at least got them out of the way, and that's what was important, making sure that they were safe, and obviously nobody got hurt. Nobody was hurt, thankfully, from the one car accident that happened behind us. But if you ever get a flat tire or anything of that sort, guys, do your best to pull to the right shoulder. Get it, the left shoulder, yeah. The left shoulder is not the place to be. Let me call Corey. Next exit's not for 3 miles, so. Hello? Hello. So, you what?
This is Patrick.
Oh, well, good. I gotta go up to the next exit, which is apparently 2.5 miles north of me right now. But I'll be flipping back around to head down that way. So we're probably gonna have to haul it to get down to Valdosta to get gas cans, because they close at 10, and our ETA was 9 before I stopped.
Yeah, well, plus, it's nice to know information now. I guess my question in chat about the Airbnb now comes down to, when you put these two Pro now, I would be in tomorrow, that's justified, I don't have to get there. That's a North Airbnb, that's like, man, 45 p.m. Why is it?
I'm confused about that, but I'll look into it once I stop and all that stuff. I'm just focused on getting back around and starting to head south, so I got a strong smell of gas in my car right now, because one of my freaking gas cans, I think it must have had a little leak or something like that once I went to stop, so I gotta freaking figure that damn thing out. But pretty much next Loves I want to stop at if possible, but it says ETA to Valdosta to be about 9:30, so it's not horrible, but I want to get down there before it gets to be pushing it time-wise.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, I'll let you know when I'm getting close on the radio. I'll yell at you on the radio once I'm about to get there. I'm about to pass the 205, so you know when to merge on. Alright, we'll see you in a minute. Later. Alright, so I am definitely going to pull over on the DH. Thank you so much for your super chat. Usually I wear reflective clothing as it is, but I wasn't anticipating stopping to help people today. But thank you, DH. We're going to flip around and head back south. I need to stop and take a leak on the shoulder while I get a chance. But yeah, I'm grateful that we were able to help in the way that we are. You know, it's a testament to what we do. According to latest update, Hurricane Milton recorded an 898 extrapolated surface pressure, one of the only 800 millibar hurricanes we've seen this century. Wow. That is incredible. Truly incredible. All right, I'm going to pull off on this freaking shoulder here real quick. I also need to check the trunk to make sure nothing is leaking. Oh, it leaked out of the top, that's why. That is why. Cap came loose on the gas can, that's why we're smelling it right now. So I will wash it off with a little bit of water and we'll get going. Alright, now we're going north. Or not north, south. Jeez, that accident just threw me for a loop. Accident, freaking tire need changing, a little bit of everything in between. So from what I'm seeing, it is reported that Hurricane Milton might have it's rattling back there now, whatever. Might have officially dropped below 900 millibars. That's absolutely insane and incredible at the same time. latest pressure reading from the National Hurricane Center is 899 millibars with maximum sustained winds of 185. My goodness. This thing just keeps getting worse. It truly does. It just keeps getting worse. It's incredible in the worst ways, honestly. But thank you again to everybody who's donated as well. Lane, as always, my friend, thank you so much for your support. Lane, Josh, Eleanor, and Brian, thank you guys all so much for your guys' PayPal donations. This is just insane, the intensity of this thing. Should be closing in on Corey now. See what the data is coming in from the hurricane hunters right now. All right, so as of right now, low-level reconnaissance has this at 899 millibars. They're coming back around. 899 millibars. I'm sorry, that's just absolutely incredible.
Republican Hannah Billingsley won't protect women's freedom. Hannah's campaign is backed by hardcore extremists with ideas that are completely bananas, like cutting cancer screenings, banning abortions, and banning IVF. Hannah's ideas are bananas. Vote no on Hannah Billingsley.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
some of these areas honestly are going to be changed forever. And if this thing goes for Tampa, as it's forecasted right now to go for Tampa, there's not going to be words for it. Like, yes, right now it's a Cat 5. It should weaken as it gets closer to landfall, but just the pure amount of intensity, the way it's well exceeding its intensity, that in itself will tell you a lot. That it's going to be that much harder for it to be broken down to like a Cat 3 and stuff. It's already well exceeding all the model's forecast of it. This thing was never supposed to get below like 910. Apparently, due to the overwhelming interest in Major Hurricane Milton, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration servers are experiencing a high user load at this time, and it is impacting data getting sent out or not loading at all. Jeez, that just tells you. Guys, I really don't, I've never seen anything like this. As a chaser in my career, I have never seen anything of this sort. It just, yeah. Yeah, that's all I can say. Sometimes there's just not words. Honestly, there's not enough words, and all you can say to people is it's time to prepare. You need to prepare now, guys. If you guys are in the forecasted area, you need to prepare now. This isn't a joke. This is going to be a life-threatening situation for the Tampa Bay area and areas surrounding. It's not going to be good. There's no way to put it lightly. While we don't expect 200-mile-an-hour winds in that area, like Tampa Bay and all that, the surge is going to be incredible. It's going to be life-changing. It's going to be life-altering. There is seriously no other way to put it. This is going to change people's lives forever. Straightforward, you're going to change people's lives forever. And you need to be prepared. If you don't have to be down there, don't. If you don't have to be out in that area, just don't. If you can evacuate, evacuate. If not, you need to get to a higher level, somewhere with higher terrain or something of that sort. Because it's going to be bad. There's no understating this. This is going to be bad. I've got to update the daily chase cost. But thank you guys again so much for your support. We did hit our daily chase cost goal. So thank you guys so much. You know, it's rare for me to get like speechless because of a hurricane or a weather event, but it's definitely crazy. The Hurricane Harris continues to strengthen. Milton is continuing to strengthen. It continues to drop and get more and more intense, and there's it makes me speechless because in my lifetime, in my career, not necessarily my lifetime, but in my career of chasing, I have never seen such an intense hurricane. And once again, thankfully, this should be weakening upon landfall. By this time tomorrow, it should be weakening. But it's still, nonetheless, it's wow, just wow. I don't think most of Florida will be inhabitable. I think that's an overstatement. I think parts of the coast are going to be damaged pretty severely. I do. I do think that it's going to change the way the shoreline in Tampa, and I think homes that are going to be along the coast are definitely going to be changed and likely destroyed. But that's not going to be because of the winds. That's going to be because of the surge. Think about it this way. Yes, it is getting weaker. Or not weaker. It is going to get weaker as it approaches the Tampa area. But while that's happening, it's already, what it's doing right now with its intensity is it's how strong it is. These winds are roaring up the water, right? So they are going to continue to push the water and keep pushing it with this hurricane, even when it does start weakening. So the surge is not going to change. If anything, it's going to get worse. So we need to stay weather aware on all aspects. Milton is going to hit Wednesday evening and early Thursday morning. That is when it's forecasted to landfall. What is the likelihood of two 1,000-year storms within a couple weeks of each other? I mean, yeah, it's not that high, but people seem to take 1,000-year storms as legitimately something that only happens once every 1,000 years. It's not necessarily that, it's the likelihood of it happening, statistically speaking, as there is only a 1/1000th of a chance of that happening in any given year. But, I mean, you guys can see on, let me turn on the satellite again. You guys will be able to see on satellite that this thing is just, I mean, it's oddly enough not going through any like eye wall replacement cycles, but that's because the eye is just so small and so intense. And this area of like purple, the purple clouds, those are the colder cloud tops. Let me show you here. Those are the colder, more intense cloud tops. So you see how it's getting those purple bands in it? That's because the cloud tops are blowing up even further and getting colder and more intense. So it's incredible to see. I mean, just absolutely incredible to see. There's no other way to put it. The eye is getting smaller too, and while some people would think that's a sign of it not being as intense, that's actually a sign that it's getting more intense, because think about spinning something in a circle. As the circle gets smaller, it spins faster. As it gets closer to the center, it spins faster, so that eye tightening up is only increasing the wind speeds within that eye. And that is truly frightening to see, honestly. It is truly frightening. We're planning on getting down to Tampa tonight The hurricane that hit Fort Myers was Ian back in 2022. Yeah, that's a great example. Like an ice skater, when they bring their body in closer, it spins, they get so much stronger. That's the thing. Usually with these larger hurricanes, you'll see a larger circulation, but this one being so small and so tight, it's just wow. Can it get so intense that it doesn't have a visible eye? I personally have never seen that before. With these small hurricanes, these buzzsaw as hurricanes are absolutely incredible. It's not often you see small ones like this last as long as this one has and continues to. So I'm going to try and look at some aircraft data as they're still in the storm. They're headed back towards the eye right now. You know what, this is something you guys can see on Radar Omega too. I didn't remember to show that to you guys. Hold on. Hurricane Hunters. Oh, come on. I just had it up and the loading failed. Hold on. Hurricane Hunter info is actually something you can find on the Radar Omega app as well, for those of you that didn't know. So like you guys can see here now, I'll show you here on the map. It shows you guys where the Hurricane Hunter aircraft is. As of the earlier scan, when it almost got in the eye, it missed the eye to the south. So this is the plane right now, literally right now. It's currently at 200, almost 2,500 meters. And it is heading straight for the eye of the hurricane right now. And this is stuff you can find on the Radar Omega app. I'm not sure what level of subscription you have to have, but this is the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data. But as you can see on the bottom here, the bottom of the map, I'll circle it for you, if you guys can't see it, this little airplane right there, that is going to be the Hurricane Hunters that are flying into this thing again. They're going for round 2 right now. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how it's evolving as they approach the eye again. Ellen and Keith, thank you guys both so incredibly much for your guys' PayPal donations. It's already getting dark outside here. I will put on the... Oh, that's the wrong camera. Never mind. We're going to keep an eye on this as the Hurricane Hunters go back into the storm. To see what they measure as they continue to drop these dropsondes into the core of the hurricane. Because they are approaching from the south now, headed due north to get into the eye now. With that pressure drop that they measured, they did not measure it in the eye. You guys can see right here, their recon did not go through the eye that time. So where they measured the lowest pressure was not actually in the center core of it. And you guys can also, like I said, you can do this on the Radar Omega app. I believe this is the Alpha tier, which is at $8.99 a month. But you can literally watch the recon data as it comes in from the Hurricane Hunters. We're going to continue to watch it and see it as it gets closer, so you guys can have the updated. I'm going to be astounded at what they find, I'm sure. Given the parameters and the fact that the eye itself, they weren't even in the eye when they found that low of pressure, is just absolutely incredible. Yes, the fact that the storm is weakening is going to be, Ryan is right with the fact that it's weakening will make the surge worse, because with it weakening, it's only going to weaken because it's going to become a larger tropical system, and when it gets larger, it's going to expand that wind field further and further outside of its central core. Oh, you haven't? It's no subscription? Thank you, Christian. I didn't know. I've got the high tier subscription from Omega. So I guess if you just have the Radar Omega app itself, if you just download the, whoa, tire. Somebody just lost a tire. If you download the Radar Omega app itself, you should be able to, and I'll show you here real quick. I'll show you how to do it. So those of you that have the Radar Omega app, there was a tire that got thrown out underneath the car next to us, but I'll tell you about that. So you go into the Radar Omega app here, and this is the same whether you're on a computer or on your phone. See this little 3 stack of bars here? Once again, I would highly recommend, absolutely recommend downloading the Radar Omega app. You can have it on iOS, Android, and if you have a top tier subscription, then you can download it for your computer as well, which is what I use my Radar Omega on. Hit that bar, and you want to go over here to Outlooks and Monitoring, okay? You hit Outlooks and Monitoring, and this little tropical cyclone looking thing, you can either click it and it'll drop it, or however you want to do it. Tropical weather, you want to click that. Click where it says tropical weather. And when you do that, here's all your tropical information. And what you notice here, right over here, the furthest to the right is your Hurricane Hunters bar. I was going to get over, but that truck is right on my freaking blind spot. But all the way the furthest to the right is the Hurricane Hunters tab. And this tells you all of the missions in the last 24 hours that you've had that you can pull the data from. But you'll want to look for the most recent one, or just about. The one that's in the storm right now is this 1014A, 1014 Alpha. And you want to make sure to click that on. You can only click one on at a time. 1114A is one that is coming down from Mississippi now. That is the most recent one, but that is not actively in the storm. So you want to click that 1014A on, like I have here, and then hit close, and you will have the data live as it's coming in from the Hurricane Hunters aircraft. Just another prime example of, you know, what makes Omega great. You can click the little wind barbs and it tells you, you know, the surface data had it at 975 here. The flight level wind was 69 knots. The altitude and all that stuff. It will show you all the data that you really want to know about these drop zones that are continuously being dropped into the hurricane. So absolutely crucial and vital data for people to see. Where is it? I think it was this one right here. Yep, this one shows the pressure data. At the surface, 898.6, and the flight level winds were actually kind of calm. 24 knots, but 30 miles an hour as they were near the eye, but not in the eye itself. So, I mean, it's just a testament to the awesome stuff that Radar Omega has. So definitely grateful for everybody's support again. All the support you guys continue to give day in and day out. It's greatly appreciated. We couldn't do it without your guys' support. For those of you that continue to tune in and watch, I know a lot of our subscribers and our followers are also followers of Max Velocity and Ryan Hall. Both great people to get your information from. We will be on the ground, guys. We will be in the most treacherous parts of the hurricane. I was trying to think of the best word for it. In the most treacherous parts of the hurricane, as it landfalls on Wednesday night into Thursday morning, it's going to get quite intense. And there's no easy way to put it. It's going to get intense, without a doubt. I don't know why traffic seems to be going so slow. And like I said, tomorrow we will be dropping hurricane probes. We will be deploying the Mesovort packs tomorrow. So if you have the Radar Omega app, you're going to have to get overlaid. It's about to end. If you got to pull in front of me, pull in front of me. But we will be dropping the Project Mesovort packs tomorrow as well. We will be deploying those. We will be live for that too, guys, so you guys can see it live on Radar Omega as we put those out. All that tinny sound I'm hearing is because of the antenna on the roof. Yes, these are the same probes that were used for Helene. Yes, and a little bit more. We've got some more additional probes that Don built. That just Don Murray's a meteorologist at Radar Omega. The guy is one of the smartest people I know. I love Don. But he builds these packs himself. He builds these Mesovort packs, these hurricane packs himself. Yeah, C. Gherkin has officially taken the lead. It's Mr. Corey Gherkin out ahead of us now. We're going to be stopping in Valdosta to grab a few more gas cans. But we are driving all the way down tonight. We've got to get those probes out tomorrow. Friends, yes, Vince is actually with Don. Thank you for your super chat. But yes, Vince is already down there right now. Vince is with Don. They're getting everything prepped.
At Harbor Freight, we design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you.
Lower or zero down car insurance sound. Pretty nice, right? Let Ultra help pay for your insurance. Pay us back in split payments when you get paid. Here's how it works. We find you a great deal, then we finance it at no extra cost. Select your payment dates.
Again, if you don't have the Radar Omega app on iOS or Android, it is definitely worth downloading. $8.99 for the app, and you get such cool data from it. The app is called Radar Omega. Oh, let me see. Let me see if that prompt gives you the links for... Yeah, there it is. See, download Radar Omega. Those links should take you, !Omega. Those links should take you to Radar Omega. Like, yeah, it's $8.99, but it is definitely worth it. It is so worth it. You can also track people like Vince, myself, Corey, when we're live, as always. Radar Omega is just beyond compare. Like, I won't lie, I was a radar scope user for a while, but then, like, radar scope is only catching up now to the stuff that Radar Omega has had the capability of. You know, I think everybody likes radar scope because it's simple, but Radar Omega had satellite and hurricane data and things like that all before radar scope did. Omega had that stuff first, and then radar scope started catching up to it. Radar Omega is the best beyond compare. Yes, those brake lights are Corey's. Those brake lights are Corey's. As we make our way southbound. Hey, radar, everybody likes the simplicity, but if you want the more in-depth stuff, such as forecast models and stuff like that, you will not be disappointed with Radar Omega, I can tell you that much. Alright, so as you guys can see, and I'll show you here on the map again, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are getting closer and closer to the eye. This is such a small and tight, compact system, but you can see the little airplane. Once again, you can see this on Radar Omega. You can see it getting closer and closer to the core of Hurricane Milton. Man, am I interested to see what that's going to do once it gets to the core. I'm very intrigued at the data it's going to pull from those soundings, the drop sods. So at least for the time being, I'm going to keep this up so we can watch as it gets closer and closer and closer. Pretty sure my camera is, oh, that's why. I'm going to switch over so I can look at chat too. I'm gonna try and monitor both and watch both because I want you guys to see firsthand what it looks like. Yeah, I know it's heartbreaking there's no Casey's Pizza. Casey's Pizza is downright the best. Okay, let's have the realistic discussion. Does pineapple belong on pizza? The answer is no. Got it? Pineapple does not belong on pizza. They fly directly into the hurricane.
You can go ahead of me. I don't know where the Home Depot is at. I don't even know where we're at.
Oh, you're good. You're good to stay ahead of me. We've got time. We still got like 2 hours.
Holy hell!
Yeah, 2 hours and 2 minutes. That's why I was saying we just need to keep going at it because they close at 10 and our ETA is 9:37. No.
Is there a Home Depot sooner?
I don't know. I could look, but we just went through Macon, so now we're probably not going to find one because we're already on the south side of town. Oh, wait. Latest data's coming in right now, guys. Latest data's coming in right now. They're almost in the eye. They are almost in the eye of the hurricane. Almost in the eye. This data is coming in right now as we speak. You guys can see the little airplane right here. They are so close to the eye of the hurricane right now. So close. So we're just waiting on that last bit of data to come in once they go through the eye to see how low the pressure actually is. Truly incredible. And downright historic, honestly. And what's crazy is this is so close to Mexico, and they're getting not much in the way of impacts from it. I mean, this whole area down here is Mexico. They were so close from a substantial impact from a hurricane. But as you guys can see, as of the latest drop 916 millibars. And you can see they're closing in on the eye. They should be going, honestly, they're probably going into the eye right now. I about guarantee they're going into the eye right now. Vicky, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. I'm sorry I have not updated the donation ticker just yet. We're waiting as this data is coming in live right now. And this thing is still exploding. Still exploding. But again, thank you for all of those of you that are new here. Thank you so much for smooshing that like and subscribe button. Whether you guys just hit that like and subscribe button, donate through Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, whether you support us financially or just watching and hitting that like and subscribe button, you guys are all equally appreciated and valued on this channel. We couldn't be more thankful for your support and the support you guys continue to give to help us do what we do, which is cover these hurricanes. We're grateful so much for your guys' support. So incredibly much. We couldn't do it without you guys, you know that. We're still waiting for the next batch of data to come through right now, but I mean, as you can tell, this thing is getting intense. Just look at that little buzzsaw of an eye. Just look at that thing. And you see how when it gets smaller in here, it does that little wiggle? That's because it's just getting so intense that it's moving little by little. Like, it's not just like, oh, I'm going straight east. It's like, we're going to go a little southeast. Oh, now we're going back northeast. Like, that's just a testament to how powerful it is. And you guys can see the blue band starting to pop up in it too. That is more intense convection blowing up all around it. That is just telling you that this thing is getting even more strong. So much stronger with every pass. I mean, it's even firing up convection all the way out here, up here. It is truly, truly incredible. And like I said, we're still waiting for data. Let me pull up chat on my phone so you guys can, if you guys have any questions, I can answer them. So it's still getting the data. Just about in the eye now. They've got to be just about entering the eye. Hold on. Let's zoom in. No, that's still the same data. Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
sprinting time, baby.
I think we're all just anxiously awaiting the data to come from this. I mean, I want to see how truly intense that eye is and how much it has significantly dropped. Alright, there we go. Now I can pull up chat this way. Thank you so much, Becky, for 14 months of membership. I do not know where South Gulf Cove is, but if you've got a forecast for surge, definitely heed that warning. If there's a forecast for surge, I would definitely do that. Lori, you're asking how you aren't seeing Radar Omega, or how you're not seeing it on your phone. Okay, so what you need to do is click up on the top left. I'll show you here real quick. Make sure that you're clicking this up here. Click up on the top left here where it says satellite. You've got, typically it's based on normal things, it's on radar, right? Whenever you like default, it's on radar. So you want to make sure you click satellite, and then you click this down bar and scroll to where it says Hurricane Milton. And then it will show you the satellite based on Milton, what's solely focused on Hurricane Milton. Jules, thank you so much for becoming a member. Switch to the front camera real quick here. We should be getting that data any second now. Okay, according to latest data, was still about 10 minutes old, so we still have not gotten that eye data yet. Still have not gotten that data from the eye yet. Of lightning being shown within the eye wall, apparently, of Hurricane Milton. Here's a video of it. It's incredible. Lots of lightning within the eye. Crazy amount of lightning, or within the eye wall. Is absolutely insane. This storm is definitely one of historic proportions. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Historic is just a downright understatement. Okay, we just got the data. We just got the next pull of data. let's see, that was at, that's 946. Oh, this one's too close to the other one. Way too close. I can't get the data off that one, which is likely right around the eye. 965. 971. This is where they're going north. They may have missed the eye again. But as you can see, the hurricane hunters are going north now. They may have missed the eye again. Radar ahead.
You what?
Just letting you know I was catching radar ahead. Not anymore.
Hey, you can get ahead of debt. Look for a balance transfer credit card on the Credit Karma app. These cards can
No, it will still be a strong hurricane at landfall. I know a lot of people like to, that's the problem that you are making very evident, is that everybody is saying, well, it's weakening by landfall. The point isn't the winds at landfall, the point is the surge. And the surge is going to be the same regardless if it's Cat 5 or a Cat 3. That is the main point that people are trying to get across, and that's why it's going to be historic. When it landfalls, that it won't be about the winds being 120 miles an hour or something like that. It's going to be about the fact that surge into the Tampa Bay area, and it likely could be a Category 4 at landfall still, honestly. But it's going to be the surge that is the story with this. Right now it's historic because of the incredible low pressure in it. And the incredibly strong winds. But that won't be the story for the U.S. coastline. The exact wording from the National Weather Service in Tampa. Bottom line, if Milton stays its course, this will be the most powerful hurricane to hit Tampa Bay in over 100 years. No one in this area has ever experienced a hurricane this strong before. I don't think there's any real other way to explain, have stronger wording than that, honestly. I believe there's 2 Hurricane Hunter aircraft out right now. Wind will be a big issue when it comes on shore, though. Like, we're not talking Category 5, but this is going to do an extensive amount of damage inland, too. I think a lot of stations are running out of gas. A lot of gas stations are running out of gas. down south, but I think, thankfully, we should see at least one more instance of fuel drop-offs tonight into tomorrow as well. I'm sure a lot of areas are probably pre-planning this, especially, and they're going to ensure that they have proper supplies to make sure that they can continue to support the people that are still around. What was it, Gas Buddy, I think. They usually do a special map for areas without gas. Like, they'll tell you if a station is without gas and stuff. Gas Buddy's a great tool for that. I follow the guy that like runs it or whatever. But I know a lot of areas down south in the hurricane zone are starting to run out of gas right now. But that's mostly because people are fleeing the area, which is good, but that should get better, hopefully tomorrow. I'm sure they'll actually have tanker trucks come and the fuel drop-offs continuing. Because I mean, let's be factual. Any like business is going to want to continue to utilize business while they can. So I guarantee if these gas stations are running out, they're calling saying, hey, we need a fuel drop now. Because anytime they don't have fuel, they're losing money. So from a business perspective, it only makes sense. I don't know what the actual lowest reading is. I'm not 100% sure on that. How late will I be live tonight? Well, I mean, I don't plan on shutting off anytime soon. We're going to continue to discuss this.
Thanks eBay Motors for helping me find the parts that perfectly fit my build.
I'm rebuilding my wrecked car, and you guys know me, I can't.
But yes, we'll be live tomorrow, probably by about 11 a.m., 11 or 12 a.m. I'm not exactly sure what time we're going to be live tomorrow. We're still staying live now to continue to discuss what's going on and plans and all that. But yeah, our current plan is to go live tomorrow morning as we go set out some probes. I know Vince and Don are going to be setting out a couple probes. New advisory says 897 millibars. Jeez. Yeah, that's just about what was expected. Moving east at 10 now. Jeez. RC, thank you so much for 15 months of membership. Yeah, so it looks like the winds did not increase, so that's a good thing. The winds didn't get any stronger, at least. But yeah, the lower the millibar, the more intense it typically is. And we're up to 897 millibar. That's crazy. I'll have to read the actual update that from the Hurricane Center itself. Still 180 mile an hour winds. $180, 897 millibars. That is absolutely incredible. 897 millibars. Isn't that crazy? But again, thank you guys all so much for tuning in and smooshing that like and subscribe button. Thank you guys as always for your support. We're continuing to make our way down south. Our next stop is going to be Valdosta to get some more gas cans, but I don't even know where the hell Corey's at. He is zooming up there. Oh, I see him. Okay. It's definitely going to be incredible this weekend. It is going to be an incredible event, honestly. And not in a good way, unfortunately. It's going to be historic, there's no doubt about that. It's definitely going to be historic. We just don't know to what extent is the big thing. Just so you know, cop just passed me. Coming into your lane right now. It's the next vehicle behind you. Yeah, obviously our best bet is always to stick with each other during these events. You know, we want to be together for this type of, really want to just keep safe. That's the key. Hello?
Thicker, fuller hair starts with Hims. Discover sprays, chews, and serums made with clinically proven ingredients to stop hair loss, regrow hair, or do both. At Hims.com, answer a few questions online, and regrow your hair in 3 to 6 months. Join millions of satisfied Hims customers and get your confidence back. Regrow your hair with doctor-trusted treatments. Get started today at Hims.com.
See the 8 p.m. advisory. I can show it to you guys here real quick, if I can pull it up here. Here's the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. 180 mile an hour winds, 897 central pressure, moving east at 10 miles an hour. So she's moving along good. But it's got a very, very small wind field. Very small wind field. I'm still getting that cop's radar strong. You know, it's way ahead of me now. I I could go for a donut. My goodness. But yes, we are positioning for it right now. Let me see. Make sure everything's updated the way it needs to be right now. We're south of Macon now. I don't even know how to pronounce that town. I think that's how you pronounce that town. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or maybe it's Ilya. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. We're north of Cordell, Georgia. That's what I do know. We're north of Cordell. Lucy, good to see you. I think it's going to be very close to Cat 4 on landfall, honestly. If it's not Cat 4, it's going to be a high-end 3, honestly. Let me see. You guys just mentioned. Oh, I think a cop pulled into the median. I'm catching his radar again. Oh, it's just the angle. Okay, so apparently the Cordell store does not have gas cans. Plus they close at, oh, they close at 9, we're almost there. Do not. Unfortunately, they do not have gas cans in stock. So, by the looks of it, let's see. We're either catching the cop or he stopped in the median, because I'm getting his radar strong again. We're only about an hour and a half from Valdosta. Trump is still cruising. I'm still picking up his radar ahead of me. He is still cruising. Yes, thank you guys all again so much for tuning in. I apologize for trying to make sure everything's all set up real quick. We're trying to make sure that we get gas cans. That's the big thing. Definitely need gas cans. If you guys want to support the gas can fund, you can donate through Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. $25 a can will do her. I think we'll be all right. We're gonna go grab some on our way south. Vicky, I already said thank you for yours. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you so much for the Cash App donation. So apparently, I think I told you this, but apparently Chris Vickers from WTOL is down here working with the CBS affiliate down in Tampa to help them with their coverage. And they were apparently planning on flying him back to Toledo on Thursday, according to one of my friends who's the assistant news director at WTOL. I sent him a message. And I was like, hey, here's my cell number. If you need a ride back to Toledo, let me know, because I guarantee Tampa is not going to be flying for a couple days.
Yeah, I'd probably be down for a while, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of why I figured. When I was talking to Josh, the guy I know that's the assistant director there, I was like, how long is he intending to stay? And he said that the strategic plan of operations was for him to come back on Thursday after the hurricane. And I'm like, well, that's not going to happen. They're not going to have the airport open by then. It's like, that's just what they planned on. I was like, well, I don't think he's going to be getting back up to Toledo anytime soon if he goes that way. So I sent him a message. He actually just sent me his number. I told him if he needs a ride back up to Toledo after the hurricane, then I can give him a lift. Yeah, so one of our chief meteorologists out of our Toledo station, WTOL, that's our CBS and Fox affiliate, WTOL/WPW. They sent their chief meteorologist down here to help with coverage, which I think is an awesome thing to do. But they were planning on him flying back on Thursday out of Tampa, which definitely is not going to happen. So I told him if he needs a ride back up to Toledo, let me know. He can ride with me. Just trying to be friendly. Catching strong radar again. I think it's the guy still ahead of us.
Well, I thought he was going to pop somebody. It seemed like he was on a mission.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to find somewhere to go, or maybe he's even going home. I don't know.
Now, eventually, Orange County stopped cars from coming through here to Barnett Park. They tell us they will open again on Tuesday. In Orange County, Michelle Meredith, West 2 News.
Okay, I just got to talk about that last soundbite in that story. Did you hear that? Somebody helped her at the sandbag site, and she was helping her elderly mother and her neighbor, who's also in their 80s. That's what it's all about, Central Florida, and this is the time to do it. We have to check on elderly neighbors, people who live alone, and there's time, right, guys? Tomorrow, there's time.
That's right. Even the first half of Wednesday, I think there's. But we don't want people to procrastinate. We want them to get it done sooner rather than later. But love hearing stories like that.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yep. Now's the time to get prepared. So you guys have the latest advisory.
We do. And the pressure's still going down. So that's what we want to get into right now. Let's take a look now at the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. You can see the pressure is now below 900 millibars, down to 897 millibars. The wind holding steady at 180 miles an hour as it continues to pull northward here over the next 48 hours. Upper level wind shear is going to increase. Strong winds are going to help to begin to weaken this along with some drier air. And then it's going to begin to turn this more towards the east and or the east northeast. So we got a couple things that should help us out, but don't be fooled by that. Even though it'll be a little bit weaker, it's still going to bring some significant impacts to us. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have coastal beach erosion. We're going to have some flooding concerns. Look at that eye right there. That is just incredible as it's near Merida in the northern Yucatan Peninsula this evening. So that's going to be the area that gets hit hard tonight. And then as it continues to build off towards the east, northeast, we'll continue to watch that to see what kind of surge we'll get on the west coast. And then as it passes to the eastern side of the peninsula, we'll have to wait and see what kind of surge we get up towards Volusia, Flagler, and maybe even northern Brevard County. To put Milton into perspective, with that 897 pressure there, that is the 5th lowest pressure ever recorded in the tropical Atlantic. Look at the wind field now. That's going to begin to grow as it builds off towards the east, northeast here with time. The tropical camp has been kind of tightening up. One right over the heart of downtown Orlando coming from Tampa. The other going right over Osceola and then on into Brevard County. We take a look now at the tropical advisories. Most of us now are in hurricane warnings. We got Flagler, Volusia, and on into Brevard. Hurricane watches for now. Those will likely be upgraded. So as we take a look now And our impact timeline, the surge is going to be late Wednesday night on into Thursday morning. We think that as we get you into the wind component here, wind picks up with the first squalls during the afternoon. Strongest wind will be overnight on into Thursday. Tornado risk begins to increase Wednesday afternoon and will likely continue through early Thursday morning. And the flooding, a solid 4 to 8 inches for many of us. In fact, when you take a look now at the latest forecast, there's our storm firmly in the center of our cone and then building up towards the north-northeast, coming up the I-4 corridor. The first bands arriving right around 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then the main piece of energy right around, we'll call it 11 a.m. 11 p.m. right through about 11 a.m. Cam, with, again, a big punch to Central Florida.
Yeah, one of those big punches, Tony, are going to be power outages. So we are expecting widespread power outages for areas right along the Gulf Coast in Tampa Bay, where it's expected to make landfall. But even here in Central Florida, we are expecting power outages to be likely here, and that's indicated in the orange, where definitely make sure you have the battery packs, lots of batteries on hand, LED lanterns, whatever you need, because we could be losing power here as Milton makes landfall again late Wednesday into early Thursday morning. With reports of wind gusts, we are expecting areas in the red there, which is all of the Orlando metro, expecting wind gusts around 74 to up to 110 miles per hour. So let's walk you through the wind gusts that we're expecting as we go into Wednesday into Thursday. So winds will start to pick up about Wednesday evening here, about winds of 25 to 35 miles per hour, but the worst of it will be overnight into Thursday morning. So here's a look as we go into 1 a.m. or 12 o'clock to 1 a.m. Thursday morning. You start to see the winds really ramping up here, about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Here's a look at the center circulation, the eye, making its way inland here, and it's literally going to follow the I-4 corridor, and that is why we're expecting the worst of the winds to be in this vicinity. Wind gusts well over 80 miles per hour in the Orlando metro, and that will be continuing into the early morning hours Thursday before finally Milton moves offshore. So here's a look at your county by county impacts. We'll start with the Orlando metro first, where we're going to see the worst of the winds here. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts easily in Orange County, with the worst of the weather late Wednesday into early Thursday. Winds sustain, though, at 55 to 70. An additional 5 to 8 inches of rainfall expected, and when this is said and done. Up in Seminole County, max wind gusts well over 80 miles per hour. Sustained winds about 55 to 65. We are expecting an additional 5 to 8 inches of rain on top of everything that has fallen so far. We're also looking at the threat of severe weather. And for Osceola County, the worst of the weather will be Wednesday night into about mid-morning Thursday. Expecting sustained winds about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So some stronger winds here in Osceola County, but gusts well over 80. So we're talking about Category 1 strength wind gusts here. Rainfall about 4 to 7 inches on top of everything we've seen so far. And folks there in Osceola County currently under a hurricane warning. Here's a look ahead at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. Again, you still have tomorrow to prepare if you haven't, but boy, make sure those preps are done by midday Wednesday, because things will go down here very quickly Wednesday evening into Thursday. We'll have more news for you and continuing coverage of Milton on the other side of this break.
So I do have to up the water reading here. Yeah, now in the Atlantic Basin, Milton is now number 5. Number 5 of all hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin. That's incredible. It's mind-boggling, honestly, the things that we've seen, the things that we continue to look at. Yeah, I definitely think the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are indeed testing their limits. I would agree with that. The latest hurricane track from the Hurricane Center still has it hitting Tampa. It looks like at 1 a.m. This is going to be a nighttime landfall. The donation. Sorry, I completely forgot. Completely forgot the ticker needs to be updated. Whoops. But again, thank you guys so much for your continued support. I'm sorry we haven't been as active with this. I'm trying to keep an eye on. I still think it's pretty incredible. They're forecasting it. It's probably, honestly, I think it might still be a low-end 4 when it landfalls. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to ride it out at. We know the 275 bridge, without a doubt, is going to end up. The 275 bridge, more than likely, is going to end up closed as the hurricane approaches, both aspects of the 275 bridge. Hopefully they are on the shoulder. I just love when people don't even try to get over. Like, really? Ugh. This is going to be an exhausting.
Some people that suck.
Indeed, some people do just suck. I agree. I definitely agree with Corey on that one. We're closing in on Valdosta right now. We've got, as you guys can see, traffic is still bustling coming northbound. Gian, thank you so much for your Venmo donation. We've got about an hour until we get to Valdosta. That's when we're going to go stock up on some gas cans real quick. Jared, again, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you guys all so much for your super chat, your Venmo, PayPal, Cash App donations. We are definitely going to be, I mean, look at it. You can just see by the blinding light in front of us how much traffic is continuing to move northbound. And I think most of this is normal traffic, but there is some evacuation traffic. There's another car on the shoulder. I'd get over, but I can't because of the car. Well, the truck's on the shoulder on the on-ramp, so we're good. It's 73 degrees outside. Wow, it's actually kind of chilly out.
Up there on the ramp.
Yeah, I had his radar. Let's see, we are headed.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
We're just cruising. Where'd you go? Did I lose you way back there or something?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna haul ass with a bunch of cops sitting around.
I'm doing 8 miles an hour over. I'm not worried about it. So we are right now. It smells like wood. I like that smell. It smells good. You know that smell of like fresh 2x4? I don't even know how to describe it, man. That is just the smell. I don't know why it smells so good, but. Just passed another one. Although I didn't catch any radar off of him, he was on the shoulder there.
Might have a new radar.
Why is that?
Well, if we got a new one, you think I'll pick it up.
Yeah, those newer, like, I don't even know which ones are newest, but yeah, like the State Patrol in Ohio, I don't catch. Then again, I don't usually go more than 8 or 9 over, so I always just leave it on cruise. Yes, freshly cut wood.
I'm about tempted to book a hotel in freaking Valdosta, so I'm freaking starving.
But we are currently just north of Valdosta right now. Joel, thank you so incredibly much for your very generous Venmo donation, as well as Gian. Thank you guys so incredibly much for your support. That was very, very generous, Joel. I really appreciate it. Sheriff Fletcher just texted me. For those of you that know Sheriff Bob Fletcher up there from Ramsey County, he's just checking in on me. And Megan, I did get your text as well. Thank you, buddy. Yes, we are north of Valdosta. We're about 45 minutes or so from getting to the Home Depot to grab some gas cans. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in and smooshing that like and subscribe button. Like I said, we will be deploying probes tomorrow, our hurricane probes with Project Mesovort with Radar Omega. That is commonly getting posted in chat for tomorrow's probe deployment stream. Do I even want to know what the limit is, Megan? I don't, really. I probably shouldn't. But let's see. Now I got some radar. We'll see if it sticks.
You can get ahead of debt. Look for a low APR credit card on the Credit Karma app. A lower
I mean, they're $25 a pop. If we have to buy 5 of them, that's $250 just for, you know, no, wait. That is a horrible instance of math. 10 would be $250. I am tired. I'm going to shoot myself in the foot now. That math was very horrible, and I am disappointed in myself. I quit. 10 would be $250 if 5 a pop. 25 a pop. My goodness, that was... I have never done quick math so bad, and I am so disappointed in myself. That was probably the most atrocious instant of failing math quickly. I have no idea what the heck that means, Megan. I really don't. No math questions. I used to love math, though. That's the funny thing. I used to love math. Not meth, math. Not the drug. Yeah, I mean, at some point, honestly, we should be waiting for an eye wall replacement cycle. There should be an ongoing eye wall replacement cycle at some point. I don't know how soon. It might actually be undergoing it now. Let me see here. Oh, geez, they're about to go through the eye again. They're coming back. They are coming back. The hurricane hunters are en route and on their way back into the eye. I could not imagine how stressful that would be to be flying a plane in such bad turbulence like that. You know what I mean? Like, that would be so incredibly stressful. Angela, thank you for your Cash App donation. Corey, Don has confirmed that it is a 4-bedroom.
Long enough to get an answer.
Well, I didn't text him back. I started sending him a text and I didn't send him another text back because he told me we had the Airbnb and all that earlier. He sent me the address, but I didn't text him about the bedroom count until about 20 minutes ago because of what Vince messaged, and I was a little confused by what Vince messaged.
Well, I know, like, Vince has me a pretty pissed off response. I asked a question, we have a place to stay, and that's the response I get. Gone over all the crap you had talked about, you're over this traffic, can't even get a simple answer.
We got about 45 minutes until we make it to Valdosta. I don't even know how far we are. The place we're intending to stay is outside of Tampa.
You still winning big at Chumba Casino?
Absolutely. Have you signed up yet?
still waiting on that data to continue to pour. And hey, look, he's jumping all the way in the left lane. But look at this freaking chugger of a hurricane. Absolute insanity with this hurricane. What is this guy doing? Come on now. Oh, wait, we just got the data. The plane is officially in the eye right now. It is officially in the eye, just about. And it's still saying 975, so it must not be directly in the eye. It's getting there. Look how close that thing is to being in the eye right now. This thing is just an incredible beast of a storm. I think they do passes on every quadrant. So they did the northwest, they did the southwest. Now they're probably going to do this area here. They're going to fly up, fly down this way, come in that way. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how they deviate the quadrants and such. How they slice and dice it up, so to speak. But they are just about in the eye right now. About as close to the eye as you're going to get, but the data does not look like it. It still says 975 millibars, unless I'm clicking the wrong one. Just incredible to see, truly incredible to see. But if it is undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, that would not shock me.
Listen up, State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. Hard to believe we've still got 4 hours left to go. That's what traffic does. 4 hours until we get to the Tampa area, which isn't bad. I mean, it's like a 1 a.m. arrival, so it's really not that bad. Thank you so much, Claire, for 6 months of membership. It's going to be insane. It's definitely going to be insane. We don't need SAT connection for our phone because we've got a Starlink satellite dish on the roof. We are good. More than good. No worries about internet here. Yeah, if it wasn't for Atlanta traffic, we'd be doing a lot better right now. But that's kind of the, you know, unfortunate part. Our timing with going through Atlanta could not have been more poor, though. That was our fault. For timing it that way, we really shouldn't have moved to Atlanta around the time that we did, but we did because we needed to get south. Yeah, we'll make it to the Home Depot in time. Yeah, thanks so much for becoming a mover. Yeah, having satellite-based internet is huge. Let me just put it that simply. Jeff, no, we're not talking about snow. No more snow. No more snow. No more snow. But don't worry about it, guys. We'll, we will definitely keep you guys updated on everything that's ongoing, and it continues to go. Everything that's going to continue to happen. I think we're going to bring you guys in the store with us. If I can find my phone clip, then we'll bring you guys into the store with us. That way you guys can see us getting all the cans. All the cans. Geez, Max is live right now and has 38,000 people watching. Way to go, Max. I'm so happy for that guy. Max is one of those rare people that truly deserve success, and I'm so glad to see him doing so well. Yeah, we are headed to Home Depot now. We'll be there before they close. They close at 10. Our ETA there is about, let me see. We're 32 minutes out, so we'll be there before 9:30, so we should be good. And no, there's no such thing as Category 6. Max is a passionate person, and I love Max. Max is a very passionate person who's actually studying to get his degree in meteorology, so I'm definitely glad to see him growing and continuing to do what he does. Max is one of those people that is humble and deserves success, and he continues to do it. And I'm very proud of him and for him.
you know, he's been doing these non-stop live streams too to keep people aware. And we know that we're probably going to keep the stream up for the most part just because of the Florida evacuations, how insane traffic is going to be as we go south, because we know it's going to be rough. So we're continuing towards, we're going to Valdosta to get some gas cans now. Max is killing it. It just makes me so proud of him. Yeah, we are headed, like I said, we're going to head towards Valdosta for the first stop, get some gas cans, everything like that. Yeah, we have to get food. Miss Katz, I appreciate it. We've got an Airbnb. Got an Airbnb right now that we're supposed to be staying at, but thank you. We got 30, we're only 12 likes shy of 3,400 likes, so thank you guys all so incredibly much. Jeff, this intercept of the hurricane will likely be at night. At night. It will likely be a nighttime landfall, unfortunately. It's going to provide quite an interesting stream, to say the least, guys. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, Max is becoming a meteorologist. That's awesome. Max is actually in school to get his meteorology degree. What did I just got an EAS alert? 911 is down in this area. Wait. Georgia Homeland Security, on behalf of the Berrien County EMA, have issued a local area emergency. The administrative numbers at 911 are down. If you have a non-emergency issue, call this number. If you have an emergency, you can still call 911. Interesting. Did you get the alert about 911 being down? The most random alert I've gotten. No. Yeah, I randomly got an alert about 911 in this county being down. Oh, good old Sparks, Georgia. I know this area.
Well, that's nice. We can sure let all the criminals know 911's down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? You might not have gotten it because my phone is on Starlink, and I think the GPS put me in the county to the east. That EMA alert was from the county of the east to the east of us, not the county we're in. So, random, but okay. There we go, that's better. Yeah, so like I said, guys, we're still making our way south. We're probably going to keep the stream up for most of the drive down, just so we can have the opportunity to chat with everybody about what's going on, what our plans are, as well as the additional aspect of showing the influx of traffic coming northbound to get out of the forecasted disaster zone. There is no additional categories above EF5, no. Yeah, Max currently had, last I checked, almost 40,000 people watching it, which is incredible. Like I said, so dang proud of Max. He continues to kill it. I think he's grown like 8,000 subscribers today alone. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm just always happy to see my friends succeeding. That's what matters, you know? We got 24 minutes till we get to that Home Depot, so we're doing good time-wise. We'll be there in time. So we're coming up on that gas station now, or not gas station, coming up on the Home Depot here shortly, so. Oh yeah, this drive down 75 can be brutal, no doubt about that. Pamela, thank you so much for your Venmo donation. Smells like something's burning out here, like leaves or something. Maybe that's a random wildfire. Wouldn't that be random? Yes, and again, like Jeff said, thank you guys all so much for tuning in, smooshing that like and subscribe button. We are almost to Valdosta. This thing is just an absolute beast. Looks like the hurricane hunters are beginning to fly out of it. I think they did a couple passes and now they're making their way out of the storm, as I think the next recon effort is actually on its way into the storm. Steve's texting me right now. They're staying at a Marriott in Tampa that's on 20-foot stilts.
Wait, what?
Steve from but he is down here for the hurricane, Tampa, and he's at a freaking Marriott that's on stilts, 20-foot stilts. Yeah, it's kind of at the park. He sent me a picture, which is not. The parking is underneath the building. Buford, thank you so much for your super chat, as well as CJ. The question of how many miles do I usually drive in a year? Well, so far we got to be pushing 100 right now. I've had 73,289 miles since my transmission was replaced in late April, wasn't it, or something like that? April, I want to say. That's just since April. That doesn't include like January, February, and March. So I'm probably already over that 100,000 mark. Usually about 100 to 125, I imagine, would be about the average amount that I traveled. Last year was just over 100. But we're at 73,000 miles since the transmission was replaced on this thing. So we got to be at least right around miles so far this year. So, now that I can get chat to load back up again. Did chat just freeze? I think chat just froze for me. I'm not getting any updates on chat. Watch, YouTube just crashed. No, YouTube's still there. Wow, only 9 likes away from 3,500, so thank you guys so much. really weird what just happened, though. That definitely caught me off guard. No real updates to talk about. The hurricane hunters have now left the storm and they're beginning to fly away. I don't know if they're going to do another recon of it or not. Or not of the current aircraft, at least. But nothing right now. The latest update from the Hurricane Center, I think our next update comes around 11. We're still at 180 mile an hour sustained, 897 millibars. I think they still have the same rough intensity upon landfall. They're still, the rough forecast is still right around still expecting it to be high-end Category 3. High-end Cat 3 right around 125, I think. What did Taco say? Oh yeah, don't jinx it, Taco. Don't jinx it. We're doing good. We are 12 minutes out from Home Depot, just FYI. Copy. Okay, that's fine. You guys in with us. Okay, the SRT remote is active. We're 7.5 miles to the exit, and we're gonna go walk into Home Depot. Oh yeah, the chats and just overall social media has been insane with conspiracies lately, and I think this does happen. And I think it happens a lot with, especially when we're bringing politics into it. We're about to be in election. Well, this is election season. You know, we're getting pretty close to elections, and that is enough to get people talking, to get people to talk, create ideas or what have you. I don't know.
cop coming up on the left.
Copy the cop coming up on the left. No radar, but still. Either not running radar or doesn't care enough. We got about 4.5 miles or so until we get to the Love, or not the Loves, the Home Depot. So we're doing good time-wise. This guy is just cooking by me. I don't even think he realizes the cop's over here.
These are the healthy smiles of real Delta Dental members. Go online or give us a call to learn about affordable plans.
Guy jumping behind you instead.
Yeah, we'll see if I get the tap. No, he's getting all the way over. That's so unfortunate. It would have been, the other guy's just freaking flying right now. We got about a mile until our exit. Yeah, so we're going to be running into Home Depot here in a second, guys. In about, actually 5 minutes. We got 2.5 miles till we get there. Oh, and of course, this is the Valdosta exit we always stop at when we get a hotel, unfortunately.
I'm still considering just booking here tonight.
I keep forgetting I need to get a freaking taillight bulb, too. Yeah, I'm gonna keep driving to at least Brandon tonight. I mean, that's the plan. We're still got a little ways to go, but oh well. What is happening right now, dude? Just because I got lights doesn't mean we're in trouble. Like, chill. Yeah, we always stay at the Hampton, I think it is. Oh, the Hilton Gardens over there. I think that's where we stayed at last. Probably gonna grab Arby's on the way out of town. I am starving. Daniel, we're not live. Yeah, we got quite a ways to go still, and we got to top off on gas and everything yet, so. Okay, curiosity is getting the best of me. What's the stapler joke? Oh, good, there's the Arby's right there. Yes. What is the stapler joke? Where's the origin of that? I've seen a lot of people making jokes about a stapler. Yes, I need me 2 large mott's, a medium curly fry, and a medium Coke, and I'll be golden. It's good to see things that are like just pretty much normal up here after everything that's happened too. Hug in a mug coffee. Interesting. Pete Stoll? We're going to try and make this real quick. Really quick. Like faster than fast, quicker than quick, or lightning speaking. It says it's open until 10, so we should be good. It looks pretty dead, but should be open. Yeah, it literally said hug in a mug. It kind of threw me off. Sounds awful sus if you ask me. All state vehicles over here. Random. Okay, guys, we're going to try and make this real quick. So we'll be right back. BRB. Ah.
There's good code.
Laugh about this with my dad, and that you think
p.m. on Tuesday at Orlando Executive. The airport will remain open for emergency aid and relief flights. After the storm, officials will survey any damage to determine when Central Florida airports will reopen.
And the Airport Authority wants to remind the public the airport is not a shelter, and they recommend passengers do plan for a hotel in case their flight is canceled and they can't get out.
Well, now, Milton expected to cause widespread power outages across the state, which is why it's crucial for power crews to start preparing now.
West 2's Stuart Moore joins us now. And Stu, you spoke to Duke Energy about their plan.
They've got folks already stationed all around our area because they expect more than 1 million people to lose power when Hurricane Milton crosses Florida. Earlier tonight, I spoke with a representative from Duke about how they are preparing to turn the lights back on. Duke Energy has crews spread throughout the southeast. Less than 2 weeks ago, Hurricane Helene knocked out power from Florida to parts of Virginia. Now, while still restoring power there, crews are focused on Florida.
So Duke Energy is mobilizing around 10,000 responders. This includes line workers, tree trimmers, damage assessment, and support personnel. We're able to rely on our mutual assistance partners, but also because we are a larger utility, we're able to prioritize and pull resources from other jurisdictions. So we have crews coming from Duke Energy's Midwest operations in the Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio service territories.
Audrey Stasko is a representative of Duke Energy. She says with the current forecast, they are expecting the worst.
So each storm is different and brings with it, different challenges and opportunities to be there for our customers. I can tell you we've learned a lot from Hurricane Helene. One of the things that we are reminding customers, just because your house didn't flood in, storms prior to this, or you didn't see tree damage prior to this, this is going to cause significant damage to our equipment, to homes, to businesses throughout Florida. Duke Energy is preparing for more than 1 million power outages across our service territory. And based on Milton's current path and intensity, it's going to significantly impact some of the most densely populated areas in our service territory.
Here's the thing, Nancy and Jesse. Duke stresses the widespread outages. It's going to take some time to get all the lights back on, so they are asking people to be patient in advance. And they also want you to sign up with their website to make sure that you get those updates when your power is expected to go out potentially and when it can be turned back on. Back over to you.
All right, Stu, very important there, yes. All right, Stu, thank you. Now, having two storms hit Florida back to back is causing a lot of stress and uncertainty for people.
Yeah. Next, in our continuing coverage, we get real about mental health during Milton.
Yeah, that's a big thing. It would just be downright tragic. Alright guys, we got the gas cans. Alright. We got the gas cans. Let me see where the next Love's is. So I need to get gas ASAP. Actually, I should probably grab food. Oh yeah, I forgot that one. Okay, we're good. Alright, I'm gonna go swing and hit up Arby's real quick on the way back to the interstate. There is a Love's on the south side of Valdosta. I'm gonna stop there to top off on gas.
Alright, what a McDonald's. I like how Allstate's over there.
Alright, time to go get some food. Gotta eat real quick before we continue our drive south. Yes, I indeed got a fire extinguisher. Indeed, I got a fire extinguisher. I did it for safety's sake because I have a bad habit. I was about to run the crap out of this light. I have a habit of poor decisions electrically speaking, so a fire extinguisher is good to have. So Corey's gonna get McDonald's, I'm gonna go get Arby's real quick, and then we're gonna stop at Love's. We do have chainsaws already, so we don't have to buy any more. Yeah, see, now that's what sucks, because my cargo carrier is at home. Otherwise, I'd be slapping these suckers on the cargo carrier. But I left my cargo carrier at home because I was like, oh, it's not going to be bad. And I was wrong. So that, unfortunately, was a poor decision on my part, but it was supposed to be a Cat, like, 1 or high-end tropical storm upon landfall when I left home. And now, like, surge and everything is going to be a problem, so I don't even think we'll really need these gas cans, but it's good to have them in case. We also got snacks and stuff, like food, if we get stuck somewhere, but somebody's pissed off at Burger King. All I heard is, what the flocka? Turn is right here. I like the way you do that right there. Oh! Thank you guys again so much for your guys' donations too. That helped us with the $175 cost for this stuff.
Thank you for choosing Arby's. Please order when you're ready.
Yes, can I get 2 large orders of mozzarella sticks, a medium curly fry, and a medium Coke?
All right, will that be all?
That'll be all.
All right, so it's going to be $17.99 at the second window.
Thank you so much. Hello.
$17.99.
Thank you so much. Gotta get food. Oops, that was... No, wrong card. Lori, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. Thank you. If you get your food before me, we can just meet at the Loves. It's at exit 13, I think it says.
We call that the zone basis there. You got to check for your orders. So far, so good there. Cam, we continue to evaluate this with each passing model run.
That's right. We should be getting new data at 11 o'clock. But for now, let's go county by county based on what we know as of so far. The worst of the weather here for folks in Marion County will be Wednesday night into Thursday. We're expecting winds sustained at 50 to 65 miles per hour, gusts well over 75 miles. And we're looking at an additional 6 to 8 inches of rainfall for you folks here in Marion County. That includes Ocala, Citra, and Salt Springs. You're currently under a hurricane warning. For Lake County, expect the worst of your weather about late Wednesday night into early Thursday. So think about 9 p to 9 a.m. Thursday. Winds sustained at 60 to 70 miles per hour, gusts well over 80 at times. Rainfall, an additional 4 to 8 inches of rainfall for you folks there in Lake County. For friends and family out in Rutland, Bushnell, and the Villages, here in Sumter County, expect an additional ½ foot of rain before this is all said and done. Wind gusts well over 85 miles per hour. Sustained winds 65 to 75 with the worst of weather again late Wednesday to Thursday. Let's head out to the coast now. Brevard County, you're currently under a storm surge watch for coastline areas, expecting a 2 to 4 foot storm surge there. Additional 4 to 6 inches of rain expected. Cat 1 strength wind gusts well over 75 miles per hour with sustained winds between 55 to 65. And heading up north, the I-95 corridor to Volusia County, expecting additional ½ foot of rainfall between now and when Milton arrives. Wind gusts well over 75 miles per hour in Volusia County and 55 to 65 mile per hour sustained winds in areas like DeLand, New Smyrna Beach. And then let's wrap things up with Flagler County. We're expecting the worst of weather for you folks late Wednesday to Thursday. Wind gusts well over 75 miles per hour with an additional ½ foot of rainfall. Conditions will deteriorate very quickly Wednesday night until.
All right, let's go Mod Sticks. Oh, these curly fries are hit the spot. I haven't had a full meal all day today, guys. We haven't eaten anything all day. So this stuff is definitely 10 out of 10, hitting the spot right meow. Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how good it feels to eat right now. It's so sad, but so true. right, they got a JB Hunt driver pulling doubles. That's new. Barely caught that, but I'm on my way to Love's. I don't know exactly what he said. I heard something faintly on the radio, but I didn't really hear it. Exit 13 is the Loves we're going to. Can't tell you guys how good it feels to eat right now. Sorry guys, I'm not quite in chat right now. Hey, a tow truck towing a tow truck. That's new. I bet you they took the drive shaft out of that boy. The Hurricane will have hurricane force winds all across. I saw your comment about Coco. Just be prepared for hurricane force winds, power outages, all the way across Florida. It's going to be bad. Down trees and power lines are definitely expected. Yes, I would definitely say the villages are vulnerable. They're going to have lots of down trees and power lines as well, I'm sure. Man, this Love's is bumping right now. guess I will sit here and... Oh, wait. Okay, we're good. We are good. Man, everybody's at this Love's. Alright, I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
Discover food resources in
What are you seeing?
Yeah, so right now what we continue to see is a very powerful hurricane. Cat 5 with winds of 180 miles an hour around the core. It is expected to make that turn towards the east-northeast later on tonight, then over the next couple days make landfall as a major hurricane now on the west coast there of central Florida. Let's take a look at what the hurricane hunters are finding out there right now. They found a pressure of about 903 millibars. They're making another pass in there, so we should be getting another observation from them here within minutes. Let's take a look now at the wind field. Compact and small for now as it's interacting with the Yucatan Peninsula, but once it continues to pull away from that, the wind field is going to increase because the winds upstairs are going to get stronger, and that increased wind shear and some drier air should begin the weakening process gradually upon approach, but we are still going to be dealing with a major Category 3 hurricane. There's the Cat 5 right now on the northern fringes there, the Yucatan Peninsula. If there's any subtle change in the models tonight, there has been a slight southward shift. Not all, but a good chunk of them here. The European, the H-Wharf, and the GFS model right along the purple line. Others are now inching from Orlando on south. And if we can get this to actually come in south of the Tampa Bay area, they would get storm surge, but it may not be as dramatic as a track right over or just to the north of them. At any rate, we've got tropical storm watches and warnings north of our viewing area, hurricane warnings here for most of our viewing area, and we have hurricane watches up and down the eastern side of the peninsula. So when we take a look at the evacuations, they're on the west coast, south of Osceola County. We have some voluntary evacuations there. For us, here's a look at the timeline now. Tonight and Tuesday, Milton continues to strengthen. It may start to weaken as we get during the day tomorrow, but I tell you what, it's going to make landfall as a powerful hurricane right around midnight Thursday morning. And then as we get you into Thursday, the storm system will pull away. So you need to finish up those preps because as this goes back over the warm water, it should mean its intensity for a while. And then as it gains northern latitude there, you're going to see the upper level wind shear begin to increase along with that dry air. And we're hoping, Cam, that we could take this down a couple of notches.
Let's be that hope because a Category 5 would be catastrophic. We are right now seeing some light rain and lots of cloud cover across our area. This is not directly related to Milton. It's all moisture up ahead of it. Right now seeing that light rain shower activity over in Palm Coast where you've picked up quite a bit of rainfall already. flood threat going to be on the high side as we look ahead for Wednesday. You can see all of Central Florida in the red there, indicating we are under a level 3 out of 4 risk for flooding there on Wednesday. That's because some areas in Central Florida have already picked up about 3 to 5 inches of rain. And this is not even with Milton yet. This is all from moisture yesterday and today. That makes sense that all of Central Florida is under a flood watch through Thursday because, again, the flooding potential is on the high side. We are looking at additional 4 to 6 inches of rainfall on top of everything we've seen so far for areas Orlando on south, but areas north of I-4, we're talking about an additional 5 to 8 inches, especially in areas like Marion County. Some localized areas could pick up 10 inches of rainfall on top of, again, what we've already seen the last 48 hours. So if you haven't made time to prepare yet, you still have some time tomorrow. That yellow icon indicating impact weather, meaning we're going to see the potential for flooding once again tomorrow because, again, the ground's already saturated. And speaking of the saturated ground, once we bring in these Category 1 winds, we could be looking at power outages. I'll show you which areas have the best chance for widespread outages and show you how strong those winds will get with our Futurecast coming up in 15 minutes.
All right, Kim, thank you. Now is the time to go ahead and download the free WESH 2 News mobile app and be sure to turn on those alerts. The news team is constantly updating that app with the very latest, newest storm information, and we will send you push alerts for any severe weather in your neighborhood. Meanwhile, right now, the Gulf Coast is set to be hit dead on by this monstrous storm.
Our Justin Schecker traveled to Treasure Island tonight. He is live there. And Justin, there is still a lot of debris to be picked up from the last hurricane.
That's right, and some of that debris from Helene is behind me here next to the Treasure Bay Resort and Marina. Take a look at the pile of furniture and mattresses ruined by Helene's flooding. 2 weeks later, this and other beach towns here by the Gulf are bracing for Hurricane Milton. The urgent cleanup from Hurricane Helene continues on Gulf Boulevard, with Hurricane Milton moving closer to the coastal communities in Tampa Bay.
Well, I'm worried for everybody that's near water, on water.
In this Treasure Island neighborhood, most of the people have already evacuated, but the piles of debris from Helene's flooding are still here.
First it'll be a missile, and then it'll be floating in the bay.
As for this Mercedes-Benz,
it was unfortunately flooded, and it's like many other cars around here, just complete loss.
Scott Bullock is trying to secure a friend's home that was already badly damaged.
Spray foam around the inside and the outside.
The storm surge from Hurricane Helene here in Treasure Island took a boat that was docked over here where the jet ski is now and sent it over into the neighbor's pool next door. If we pan back over to the right, you can see there's still a boat tossed on its side from that hurricane 2 weeks ago.
We can expect what we saw in the last storm in Helene, plus a couple of feet of storm surge. And even if, by the grace of God, we're spared the storm surge, which I don't think we will be, we're looking at Cat 3 to Cat 4 winds, which can take roofs off of homes.
Near downtown Tampa, the aqua fence will again be used to protect Tampa General Hospital from another dangerous storm surge.
Given that we're a low-lying city in general, it just makes the flooding impacts a little bit greater.
At his home away from the coast in Pinellas County, Bullock says he'll make final preparations for this major hurricane strikes.
We're going to board up our windows a little bit and, tie some things down, but I don't feel like it's going to be for us, hopefully, as bad as the experience as it has been for these folks.
And the mandatory evacuation order here in Pinellas County went into effect about 10 hours ago. Sadly, a dozen people in this county alone lost their lives from that storm surge from Hurricane Helene. Now, if Milton stays on its projected path, Tampa Bay would take a direct hit from a major hurricane for the first time in more than 100 years. We're live tonight in Treasure Island. I'm Justin Schecker, WESH 2 News.
All right, Justin, thank you. Marion County has issued evacuation orders for anyone living in mobile homes, RVs, modular type homes. The county wants you to know if you live in these homes and stay, emergency personnel will not respond to your location until it's deemed safe to do so. Marion County has several different shelters that are open for those in need. They'll open at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. These are all of the general population shelters. A special needs shelter will also be open at Westport High School. Pet-friendly shelters will open at Lake Weir and Vanguard High Schools.
Meanwhile, people living in Osceola County flocked to Osceola Heritage Park today to get their sandbags.
WESH 3's Tony Atkins was there for us all night. Joins us now live. Tony, We saw a long line of people out there. The county made some adjustments ahead of the storm to help get those people those sandbags.
Well, Stuart, today, one of the biggest adjustments the county made ahead of this storm is canceling school for tomorrow. Initially, it was on, but the county says it wanted to give people enough time to prepare for Hurricane Milton. Long lines at Osceola Heritage Park as people waited to get inside to the sandbagging site.
We parked here by 1:15, 1:30, so 45 minutes to an hour.
Inside the site, dozens of people got their sand, and a few people stayed longer helping others get theirs.
He was kind enough to let us borrow one of his shovels, and then he's actually helping us. So
Yeah.
neighbors helping neighbors.
For a moment, the line stopped as trucks had to work through the vehicles to bring and dump more sand. We spoke to one man who was near the front of the line when it all stopped.
Good 25, 30 minutes.
And how long have you been in Heritage Park trying to get in here?
Well over an hour, for sure.
Once the staff hours at the site ended, dozens of cars were still waiting on OHP grounds. They were allowed in, but the people outside Heritage Park will need to come back on Tuesday.
Helene did not do much of anything, so Milton's decided to make up for it.
Wade Meyer of Kissimmee says he believes this storm should be taken seriously, and that's why so many people waited hours to get those sandbags. Concern level 1 through 10.
9. And only not because of the storm, but because of the debris, and because there will be a lot of flooding because the ground's already saturated, so there's going to be quite a bit of flooding.
And as you can see over my shoulder here at Heritage Park, there's still plenty of sand to be taken. The county says if you haven't been able to get your sand yet, you can come tomorrow morning starting at 9 o'clock. I'm live in Osceola County. Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
Okay, Tony, thank you. Turning to some more school closures that Tony mentioned. Volusia County schools are releasing early tomorrow and will be closed Wednesday and Thursday. Brevard, Marion, Orange, and Seminole County schools will also close Wednesday and Thursday. Lake, Osceola, Polk, and Sumter County schools will close Tuesday through Thursday. Flagler will close Wednesday through Friday. UCF suspending all classes, online and in person, Tuesday through Thursday. Valencia College and Daytona State College will also be closed those days. Stetson is canceling classes Tuesday and Wednesday ahead of fall break, which happens on Thursday. Rollins College is canceling classes all week, and campus will be evacuated by Tuesday night. College of Central Florida closed about 2 hours ago and started their evacuations. They'll remain closed through Thursday.
And now to a live look outside at Orlando International Airport tonight. Right now, flights are still operating, but that is going to change. Here's video from inside the airport terminals today. Many people trying to get out ahead of the storm's arrival. Officials say all airport operations will stop Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock due to Milton's expected arrival. Now, we talked to one man who's visiting from England who is getting out before the storm, but this isn't his first experience with the hurricane.
I think probably about 15 years ago when I was here, I think it was Hurricane Jean, and we was last out here and we was like on a curfew for like 2 days. So we did then, but yeah, not since.
Officials at MCO say operations will resume once it is safe to do so. All right, the first warning weather team is keeping a close track on Milton right now. Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi and first warning meteorologist Cam Tran join us with the very latest data next. Stay with us.
This stuff to the other side. Bread. Sorry guys, we're filling up the gas cans and everything right now. Trying to get all our stuff. We gotta really organize tomorrow, but trying to get all our stuff set up. All right, guys, we're about to get ready to go. Alright guys, so we're gonna get going here in a sec. We're just waiting for Corey to be ready. Sorry, I do not have chat up right now. Alright, we're ready to roll now. We gotta resituate everything tomorrow. But now we've got 35 gallons of gas in this car, so doing good on that aspect at least. Alright, now chat should finally be reloading. That took forever, but... Oh, we gotta go this way. Yes, we did fill the cans, that's why. Alright, take a guess, chat. How much do you think it costs to fill up the car and all the gas cans? How much do you guys think it costs? Yeah, we did make sure to get the windshield clear for you guys, too. Yes, the gas is hidden this time. Alright, it was a whopping $125 between the tank and the gas can. $125 it was. McLesley got it. Well, yeah, it was 120. Okay, let's do this again. It was 125 for the gas. Yes, 125 for the gas. We had 5 gas cans. Plus the cost of everything all together, the gas cans and the gas and filling up the tank. That was about, what was that? $300. So I'm sure it'll be worth it in the long run. Well, one way or another, this gas is getting used. There ain't no doubt about that one. Ain't no doubt about that one. But we are blasting south now. We got about 3.5 hours till we get down to Florida. Wow, we are actually only 124 likes away from 4,000 likes, so thank you guys so much. Oh yeah, they're sealed off good enough that I'm not worried about. I don't even, believe it or not, I don't even smell the gas in here yet. I made sure they were nice and tight so there's no fumes coming out. And then what I do is after a while of driving, I release the caps a little bit. That way it lets out that gas that's built up. Thankfully, this ain't my first rodeo. But again, thank you guys all so much for smooshing that like and subscribe button. I did not get the brake light bulb yet, no. I have not. I need to, but I probably won't until after the hurricane, honestly. With tomorrow, we're going to relocate and resituate everything. Yeah, evacuation is still going strong well after dark. From what I'm seeing on maps, it looks, yeah. Everybody's starting to say there's no fuel in Florida. There's no fuel in Florida when, in reality, there's going to be more gas stations filling up by morning. I know a lot of gas companies work through the night to fill stations. Cynthia, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. Thank you, Peggy and Devashmood, for your guys' as well. We're about to cross into Florida, like, right now. Well, I mean, the good news is, I guess we can take it this way. We're 220 miles from Tampa right now. So as long as we have 220 miles of gas, I guarantee there will be gas in freaking Valdosta.
So what you're saying is I just follow these gas cans for no reason.
I mean, that's a risk every time we fill up these gas cans, you know that.
Yeah, actually, the two that I've had are like 5.3 gallons. That's like 200 miles. I think I was fine, but now we gotta tilt more weight and get worse gas mileage.
Yeah, I mean, but this is like what happened last time. I mean, this hurricane, when it landfalls, isn't going to be as strong as like what Helene was, because Helene was a Cat 4 with 20-foot storm surge. Right now, they're only forecasting this to be a high in 3, maybe low in 4. But surge is about 12. I said I think 12 to 15 feet or 12 to 18 feet. It's kind of comparable. And the only difference is going to be we're going to be closer to the coast this time. So I think that's going to be the only concern that I have with that side of things. But aside from that, I think we would have been good fuel-wise, but it's always good to be safe.
Well, for one, I never pay attention to the forecast because it always ends up not being what they forecast at landfall. So I'm going to go by what it does on the sidewall replacement. If it starts like going peace mode again, I'm going to plan on a Cat 4, Cat 5 at landfall. And higher surge if that's the case. So I don't know. I never really pay attention to their forecast because it changes every time.
Yeah, welcome to Florida. Yeah, I plan to do what we always do, you know, kind of stage close to the shore for a little while, but then as it gets a little bit closer and we know surge is about to start coming up, then it's going to be time to get the hell away from the shore. Either that or find an adequate shelter.
Yeah, I mean, I hope like hell it comes in a 3 and not freaking void like 210 mile an hour winds or something freaking nuts, because at that point, where the hell do you go?
Oh yeah, there ain't no doubt about that. You find a parking garage and you wait it out, unfortunately. But I mean, that's going to be the hard part. If it does end up coming in as a Cat 4 or 5, that's going to make things very, very difficult. Looks like the latest update just came out. As of a minute ago, the Hurricane Center just posted another update.
Just looking how the thought went overall, it turned to a tropical 15 before it was supposed to. It went hurricane about when it was supposed to. Then it went beast mode fast, like ridiculously fast. But it didn't start weakening when it was supposed to. So that big delay in the weakening is what I think it's got this all thrown off now. And I just see how it does this eye wall replacement, but it just goes right back to freaking being a ripper. And then it's going to be super concerned with landfall and what to do with chasing it.
Yeah, it's just going to be a classic play it by ear and move with it the best that we can for safety's sake. With it more than likely being a late night, early morning landfall, that's going to make it that much harder to chase, honestly.
Yeah, I'm tired of these night landfalls too. I mean, I am literally on the fence of just saying screw it, not chasing it, just because it's
12 likes away from 4,000 likes. So thank you guys so much.
It's too late. Stream doesn't do it well. Like it's almost to the point like where it's not even worth being out here.
Yeah, the pressure is up to, wow, it dropped 15. Yep. Yeah, it must be going through an eye wall replacement cycle now because the pressure jumped up to 914 and it's down to 165 for wind.
Yeah, I started doing this like a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I saw what looked like the eye wall replacement cycle on radar, but I'm just waiting to see the actual results of it. But yeah, it looks like it's in the process of that cycle now.
Yeah, the way I see it, like, I don't know, the shear's supposed to be close to the coast. You're like, right now is the time the shear needs to be ripping this thing apart. So I think if like there's nothing to stop it and it completes its cycle, I think it's just going to go right back to, you know, represent the water just gets warmer as it goes now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if it kind of levels it down or not. Looks like our first instrumentation down in Tampa
I just can't wait for normal storm chasing to come back from its chasing. Nice big super cells. Hopefully get more of those before the snow flies.
Oh, I know. We were sitting here like, man, I can't wait for hurricane season, and then hurricane season just beat the ever-living crap out of us, and we're like,
I know. I love hurricanes, and the fact that I'm sitting here dreading this right now just says it all. I think a big part of it though is just because everybody that got affected by Helene, like everything's screwed up. People are still missing. We're already going into the next freaking hurricane. It's just like too soon, Mother Nature, too soon.
yeah, we really haven't had time to like recuperate from the last hurricane. That's what really sucked. I mean, we're literally just dropping off supplies in Asheville, and now we've got to go to another area that's likely going to be devastated. It's just, yeah.
Actually, really haven't had much of a break since Francine. We've had like 3 hurricanes that made landfall like in a short amount of time, so like, there's been no break really.
Christina, thank you so much for your Venmo donation. Yeah, this has been an exhausting part of the year, honestly.
Well, yeah, we did Francine. Then we went out to like North Dakota, changed and everything too. So like, yeah, there really hasn't been a break.
Yeah, these eye wall replacement cycles are always interesting. What is this guy doing? Look at all the traffic heading northbound right now, though, guys. I wonder if I can flip to the other camera. Look at all this northbound traffic. That just goes to show the northbound traffic's a lot of evacuations. But compared to the southbound traffic, just look at everybody racing northward right now. Yeah, I can agree with, I am definitely ready for hurricane season to go away. There ain't no doubt about it. But I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock at night. Look at all this traffic going north. That tells you that people are heeding the warning. It still looks like it's going to be a primarily Tampa landfall. Primarily looking like Tampa for the most part. So we're headed towards Tampa right now. That's our current plan. That's our plan for the night. We're going to get to Tampa. Oh yeah, I definitely cannot wait for the hurricane season to be over. My goodness. The barrier islands are likely going to be oversaturated with water. They're going to probably be gone for the most part with surge. When the surge comes in, oh yeah. That's the biggest reason. It smells like propane. Yeah, it smells like propane. It smells like propane.
Well, I ripped one, and I started smelling something that stunk, and it's like, oh man. Something to speak out.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if I accidentally put something on my little... Oh, goodness. I'm going to pull over at the next exit because it actually might be... I've got a little can of that, like, cigarette lighter fluid, the butane. And, I just remembered that I had that in the, toolbox behind my seat. I might have nudged that when I threw stuff in.
No, it's something outside.
Oh, he smells it.
The region is going away.
So you smell what smells like propane or butane as well, then?
Yeah. But I say, like, I smelled something, and right after I ripped one, I was like, man. But I didn't have an accident.
Corey was a little worried about that for a second. He was like, that one's gonna itch. I think we're honestly going to see parts of like the city of Tampa underwater. Not like fully underwater, but there's going to be water in the streets of Tampa. It looks like freaking the auroras are going insane right now. Oh, latest hurricane update actually looks like it shifted south. That's great news. Latest update from the National Hurricane Center actually doesn't have it going over Tampa right now. It has it going south of Tampa near Bradenton. So, man, would that be perfect. Because if it goes over Tampa, there's so much water. So much water. But I mean, look at, like I said, look at the traffic, guys. We've got like virtually nothing going southbound right now, but an insane flow of traffic going northbound. And I mean, that just tells you what we're looking at. It really does. But we've got multiple days ahead of this stuff. I mean, we've got tomorrow is going to be the pro deployment day. The day after that is landfall day. We'll probably start the stream later on Wednesday, just given the fact that it's going to be like a late night kind of landfall. Yeah, it looks like Bradenton is going to be the latest wobble pushes it south of Tampa.
Man, it's down to 73 degrees. That doesn't seem right for Florida.
I know, but it is like 11 o'clock at night, too.
Yeah, normally it's like 80.
Yeah, very, very true. Tornadoes aren't as strong of a concern right now. Make sure our location updated on the overlay, because I don't think it did. Usually it stays with Georgia.
Man, there is a buttload of people going north. Why is it going so far north?
That much I don't know, but that's what I was just telling my chat right now. Is we've got an incredible amount of people going northbound and virtually nobody going south. There's still trees down on the shoulder from Helene. We're passing trees that are down on the shoulder still from Helene. That's incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are still trees down from freaking Adalia a year later when I drove through Perry.
I'm actually waiting right now for my son to call. It's going to be time to get him in bed. I'm hoping I really hope it will be a further south landfall. If it does, that would be, it would be more difficult for the areas further south, but it would be more beneficial for the large populace not being hit. That's the big thing. I know it'd be rough for Sarasota and everything, but it would be great if we didn't push all this water into Tampa Bay. But thankfully, like I said, there's not many cars going southbound right now, as you guys can see. Not many cars going southbound. And it's been cold, kind of rainy and stuff down here too. Yeah, I think a big thing right now, a lot of people, it's really eye-opening for a lot of people right now, just given the fact that the hurricane of what happened in Florida, or not Florida, excuse me, what happened in North Carolina and in Florida. I think it's really making people want to be more weather aware, especially with an impending hurricane. Hello? Hello? I can barely hear you, bud. Yeah, are you excited? You're cold? Well, you better get cozy under your blankie, bud. You need to get cozy and nice and snug under your blankie. Did you have a good day, pal? How was school? Why wasn't school good? There you go. You're doing this like you always do. Yeah. Well, did you talk to your teacher about it? Just so you know, but whenever, it seems like whenever we bring up the topic of school, he always says something bad is happening because he says he doesn't want to go. Well, I guess just ask the teacher next time he goes to school what he thinks. No, I'm talking to Mom, bud. Because you just remember what happened last time. We asked him more and more in depth about this, and then it turned into, no, that didn't happen. I just don't want to go to school. He what?
He kicked him.
Excuse me.
And I confronted him about it. He said it was an accident. And then in the back, he yelled at him when Cam is like close to him.
Well, I think he's that part. I think he's paranoid because he's got a phobia of water. He's kind of always been like that, but that needs to be handled.
Yeah, I saw him on the camera. He doesn't do that when I'm there. It was when I was in the house.
Yeah.
And I just saw like and he was like, Cam's not allowed to touch the trash can. I'm like, no, that's not true. We can touch it. And he said, oh, I saw he kicked him. It was an accident.
Oh, then yeah, I think it was an accident, and that makes sense. I don't think he intentionally like tried to kick him, but I see him a lot of the time like try and put his leg out to stop him from like getting somewhere. So I don't think he actually was intentionally trying to like kick him. I think it just happened when he was trying to block him. Because he tries to look out for him in that manner, like trying to keep him away from things he's not supposed to be around.
When I just told you that just now, he just put the blanket over his face like he's embarrassed.
Well, I mean,
Like he didn't want you to know.
well, if he wasn't supposed to be doing it, he's not supposed to be doing it, but I understand if he was just trying, you know, it's really all about his intention. If he wasn't trying to do it in a mean way, I get it. He was just looking out for his little brother, but if he was doing it maliciously, then that's a problem. Well, I will talk with him when I get back. Well, most of the time, when I see him do it, it's usually him just trying to make sure that he doesn't do something he's not supposed to. I've never seen him like maliciously do anything.
It's just seeing him on the camera look like
Camera's in poor quality too. Well, you should have been keeping an eye on your food. He's a baby. Exactly.
like, no, like after Cam spilled it.
Oh.
River left it on the couch. I'm like, are you serious? Because like this is where I sit, all the food, and he didn't pick it up. He didn't even try.
Cooper, your brother is a baby. You have to be more aware for him. He doesn't know any better than these things. He just does what interests him. He's still learning, and he's got a long ways to go. But he doesn't even talk yet. He can barely say mama and dad. No.
He said no, Cooper.
What do you mean not Cooper?
He can't say Cooper.
No, he can't say Cooper. He can only say mama and dad so far, you goof. He's learning how to talk still. He really doesn't know how to communicate. He's a baby. You just got to keep being a good role model to him, buddy, because he looks up to you and he's going to copy everything you do. You're his big brother and he wants to be just like you. That's why he always wants to be around you. That's why he always plays with the things that you play with. It's not because he's trying to take things from you. It's because he looks up to you. You're his big brother and he wants to do everything that you do, pal. Because you're the closest person to his age. He sees you're his big brother and he wants to be like you when he grows up. So all the way until he becomes like our age, well, like an adult, he's going to want to do everything that you do because you're his big brother. And he wants to do things the way that his big brother does them. Yeah, you're a pretty cool cat. You just got to keep being a good role model for him, buddy. You got to look out for him. He's your little brother, and he just wants to be like you so much, buddy. You want to be like what? Well, I don't blame you. Sometimes in life, I'd rather be a cat too. Alright, well, you ready for bed, bud? We can't do a video chat tonight. We did do one last night. You and Mama need to get to bed early because you're going to be getting up early to go to Illinois. Are you excited to go see Gigi and everybody? Yeah. But Mom's already got enough on her plate. She doesn't need to bring the cats too. Oh yeah.
I thought you all gonna lose that car.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm on the phone right now. Get my kid to bed.
Copy. Be on standby. That trailer was swerving real bad. It was got the U-Haul hopping. I'm waiting to see it fly.
Copy, over beep. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello? Well, you ready to get to bed, Goofy Goober?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to pray or do you want to do Psalm 23 first? You want to do Psalm 23 last? Okay. Well, are you guys ready to pray then? Okay, hold on 1 second. All right. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for yet another wonderful and glorious day you've given us on this earth. We thank you for Mama, for Coops, for Cam, and everybody we spend this blessed and incredible life with. We pray you continue to guide and bless us, honor and protect us in doing all things for your name's sake. That we continue to seek out your goodness and your grace in all things. That we continue to do all things to glorify you and glorify you alone. Lord, we pray that we continue to grow spiritually, mentally, and physically with each and every day. That we grow closer as a whole family unit each and every moment of the day. We pray that Mama, Coops, and Cam have such a safe drive over to Gigi's tomorrow, that you keep them safe and energized for their journey, and that you help Mama through all of this and giving her all the energy she needs, both mentally and physically, for the drive over there and the time with Gigi. We pray that you keep Dad safe in his journeys and that you continue to use him as your hand on this earth, your example of your goodness and your grace, that he helps others and does whatever it is you call of him. Lord, we pray that you keep us all safe until we can be reunited again. We pray the time goes by so quick and we're back with each other so fast to spend so much quality time together. Lord, we thank you for the blessing that is this day, each and every day you give us, the food in our bellies, the joy in our hearts, and everything in between. We thank you so much for all these things, Lord, in Jesus' precious name. Amen. All right, you ready to do Psalm 23, Booger Butt? Yep, for the most part. Alright, you ready to do song 23, Bubba? Alright. Oh, goodness gracious, you're making Dad tired. Alright. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, and my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Yeah, that sounds like Mar. Probably just wants to be cozy. Yeah, I bet he was.
Yeah, but I just wake up and I look over and Marley just passed out.
Yeah, he was, for some odd reason, I don't know what it was, but that's what he was doing. When I'd be asleep, he would always wake up and sleep like by my knees or right behind my knees like usual, and then usually I'd wake up and roll over and he'd just be sleeping there right there by either by my knees or behind them, depending on which way I was laying. But every morning when I'd get up, he was there. I don't know why he always goes to my side, not your side. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Well, you're right. Maybe our bed is old. Maybe we should take your bed and give you our bed. I don't think you really know what you're trying to say. You're being silly, though. I'll give you that much. But it's time for bed, bud. You need to get some sleep. I don't know. That much is completely in your control. I can't say anything. Sounds like you're going to need some Red Bull and some Celsius and a lot of Starbucks. Well, you'll be... Yeah, landfall looks like it's going to be Thursday. Now it's shifted to Wednesday night into Thursday morning. So at the earliest, it looks like I'll be able to leave here on Friday. That's at the absolute earliest. I'm not 100% sure, though. Also depends on how bad it is. I mean, they're saying that this could be the worst and most devastating storm for western Florida that they've seen in the last 100 years. So. Sounds like they really just don't like Florida. Yeah, it's Habs.
He's gonna do that, and then after that, we're out there. I think before that, there's everyone who wants to is gonna hit a golf ball. That's how the golf course goes.
Right. best. I'll keep you posted as to what everything's looking like. I'm gonna try. I already let Don know I'm probably not gonna be around to pick up probes and all that stuff. So I'll do my best to get there as quickly as I can after everything landfalls and all that stuff. I'll try and get out of here as quickly as I can within reason, of course. But, you know, it's chaos. That's all I can say. Things are changing, and I don't know. I'm stressed about it too, but I'm just working through it for the time being. I'm just trying to focus on getting down here and tackling everything one task at a time. It should be the same way that you should do it. One thing at a time. Yeah, that's my job. I know, I'm going to do my best to get there. I was considering flying up there, but it just doesn't seem possible because the Tampa airport's probably going to shut down. So, well, they already said they're shutting down the airport at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Like, I just don't know how long it's going to be shut down for is the thing. Because otherwise, honestly, I just leave the car somewhere down here and fly to Peoria. Right. I know. I'm gonna do everything I can to be there for it. You already have my word on that. I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm not gonna dilly-dally on staying down here or anything. If the landfall goes well, and it's probably gonna be a nighttime one, then I might start heading north after landfall. I'm not sure. You should honestly see the insane amount of drivers on the road right now going north. It's absolutely incredible. Oh yeah, everybody's evacuating, but it's just crazy to see. You know, it's closing in on, well, it's 11:30 or what have you, and traffic is just like lined for miles on miles on miles. Yeah, it's crazy. Truly crazy, but it's a good sight to see because they really need, people need to evacuate. Yeah, that's what's important, so. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that it's a Category 5 right now, and everybody's like, look, this thing's going to be the worst storm we've seen in, 100 years. So everybody's like, all right, yeah, I probably should leave. So, I don't blame him. I want to fall asleep too. Good night, buddy. I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to talk to you. Yeah, I should be able to talk tomorrow. Tomorrow's not landfall, the day after. So I'll talk to you tomorrow night too. Maybe we can do a video call tomorrow night. How's that sound? When you're going to be going to bed? Okay. We'll see. Yeah, well, you'll be sleeping in the hotel bed. No, you better not snore. Mom will kick you out of the bed so fast. Mama's gonna put you on the floor to sleep. That's what I want to do to Mama when she wakes me up snoring. Welcome to what it was like sharing a hotel room with your brother after every chase. My goodness. He was always like, I try to let you fall asleep first. And I'm like, yeah, well, if I don't, or I wake up, then I can never fall back asleep because you're all I hear. All right, well, you better get some sleep, booger butt. I love you. Love you, Mama. Make sure Cam knows I love him too. I'll talk to you guys later. Get some rest. I still have like 2.5 hours till I get to where I'm going tonight, so it's fantastic. I will do my best. Alright, talk to you later. Love you. Later, nerd. Bye. Oh, that's chilly. Alright, I'm off the phone now.
Well, it looks like Milton is reorganizing. Pretty damn good. Looking pretty solid on satellite.
Lolo Duba Fly, if I said that right, I feel like I butchered that. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much for your guys' support. Sorry, bedtime routine, getting my kid to bed, so I never skip out on that, regardless of if I'm chasing, unless it's like a, you know, life and death moment chasing wise, like in a high wall, then I typically don't skip nighttime routines with my kids. All that. Obviously, my family's the most important thing in the world to me, so obviously, I think we make that clear. Let me see that 1-2 step. I love it when you 1-2 step. Jeez, Max is still streaming. Hold on, give me 1 second. I got mute because I got to listen to a stream for a second. I want to say something in Max's chat.
West 2's Michelle Meredith is live for us at Barnett Park in Orange County tonight. Michelle's been pretty crowded there throughout the day today up until the site was finally closed. How's it looking?
It's been a very interesting scene here at Barnett Park on this Monday. People complaining about how long it took to get in, when it closed, and the interesting stuff people had to resort to using to scoop their sand. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and when the 7 o'clock cutoff time came to get sandbags at Barnett Park, people slipped in and improvised. Apparently, there were no shovels available after hours, so some used kiddie shovels, sand pails, and little plastic sand scoopers. What's your plan?
So my plan is to load up that bag with sand, and then
The garbage bag.
the garbage bag, and then transfer that to some Home Depot bags that I'll buy, sandbags from Home Depot.
Your thoughts?
Frustrating.
I'm off work, I need some sandbags, and I come up and the road's blocked. This is a park. This belongs to the people. You know, if they want to be public servants, they need to serve.
Earlier in the day, the lines to get into the park stretched for miles, wait times ranging from 1, 2, 4 hours. A lot of demand, nowhere to park. It was time consuming to the point some people parked their cars and walked.
I parked my car and walked. I got tired of the line and the people down there jumping lines and people jumping up their cars, fussing at them.
Cussing?
No, fussing.
Fussing.
They've been waiting 2 hours in that line. One man said, my wife is 9 months pregnant. You need to get back to the end of the line. And he's stopping them.
So you parked your car and you're walking?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Carry on.
Roger that.
Okay.
Have a good one.
You too. Proving once again, where there's a will, there's a way. Now, this is one of 6 sandbag locations here in Orange County, including Barnett Park, and they are scheduled to reopen Tuesday at 9. In Orange County, Michelle Meredith, West 2 News.
Now, flooding and coastal storm surge are serious threats with Milton in Central Florida.
Evacuation orders are already in place. Next at 11:30, we're going to dive into the storm surge and inland flooding risk in your neighborhood.
Wow, whoa, that escalated quickly. We're less than 100 subscribers away from 194,000 subscribers. Less than 100 subscribers away. Thank you so much, guys. Today was more of a nonchalant, just traveling and chatting stream, but thank you guys so much. We're only 93 subscribers away from 194,000. That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. You guys are all so awesome, and I hope you guys know that. But we really haven't been doing much other than talking about the hurricane generally and just cruising. Just cruising today. You guys know how it's been. I can't believe we're less than 100 subscribers away from 194. Looks like there might have been an accident here. Why is that ambulance driving with its lights activated but no headlights or brake lights?
I think they're like a patrolling traffic. Yeah. Just deal with Dodge.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to tell them to leave some probes for us or something, and we'll get there around 11 or so.
Yeah, because I really...
Dude, this traffic heading north is just absolutely incredible. There's so much heading north right now. I don't know why
I know, but it's like, why the hell are they driving so far north?
How's this thing like... landing data. Just look at all that traffic, guys. Compared to what's going southbound right now, yeah, it's crazy. Disaster first responder truck is what that truck says. Interesting.
Kind of think about booking a hotel on 75 around here somewhere and just keeping it for a backup. In case that Airbnb lose a roof or something, you know?
Yeah, I've been thinking about, I've been debating on what to do for that because I know we got the Airbnb down there, but I'm debating on wanting to get something further north too because I need to get north as fast as I possibly can after landfall, just because of the fact that Valerie's grandpa's celebration of life is on Saturday, which obviously I really want to be there for. So ideally, I'd like to be able to get up there by Saturday. And it's just, yeah. I'm trying to plan things out as best as I can right now because I already told Don I likely won't be around for the probe retrieval because of the fact that I've got something important that I can't miss. And he gets it. He was like, no, I completely understand that. I'm sorry to hear about what happened. But, geez, what is with all the emergency vehicles? But I got to figure out how far north to get after landfall, you know what I mean? Because it's not something we really want to do after landfall. Like driving super far north right after it landfalls, that's just a risk in itself at night, you know what I mean? But it's also, it's a 50-50 thing because after that, you could have an issue of, while you might have down trees and stuff, you can still watch it and take it slow, but at the same time, it always gives you that option of, well, maybe down trees, but I can still get around them before they close the roads.
Right, that's why I kind of want something along 75, because you'll have issues, but not too bad. Because it's like 3 lanes both sides the whole way, so if there's a tree down, you can likely drive around it.
Right, yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you there. And honestly, for the most part, the way the winds are going to be oriented, we're probably going to see most of the down trees on the, no, I guess up here it'll probably be on the northbound side. Closer to Tampa, it'll probably be on the southbound side. But look at all that traffic heading north, guys. That's insane right now.
Yeah, Roe emailed me too. They asked to help with search and rescue or whatever. Because they're pulling on Asheville now, coming down here. So it depends on, like I said, it depends on, like, I'm already exhausted. So I'm feeling that, but it's like I want to stick around and help, but you don't want to be doing all this stuff like dead tired. It's not really doing any good for anybody.
Yeah, no, I feel you there. I'm considering, like I told Valerie, I'm considering driving somewhere further north to like somewhere with an airport, whether it be Tallahassee or something stupid like that. Going somewhere north, even honestly Daytona, just to fly to Illinois for the couple days for like the celebration of life and all that stuff, and then fly back to be able to like help with relief stuff. Yeah, this
yeah,
trip.
we want to do like the supply stuff because low on money now, but
well, Lord willing, that'll change.
See what happens. I told him I got.
Yes, we are headed towards the hurricane.
Probably be doing that right away. That's what I said. Probably be doing like tree cutting and stuff right off the bat. You're gonna be here when the hurricane's hitting, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm probably going to do my best to get as much sleep as I possibly can tomorrow night and just get up and not leave until late, because with it being an overnight landfall, I mean, I honestly just need to sleep as much as we can because it's probably going to be a late night Wednesday night to Thursday morning, quite honestly.
So exciting.
That'll be fun, don't worry about it. I mean, it's likely going to be our last hurricane of the year. We'll do what we can to help and do what we love to do the most. Cut up some trees, help out people, and have a good time while we do it, right?
Yeah, I'm just not too excited about this one. Love hurricanes, but I think it's just in my mind, like, you know, there's people still missing and Helene just freaking screwed everything up. And now you got this coming in right away. It's just like, I don't even want it to happen. Don't even want to be here type of thing right now.
No, I mean, I completely understand. I get that. I'm worn out too. I'm drained from all this, but you know, we got to be down here regardless to do what we do best and help people along the way. And Lord willing, it'll just go well and everything will go smooth, and hopefully it'll be a good couple of days for us, and we can, you know, help people and make a difference. That's really the big thing I'm trying to look at. I'm not really that excited about this whole hurricane stuff, and honestly, like you said, I'm worn out. Like, I love going down here to help people and stuff like that, but I'm freaking burned out from everything. Burned out financially, burned out like every way. And I just want a break and haven't even been able to have it. So, I mean, I feel you there.
Yeah, it's not even like I want to go home and have a break. Like, dude, I just want to go back to chasing severe weather now.
Yeah.
Like, 4 days out in the plains. More Dakota days, my God, that'd be awesome. No freaking houses, no hardly any houses, wide open fields, tornadoes, freaking just have fun with it. That's what I'm really hoping we get some more of yet. But man, look at GFS last night. I mean, it was already showing like snow popping up. It's like, God dang it.
Friggin' Jagoff's got his high beams on. I don't understand why we would be driving down the highway like this with our high beams on. Like, how's that make sense? Unfortunately, I think Tampa is going to be closed. Tampa is probably going to be closed for a while, honestly. like a long time, but long enough that I've got to keep in mind potentially flying out of the disaster area. I really want to make it up for my grandfather-in-law's celebration of life. He passed earlier this year, but this year, for those of you that know anything about like Illinois, know anything about that area of Illinois, Peoria, is that this time of year is the Spoon River Drive. And it's a huge thing for her grandma, so the first time for like all of her family is going to be out for it. And obviously, you know, I can't control the weather and it's my job to cover it. So, you know, unfortunately I'm not able to be out there right now, but I'm going to do my best to make sure I can get up there to be a part of it. Given the circumstances, of course. But honestly, it looks like the only flights that are coming out of Tampa are probably going to be shut down. Yeah, they don't have any flights until Saturday anyway, so it's gonna be a having to drive up all night long kind of thing, which, you know, I'm prepared for. Hold on 1 second, guys. But as you guys can see, the traffic is still just insane going north. Thank you, Alina and Thomas, as well as Cynthia and Peggy for your guys' PayPal donations. We have definitely hit goals, so thank you guys so much.
Do the Homewood. Those are interesting things for the home queues. At least the one that stayed at.
Copy, booking it now. Ugh. $230 for a friggin' hotel tonight. That's insane. We do have an Airbnb in the area, but I don't want to wake up Don and Vince tonight. All right, I booked it. Hotels get insanely expensive.
Damn, I hate how you have to do that freaking confirmation code if you point and leave. Like, why did it do that?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be riding it out near Tampa tonight if you had the choice. If you have the opportunity to leave the area, I definitely would. I mean, still, look at this freaking incredible line going north, guys. Isn't this crazy? All this traffic is still going north. Oh, that don't shock me. 460 in Destin on the 4th of July, that sounds about right. Valerie just texted me and said that Cooper asked how we made him. Well, a lot of love. Cooper is too young to learn about the birds and the bees, let's put it that way. It's a long conversation for sure. Honestly, the conversation would probably be longer than the actual act to make him was. I'll guarantee that much. My goodness, I'm sorry guys, this traffic is just crazy. I haven't heard anything from DL or the Storm Runner guys. Last I heard they were coming down for this, but I wasn't all that entirely sure. Let me text DL real quick. Here come the emergency vehicles going north again. Yeah, especially for this time of night, you ain't kidding. It's almost midnight. Look at this traffic, guys. Well, if your friend is staying in Tampa, then just make sure she has high ground to get to, honestly. That's all I can say is be prepared for life-threatening surge and be prepared to go ride it out in a freaking shelter, honestly. To go ride it out in a freaking parking garage or something, honestly, because it's going to get bad. It won't be as bad if you're away from the water. Obviously, most of Tampa is near water. Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. Look at all of this.
Is it raining?
Yeah, I'm getting a little drizzle. I see a little rain shower on radar. See, it just straight up blinds the camera. Straight up blinds the camera if I use the other in-car camera. But if I use the one that doesn't use nearly as much light, doesn't have as much light, the sensor for nighttime isn't as good. But it's going to be a Wednesday evening into early morning on Thursday landfall.
non-stop traffic for hours. Like, this is insane. Got a key.
Copy that, then I am getting... What in the world? What floors do you have available? Good night, Karen. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, Wednesday's going to be landfall. Wednesday into Thursday.
4 and 7.
Ooh. Alright guys, so we are continuing south right now.
The best I can do is 706.
Close enough. Can't wait to walk up all those stairs. Gonna get our cardio in today, come on.
You shut your dirty mouth.
Corey said, I'm not doing cardio, you know better than that. Geez, we are only 31 subscribers away. 31 subscribers away from 194,000. So thank you guys so much for your support. From 194.
I hope the sun's out tomorrow.
I think it's supposed to be raining.
Hopefully a nice day.
I thought it was supposed to rain pretty much every day up until landfall.
Fiddlesticks!
Changed the cruise setting on my light bar, so now it's not just my corner modules, it's my whole bar that gets illuminated. More emergency vehicles ahead. Looks like this one's going southbound.
Can't even see the bar. Just the back bar.
I know. Yeah, there's really not much of a point for it, but I still had it. I really wanted to tone down my cruise setting to 50%, because I did 50% on the bar, fully illuminating the whole bar. But I wanted to do 50% on the rear bar and 50% on the front, but I just said screw it and left them the way they were, because it was hard enough to program as it was.
Yeah, they think they're excessively bright.
Blinding you with brightness?
Yes.
Look at all those freaking cars, guys. I need to get video of this one.
I'm actually excited for these lights in the snow at night.
Northbound traffic is just incredible. What was that? I had my window down.
I can't wait to use these lights in the snow at night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's incredible the amount of traffic there is heading northbound at midnight. So we're just north of Ocala right now. We're in Marion County. The amount of northbound traffic is just absolutely remarkable right now. Seeing it all, it's beautiful. Yes, we are going to get sleep tonight. We are definitely getting sleep tonight. Ain't no doubt about that one. Ain't no doubt about that one. Sleep? Yes. Awake? No. We should be to our hotel sometime around 2 in the morning, thankfully. So we shouldn't be doing too bad. I think they continue to use the unsurvivable storm surge warning, and it's incredible because it's definitely got that threat there, guys. It definitely does have the unsurvivable storm surge threat.
Forget, gotta grab ice to throw in the freezer. The Airbnb. I think the eyewall may be undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle. Let me look. I have not looked at satellite in a minute, honestly. I have not looked at satellite in a minute. Why is their brake light yellow? Confused. I am confusion. Visible, we need the clear skin. Clean skin. Okay, let me pull this up and I'll show you guys here in a sec. Get the overlay from the Hurricane Hunters log. Okay, so it does look like, oh, I think it's expanding now. I think the storm may be beginning to expand. We may be starting to see the cycle. I'll show you guys here real quick. We may be starting to see the it looks like it is undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle right now. So it definitely is weakening a little bit, which is expected while it undergoes that cycling. But we may be seeing what's supposed to be the beginning of the weakening phase, where it is cycling to a bigger circulation. I think it'll still remain a Cat 5 for a little while. But it may be getting that broader and bigger wind field now. That might be what we're seeing. Or it could just be undergoing a standard eyewall replacement cycle right now. It's very well ventilated right now. Very well ventilated. But it looks like it may be undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle right now. It's getting awful close to the Mexican coastline. Still north of the latest update. The latest update headed at 165.
do it. This is a life-changing job, not only if you're just coming in to make money, you have a career here. Come in with a can-do attitude, because everything you think you can't do, you're gonna learn it, and it's gonna be easy.
Do you hear that? The pure panic of a cyber attack. The endless alerts of component failure and power loss. Can you hear it? Neither can we.
As well. We'll see it go through this eyewall replacement cycle more than likely. I think it'll remain a Category 5 for a little while, at least through the day tomorrow. And then once the shear really picks up with it, they're still anticipating Cat 3 at landfall. But it's going to be interesting to see how it does evolve as we get closer and closer to landfall. If the shear isn't if the shear is as impactful as it's appearing right now. But once again, for those of you that are new here, again, please be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We will be live again tomorrow afternoon. We will be launching these Radar Omega Mesovort packs to deploy them for the hurricane. It's crazy to see traffic just still streaming insanely like this. Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App roll real quick while I got a second. Did hit $700, so thank you guys so much for that. Thank you guys all so much for that. Let me update that real quick while we got a second here, but this thing looks absolutely incredible. We are past midnight right now, which is, it's just crazy to see all this traffic coming north out of Ocala right now. All these headlights still going north at midnight. Midnight, guys. It's midnight, and look at this traffic. Driving down the shoulder. Well, I haven't been paying attention, but this is the first instance I see of them driving down the shoulder.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while.
It's just incredible to see the amount of cars leaving the area. It's good, though. It's good. We're glad to see people taking heed of the warning. For it being midnight, bumper-to-bumper traffic going northbound out of Ocala, it's insane.
Well, it's crazy. Like, I've never seen this much traffic evacuating. Like, I didn't even see this at the end.
It's just insane to see right now, all this bumper-to-bumper traffic right now. North of Ocala is just insane. showing my stream. Hold on. This is downright incredible how insane this traffic is. Just downright incredible how bad it is, but it's so good at the same time. So good at the same time to see everybody evacuating the way they need to. Max is calling for me. What did Max say? Somebody in chat tell me what Max said. I tell him I'm not. You guys can relay to Max that I'm not watching his stream right now because I have to mute my audio when I watch his stream. So what did Max say? Somebody relay that to me. That I need to get a bench camera. Just somebody relay in Max's chat that I can't be in his stream, man. You know, I'll just go over there. Hold on, I've gotta mute my stream when I listen to his. Actually, you know, let me see if I can find my headphones. Let me see where my headphones are. If I can find my headphones, I can listen to what he's saying, but I can't typically because of the fact that it's a copyright issue. YouTube will flag it as a copyright infringement if you guys hear the audio from his stream on mine. That's why I can't listen to his stuff. Okay, what's that? I do not know where my headphones are. This is a big problem. Oh, and I still had 4 mozzarella sticks left. How did I mess that up? I didn't realize I had 4 mod sticks left. How did I mess that one up? I like me some mod sticks. Achoo. waiting for Corey to be like, what the hell was that? Well, I found the box for my headphones, but I didn't find my actual headphones. This is a potentially dangerous situation where I do not have... Oh, you know what? I have an IFB earpiece that might work. Hold on. This may possibly work. Now, where's the hole? Oh, did it work? That might work. Hold on, hold on. We might make this happen, guys. We might make this happen. Alright, hold on. Stand by for 1 second. There we go. I got the IFB piece in my ear. Finally got my little IFB piece in. Absolutely not. Oh, hold on a second. Max is trying to relay everything. Okay, we're deploying the hurricane probes tomorrow. Don and Vince are supposed to leave a few for us, and we will see if we get an area they wanted to post up with a bench in it. It does look like it's undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle right now, though. It's crazy to see traffic driving on the shoulder on the other side, though. It is definitely crazy to see that. I'll have to, at the very least, have a camera pointing. Have a camera pointing at a bench at some point. PDS bench. I don't know why Max's chat is really wanting a bench, but hey. Yeah, it's going to be rough if this thing hits or landfalls just north of Tampa. Tampa or just north of there, it's going to get rough, guys. That's my concern. Oh, heyo, we just hit 194,000 on YouTube. Thank you so much. 194,000 subscribers. So thank you guys all so incredibly much. So right now we're just headed for the Tampa area. We're headed towards Tampa generally right now to position for tomorrow to get those probes out. Yeah, it's 12:30. It's crazy. Traffic is still going crazy. But it does look like this thing is trying to undergo an eye wall replacement. A bunch of people still headed southbound right now. It's crazy. Truly crazy, honestly. Jason, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. Thank you so much, Jason. That's pretty much half of my hotel cost tonight, so thank you so much. warning in effect. Yeah, we're headed south right now, guys. Sorry. Listening to Max, talking to Max in his chat and stuff like that while he's busy. But again, thank you guys so much for tuning in as you always do. We'll still be live for at least another hour or so. Let me hop in chat.
Republican Hannah Billingsley won't protect women's freedom. Hannah's campaign is backed by hardcore extremists with ideas that are completely bananas, like cutting cancer screenings, banning abortions, and banning IVF. Hannah's ideas are bananas. Vote no on Hannah Billingsley.
We're committed to keeping our quality high and our prices low. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Still absolutely insane going northbound right now. And we're just going southbound. The northbound traffic getting out of the forecasted disaster zone is incredible. Caroline asked, when simple terms, what is the eyewall replacement? So when a hurricane is intensifying, what happens is when it's so intense, it goes through these cycles where its core kind of like falls apart and then regenerates itself. Kind of think about it like a muscle, okay? Think about it like a muscle. When you are continually working out, what happens? Your muscles are getting painful because they are pretty much ripping, right? Your muscles are ripping because they're getting stronger, and then the new muscle forms that's larger and stronger. So that's pretty much the same aspect of the eye wall replacement cycle. Is think about it like working out, where your muscles are tearing and ripping because they're getting worked out and they're getting stronger. While after that tear, which would be your muscle kind of falling apart, it gets stronger and grows back stronger. And in the aspect of things, that is what an eye wall replacement cycle is. That's probably the best example, like the best analogy, I guess, for eye wall replacement cycles. Alright, so we're continuing southbound right now. Where are we at right now? What mile post? Let's just exit safe. We're about to pass exit 321. Yeah, we are officially south. We already passed whatever that camera is. Pretty sure we already passed mile marker 326. 16th. Alright. I gotta see where we're at. We should be coming up to it. We're messing with Max's cameras right now. We're at 317. Turn on your steady burn lights.
Do what? Hello?
We just blinded one of the traffic cams as we went by. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, we're at 340. Max is just watching us down the cameras. Max is just tracking us on the cameras.
You what?
Max is just watching us go down with the cameras right now. He's got the next camera at 312.3, which is about 3/4 of a mile. So I'm just steady burning all my ambers.
Oh, is he live right now?
Yeah, he's live. Turn on all your ambers, the steady burns. I'm gonna leave him on. He's got the 312.3 camera on right now. What's up, babe?
Where's the 312 at?
What was that, babe? Yeah. There's a little bit of a Phillips head you have to undo, and then it like twists at the bottom. Yeah, it's a Phillips head at the bottom. Is it? Yeah, no, it's about average size. I think the black one. I don't. What was that, babe? I don't know. Ooh. Yeah, yeah. Do what? The screw is going to be at, I'm trying to think. It should be, are you talking about on the underside of it? That's where it should be, is the underside of it. It should, yeah, it should be right on the underside of it. Shouldn't have to take the screw out completely. You don't have to do that. I honestly can't remember, but that one, when you open up the bottom, you'll be able to pop it out. Just unscrew it all the way. Just keep unscrewing it because the screw it isn't capable of falling out, so you should be fine. Like it'll do it, but it should stay in there. The bottom, that little, it's like a square, but it's like, I don't even know. I don't really know how to describe it. No, you won't. You've got to like turn it a little bit. I really don't know how to describe it, babe. You just gotta figure it out. Like, I don't know how to describe it because it's been a minute since I've done it, so I'm not trying to play short with you. I just don't remember exactly how to do it. And you've got little legs, so... No, don't do that. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It's taken it a while just to get down to 30, so I can change the sensitivity. That way it'll stay on longer. Yeah, don't mess with it. Just what? The light shouldn't be on. That can't. Oh, the light's got the, hold on, let me look at the settings real quick on it. I didn't know that one's got the motion sensor light on it. So let me see what it's at right now. The back door, it still says it's at 30% right now, which is good, considering the fact that it sent me an alert 12 hours ago and said it was at 30%. Well, then hold the end that's hooked up to the house, and then, let me see, what does it say? Improve battery life. Got it. I don't know. That's just a pain in the neck. It says it's still at 30%, so I guess I wouldn't worry about it. If you think you can get it, then do it, but if not, like, just don't. Don't sweat it. Don't make a big deal about it. It's fine. It's at 30%. It could use charge, but I'm sure it'll be fine. If it's literally been all day since it sent me the notification, it was at 30%, and it's still at 30%. So I think it literally only activates every time you like turn it on or every time it catches motion. So given the fact that it won't be catching motion, I wouldn't be too worried about it. Interesting. Sounds nice. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. I would say it's weird, yeah. I'd say it's weird. I don't know, that much I don't know. Yeah, but they're probably not, they're under the deck, not under the house. Because there really is no under the house. The under the house is the crawl space. And they would have to dig way, way underneath to get to that. That's just not possible. Yeah. You're just inviting all sorts of friends to the back deck, aren't you? I know. I think, hold on. I'm still live right now. Yeah. No, yeah, I don't know. Well, if you can't do that, that's fine. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, just leave it. I'll figure it out when I get back. That's good. You put his bike with your mom, though, didn't you? Good. Right. Well, that's good at least. I've got a bunch of snacks in my car too. No. Yeah, I've got 2 cases of water, and then I got, when Corey and I were shopping for the stuff, we thought about it. He was talking, because I was looking for that like Gatorlight stuff, the electrolyte stuff that helps keep you hydrated, and then I saw they had it in those little packets, and I was like, oh, that's even better. Like the mix your own kind of stuff, because I'm like, well, I'm going to have an abundance of water, I might as well have the, you know, stuff to make the Gatorlight stuff, you know. So, yeah, we got plenty. I don't think we're gonna get stuck down here by any means. I think it's gonna be a mess getting out of here. I was talking with Corey about the game plan earlier, because I already told Don that I likely won't be able to stick around for like retrieving the probes. I was like, I can get down here early and help put them out, but I likely will have to leave right after the hurricane because I need to get up to Illinois, and he understood it. He got it, so it's not a big deal. But it's just going to be about how to do it safely before like chaos hits. So I don't know.
Holy crap! I actually did that 420,000 yesterday.
Yeah, the storm surge is going to be the big thing, so we got to really strategize how we're going to play that and stuff like that. It's the big thing. Tomorrow's going to be a lot of deploying probes and seeing how close we can stay to the water, where the potential evac zones are going to be, you know, marking pretty much parking structures where we can take shelter if we don't have enough time to escape the surge, or where our backup points are going to be once we realize the surge is starting to come. Well, this is typically what we do, you know, prior to a hurricane. It's usually the day before, scouting locations out and having our fallback zones for knowing, okay, if the surge is coming in, it's starting to get close, then we have to get away from here. Especially with them, if it's going to be at night, then we know that we need to really prep, that we just don't play the game at night with surge. Like the last one in Hurricane Helene, we didn't have much to deal with because our only realistic intercept point was not on the beach, so we never had an issue with surge. Our closest intercept point was 20 miles off the water. This is the first hurricane we've had in a long time that has had the ability to intercept on the water, so that's what's going to make this one especially difficult and tricky. Yeah. like on the beach. Yeah, we will be on the beach when it landfalls. That's when we leave. And if we can't leave, then we go to a parking garage. But that's the whole point of tomorrow. I literally just explained this to you. But you didn't listen. Well, you didn't listen. I wonder where Cooper gets his goofy gooberness from. It's clearly from Mama. Yeah, you better get some wine and relax tonight. Or did you already start that? I've had one meal today, so. Yeah, I get a little too focused on things while I'm out here. And then, of course, we went through Atlanta the worst time. That's why I didn't talk to you most of the day, was because of the fact that we were literally sitting in like accident traffic and stuff like that. I think, I don't know if I told you or not, but we pulled over to help somebody with a flat tire. This girl pulled over in the fast lane, and so I pulled over behind her. It was her and her boyfriend, I assume. Pulled over in like the fast lane shoulder, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're gonna get hit. And then sure enough, I flipped around, I parked behind her. I was like, let's get this tire changed real quick. We need to get you back on the road. This is a dangerous spot. And as I was telling her that, a car wrecked out behind us, smoked the guardrail, and then came to a rest in the middle of the highway. And I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Yep, that's what I told her. I was like, this is why you can't be here. It's not safe. But, yeah, it's all good. Stuff happens. I'm just glad it wasn't us or her. People need to pay attention to people on the road. Alright, well, go to bed, get some rest. Alright, we'll talk to you later. Love you. Later, nerd. Bye. Cynthia, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. Thank you. Okay, so I missed it all because we were messing with Max. But thank you, Michelle, Kim, ATL. I think, yeah, ATL girl, Evie's mom, and Oskaloosa News. Thank you guys all so much for your super chats, as well as Sammy P. And Chelsea, if I missed it, I'm sorry, Chelsea, but we are headed towards Tampa for the night. But thank you guys all so much for your super chats and your incredible support as we, have continued to have your support. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. It's going to be an insanely busy day tomorrow, getting probes out and things like that. It's definitely going to be a busy next couple days, to say the least. Obviously, with tomorrow being an active day, and then we're going to have the day after that will be the day of landfall. So it's definitely going to be an active period ahead, and my goodness, I'm just, yup. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. Let's be real. Let's be real about that. I am exhausted just thinking about all the stuff that we need to do. But it's good. It's good to be prepared. That is the main thing. And like we continue to tell everybody, like we continue to express, it is not about the category of the hurricane. If this is a Category 5 or a Category 1, the surge is going to be the story with this one. The surge is going to be the story. It is not going to be the intensity of the winds. It's going to be the surge. thankfully it looks like traffic is starting to thin out as we get further south, and that's what's incredible. It's great to see that everybody continues to evacuate and do what they need to. Wait, is Max stalking again? I don't think it's gonna work because I've got my I've got my camera or my lights off now. Only had them on when Max was stalking, just to mess with Max so you can see where we were at. Do not actively have the lights on right now. We don't just cruise down the road with the amber lights on, I'll tell you that much. Oh, somebody got pulled over. Man, I love those Florida Highway Patrol cars. Their lights are just beautiful. Man, do I love those FHP cars.
Are we there yet?
Oh, let's see what the GIF says. Thank you, Leslie, for your PayPal donation. Thank you so much. 28 minutes. Jeez, Max is already up another 1,000 subscribers. That's incredible. Max said it himself. He's gained 33,000 subscribers today. That's incredible. Poor Corey. Max has gained as many subscribers as Corey has. Yeah, it's just I'm grateful for the opportunity to be out here doing this, doing what we love, and hopefully, Lord willing, we'll be able to help a lot of people along the way. That's what's really important. Jeez. Yeah, we have got about 24 minutes, so if you guys got any questions or anything, let me know. Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy that Max has gained 33,000 subscribers in the last day. It's literally just... What's a nerd? You know what a nerd is, Nerd Murphy. Man, that Jeep is cooking. Thank you, Chan. Appreciate it. Well, I hope your family's safe, ATL girl. What time will I start streaming tomorrow? We've got it scheduled for noon. No Dems, thank you so much for your super chat. I'm just glad the conspiracy theorists aren't here today. Yeah, so we're currently at, it is undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle. And as time goes on, we're at 194,215. Thank you so much, guys. 194,215 subscribers, so thank you guys so much. We're still cruising at a good clip, though. Excited to actually get some sleep tonight, though. Yeah, it is definitely undergoing an eyewall replacement right now. I think we're finally getting to this period where it's starting to become a larger circulation. I think that's what... Yeah, so like everybody's seeing right now, it is weakening a bit, but that is because of the eyewall replacement cycle that's going on right now. It's becoming a larger hurricane right now. My phone keeps freaking... My phone keeps stopping on updating my location on Omega because of the fact I keep getting these EAS alerts. Jeez.
I just don't turn mine on.
Did I scare him? That's Sea Gherkin getting ahead of us. Corey is on the... Corey is booking it now. It's hard. Sea Gherkin has taken the lead. Road trips are nice, Stellar. So it is definitely a normal day out here. We've been traveling all day. Corey is amped and ready to go to the hotel right now. I can tell just by how quickly he's cruising. He, as a matter of fact, indeed is loving his new ride. I agree. Sorry guys, I'm looking for something in my bag. Corey, as this red car approaches you on the right, do me a favor and hit your brakes. I want to see if it freaks this guy out before you get to him. Tap him real quick. Yeah, he slowed down, but he didn't hit the brakes. He's got no rear lights right now. Kim and Leslie, thank you guys all so much for your PayPal donations again. Another EAS alert going off on my phone. I'm aware it's a hurricane. Alright, I gotta look for something. anti-itch cream.
Doesn't even have a hood.
Sounds about right. Will buses evacuate the disabled get to shelters? I'm not sure what you were trying to say there. But yes, the buses are evacuating people for free to shelters. So many EAS alerts are going off on my phone, it's crazy. We just like trolling people at this point of the night, honestly. I think Corey's messing with the guy. The boredom at this point in the night is actually pretty funny. Oh, here comes Corey taking the lead again. Here we go. Corey is so messing with this guy. I am hoping that I don't need this anti-itch cream anymore. I shouldn't, thankfully. Thankfully. As I say that, now it's making me itch. I'm still recovering from the poison sumac. Yes, thank you guys all again so much. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. All you guys are doing and continuing to do to support the stream. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Hit that like and notify me. If you're new here, don't just hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell as well. How far have I driven today? From Knoxville to Tampa. Knoxville to Tampa. So we are not too far from the hotel, about 20 minutes or so. So we're gonna lay down or wind down the stream here real quick. Yeah, Double Agent, I think we're still watching closely. First off, thank you for your super chat, but we are just going to continue to watch closely on how it evolves, given the circumstance that, honestly, I don't think any of these models are really initializing it too well, so that's the biggest problem, but we will see how it's going to evolve throughout the day. Unknown, what was your previous question? I didn't see. If you guys have any final questions, please feel free to shoot them in the chat. I'll keep this on for about 5 more minutes, then we're going to shut it down as we're getting closer to the hotel. James, thank you for tuning in. Murphy, I got my own room. I got my own room. I'm the big spoon. The pillow's the little spoon. Thank you so much, Anna. Yeah, we drove through Cleveland, Tennessee today, too. Joe, we will definitely be careful. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that you evacuated, RD. Glad you evacuated. Am I uptight about sharing a room with the guy? No, typically me, Vince, and Corey share rooms when we need to. I mean, we're not even, you know, worried about that. I shared a room with Corey the other day. Usually I share a room with Vince often. We just haven't much lately. You do what you got to do to save costs. There's a reason why we just don't. We'll share a room, but we won't share a bed, all right? Let's make that clear. Yeah, Anna, you're good. We're headed south. Hey, when you gotta save costs, you gotta save costs. But yes, we will be live here in about, well, I mean, let's see, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to be live no later than noon tomorrow, so about 10 hours. In about 10 hours, we'll be live again. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream today. I'm sorry it wasn't more entertaining, as always. I always get apologetic, but, I mean, we did what was expected today. It was mostly just kind of a driving around stream, but we are looking forward to what's going to be an active day tomorrow, getting the probes out and about. That's going to be the big thing. So we're excited to get some sleep. Have I ever met Jim Cantori? Yes, I have met Cantori. He's a great guy. I've got his phone number. We text often. He's a great guy. I love Cantori, even though technically we work for competing networks. All right, well, we are going to shut it down. We will be live again here in about 10 hours, guys. So thank you guys again so much for tuning in. We'll be live around noon Eastern, so be sure to tune in then. I appreciate all the support that you guys do give and continue to give. We'll end it with a stream prayer real quick, and I just thank you guys all so much for your support each and every day. But with that being said, if you guys pray, you're welcome to pray with us. If not, you know, we'll see you tomorrow in about 10 hours. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you yet again for another wonderful and glorious day you've given us today. I thank you for all the great viewers who continue to tune in and day out, and all that you do and continue to do to support us with the live streaming and keeping people aware of the incoming severe weather threats. All that we do and continue to do to support those that need the support in times like this. I mean, realistically. Lord, we pray that you continue to use our lives to glorify you and your works, and that we continue to do all things for you and you alone, Lord. We pray that you keep us safe in our travel and our journeys and all that we do tomorrow and the days ahead. I pray that you continue to lead others to know and love you as we do. Lord, we pray that if anybody is struggling right now watching this stream, that they seek out your light, because you truly are the light in the darkness. Lord, we thank you so much for this day and all you've given us and all you continue to give us day in and day out. We thank you so much for all these things, Lord, that you do and continue to do for us. In Jesus' precious and incredible name, amen. As we always pray to glorify the Lord in all things. Thank you guys so much for your support. Again, another night of fun. I mean, it just continues to be fun, isn't it? So we will catch you guys on the next stream, which will be coming up here shortly in about 10 hours. But with that being said, as always, guys, a big old moo out. Powerful tornado. Look at this thing. Look at this tornado go. Look at it. Wow. Look at that thing ripping the field over there, guys. That thing is powerful. Ah! We got baseballs coming down right now, guys. Baseballs. Oh my gosh. Oh. That thing go. Multiple vortex, violent tornado on the ground right now, guys. Violent multi-vortex on the ground right now. Look at this thing rip. This is a violent tornado, guys. Vince, either floor it or back up. You need to get out of there.
Roger that. Advise me if I'm going to hit anything. Be my eyes, please. Be my eyes. Back the
path to getting there is a complete unknown. In your opinion, and I'll let Hal answer this as well, but let's start with you alone. Is there enough public, high-level discussion about how to bring this thing to an end and about what happens afterward?
So I think, and you and I have spoken about this, privately off the air in the past also, I think that there's two different channels that are often discussed and they rarely meet. One is the sort of macro, what is our agenda? The macro, our agenda could be a two-state solution. For Hamas, it could be a one-state solution in which Israel doesn't exist. For many forces in Israel's government, it could be a one-state solution in which Palestine doesn't exist. Those are macro visions. They have nothing to do with how do we get there, right? The October 7th attack was not going to destroy Israel, much as it did damage. And similarly, Palestinians are not just going to disappear. In the same way, those advocating a two-state solution, okay, what happens to Hamas? In the proposal for the ceasefire and end to the war, there was no talk of what happens after that. It was just a ceasefire and end to the war. Okay, then what? How do you get to a two-state solution? So there are those who focus on the macro vision and say, this is what I want at the end. The process doesn't matter. Then there are those who are sort of married to the process. Those who are saying, okay, I want to do grassroots initiatives in order to create cooperation on the ground. Those who are saying, okay, I want to actually try to work on the ground in order to make sure that the situation improves, however we define improves is, thinking about the process, not really looking at the macro. The problem is those two rarely meet in terms of thinking about also a vision and how do we get to that vision. To give you a more concrete answer, and I'll keep it brief because I don't want to get to Hal, to give you a more concrete answer to how does this end, chances are, unless there's some critical juncture that we can't see, Yahya Sinwar, someone in Israel is assassinated, whatever happens, something that radically changes the way the war is going, if it just continues on this trajectory, we're not going to see a one day where it's declared over. We're going to see a muddling down. We're going to see the IDF holding positions in the Gaza Strip, maybe in the Syrian corridor, in the Philadelphia axis. And we're going to see a situation going into a prolonged stalemate. Unfortunately, that is the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict until maybe something changes. Without some sort of critical juncture that changes things, chances are we're just going to see the situation muddling down and staying as it is.
Hal, is there enough chatter going on about the day after plan?
Oh, there's a lot of chatter on the day after plan, but the problem is with anything like an insurgency, these things don't normally just end. There's been a couple of exceptions where there's a grand negotiation. I think of FARC in Colombia. I think of things that happen in El Salvador. There's been a couple of other instances. There is the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka. That was a rather unique ending to one of the greatest insurgencies I think the world has ever seen in terms of, well, greatest in terms of it was big. It was horrific, but it was pretty big. I just don't see that here. And this is the problem that Israel has, and this problem that all the countries around Israel have in trying to shape this thing, which is who rules Gaza? Who's going to be there? The reason Hamas was in charge, albeit it was one election and then it was over, never had another one, was a complete lack of confidence in the Palestinian Authority. It just wasn't going to happen. Even in the West Bank, there's a great lack of confidence in the Palestinian Authority. So there's been talk, and of course, Israel is never going to let Hamas rule anything ever again. So what is in there? And there's been talk about some sort of technocratic Palestinian government that could be put in place, that was somewhat neutral in terms of this thing, not influenced by Fatah, not influenced certainly by Hamas or anything of that nature. And nobody's seen what it is. Everybody's been watching for this thing. We're a year into it. We just haven't seen this thing. But what's interesting, and I just want to point this out, and it goes back to your first question, if I may. Why did Hamas do this? Because they're about to get permanently marginalized in the Middle East. If Saudi Arabia had recognized Israel, Hamas is marginalized to a degree that politically it just pulls the rug out from under them. So they felt they had to do the attack. What's interesting is that Saudi Arabia is still leaving that strategic opening, saying, if you can come up with some solution where there's about anything, there's a Palestinian state, they're leaving it pretty broad, we can join in with you. And at that point, you've seen the vision of the Abraham Accords, but you're also seeing a real check against anything you call the axis of resistance or Iranian influence across the region. So I don't know how it will end, but I do see some glimmer of hope in that the countries around Israel, despite all the harsh rhetoric, despite all the threats of things that they're going to do, those countries that have recognized Israel, allied with Israel, have not cut off relations with them. And Saudi Arabia still leaves the door open towards normalizing relations. And I just think that within that context, something can be achieved. I don't know what it is, but I think something can be achieved.
Hal, Alone, we could go on for hours and hours, I'm sure, but we got to leave it at that for now. Alone, we always look forward to your daily YouTube uploads. We're going to leave it at that. We're going to take a commercial break. More panel when we return. Welcome back into Live Now and our special coverage as we mark the 1-year anniversary of the October 7th attack. As we all know too well, the Israel-Hamas war, it has not been limited to Gaza. Hezbollah and the Houthis have become focuses of the wider conflict as well. We'll talk about Hezbollah later in the night, but for our next panel, I want to focus on the Houthis. Reportedly, in a recent speech, the leader of the rebel group in Yemen proudly announcing that they've targeted 193 ships passing their country and launched more than 1,000 missiles and drones at enemy ships traversing a major international shipping route. All of this in support of Hamas and Hezbollah. It's had a significant impact on the global supply chain, so much so that it got to the point that in January, the U.S. and UK got directly involved. They did conduct airstrikes against over a dozen Houthi targets in Yemen, but still, the Houthis to this day continue causing trouble. Hal Kempfer, still with us, and maritime and shipping analyst Sal Mercogliano joining in too. Hal, Sal, good to see you. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having us.
So I'll start with you, Sal. The battlefield has spilled into the world's oceans. How disruptive has this been to the global supply chain?
It's been greatly disruptive. What we saw happen early on was a very dramatic attack on board a ship, the Galaxy Leader, back on November 19th, when Houthi used a helicopter assault, still holding the ship and crew hostage. But the attacks on shipping really promulgated a diversion back in December of last year. Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd, two first major container liners, announced that they were going to conduct a diversion all the way around Africa. And what we saw was an elongated supply chain route. And that has resulted in higher shipping costs, more fuel being consumed, and really strapped the global supply chain so that when incidents happen around the world right now, there's not a lot of slack in the system. Saw that just recently with the port strike on the east coast of the United States, and really demonstrating the vulnerability of our oceanic supply lines.
So Hal, how do the Houthis still continue to cause havoc to this day? Why can't they be stopped? They aren't exactly the beefiest militia, are they?
Well, they're pretty devious. I'll tell you what they are, is they're dug in. This is their terrain. They know it. It's very difficult terrain. A lot of high mountains, a lot of compartmented terrain. It's difficult to hit. They've been there for a very long time. They're dug in. When we've done strikes, we've had to bring in a lot of things which are akin to bunker buster type bombs in order to make a significant impression when trying to take out ammunition, such as missiles, and even in taking out drones. So it's a little bit difficult. And of course, they have the support of the populace. The Houthis it's a militia group, but it's also a demographic reality is the Houthis, and it's the largely Shiite population within Yemen. So they have, from a lot of perspectives, it's tough to get at them. We have gone in there consistently over and over again, the U.S., the U.K., and we'll hit their launch sites. We'll take out their missiles. We'll intercept their missiles at sea. We'll intercept their drones at sea. Interestingly, Israel kind of took a little bit different tack. When they went in there, they said, we're going to take out the supply chain, which I thought was rather interesting. They went after critical maritime infrastructure. They went after a couple of major ports and also went after their oil facilities as well. I thought that was a little bit interesting. I think we could take a page from Israel on that and maybe apply our firepower a little bit differently. But they're very difficult. And if you look at the history of the civil war in Yemen, you look at the history of the Saudi involvement in that civil war, what you see is they're very difficult to root out. And the terrain is just, I'll just put it this way, it's non-permissive. It's tough terrain, and they're very well established.
So Sal, I know you have sources. What is it like for mariners that traverse the Red Sea at this point?
It's been treacherous the entire time. I mean, we've seen attacks against vessels. As you mentioned, we're seeing over 100 attacks against ships. Some of these attacks are indiscriminate. The Houthi want to say that they're attacking vessels directly connected to Israel, yet we know from the data only about 30% of the ships actually have any connection at all to Israel. So that means that if you're sailing on a ship that's, identifying itself as not being aligned with Israel at all, nothing to do with it, doesn't make you safe from the Houthi attack. So it raises a level of concern on board the ships. We've seen out of those 100 and so ships attacked, 2 of them have been sunk. We've had 4 merchant mariners killed, 3 from the Philippines, 1 from Vietnam. Several others have been injured. And what this has done is escalated the cost to do business. We've seen the escalation of war risk insurance, and it's caused for mariners a lot of anger. They can't really do much about this. Most mariners who sail are from countries like the Philippines, India, China, Indonesia, and Russia and Ukraine. They really can't choose what ships they sail on, so they have to take the jobs that's available. And sometimes that involves sailing through the Red Sea and coming under these attacks. And these attacks can come in almost any form. We've seen cruise missiles, we've seen ballistic missiles, we've seen unmanned surface vessels. We've also seen boardings by the Houthi, at different times. We've seen pirate attacks, renewed piracy off the coast of Somalia. So it's just a multi-level attack, and it's really causes a lot of stress and concern for shippers. And remember, we've lost a lot of shippers after COVID. We haven't quite returned to the normal level of mariners out there, and this just adds another level to it.
Yeah, so how does this change their standard operating procedure when they're moving through that exact region? What's different now versus a year ago?
Well, we've seen the addition of onboard security detachments. We've seen that come in back during the Somali pirate crisis. However, onboard security detachments, 2 or 3 people with some long rifles may work to deter a, armed boarding party of Somalis, but it doesn't really work against a cruise missile, doesn't work against a ballistic missile. And as we saw in the most recent video, an attack on a in ballast tanker heading northbound in the Red Sea, even with their armed security detachment, didn't stop an uncrewed surface vessel from coming in. And what we've seen is when the Houthis really want to target vessels, they will launch multiple attacks against it. The ship you're showing there, Sayunion, was subjected to one of those unmanned surface vessel attacks and then boarded on 2 separate occasions by the Houthis, who set demolition charges on the ship and caused the vessel to go on fire. The ship had been burning in the Red Sea for over a month. Fires have just been extinguished on board that vessel.
Al, how do the Houthis get their weapons? I'm assuming Iran, but while we're talking about global shipping patterns, is there no way to prevent the Houthis from replenishing their supplies?
Well, you assume correct. It is Iran. That's where they're getting their weapons from. They've been stocking up weapons for a very long time. That's one of the things the Iranians, the Al-Quds force did was they front-loaded a lot of these missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, some of the USV, unmanned surface vessel attacks, literally taking a page from what the success that has been seen by the Ukrainians in the Black Sea. And of course, drones, and lots of drones. So they've been very successful in bringing these in. That's where the Israelis kind of differentiate from us. We went in and we started hitting, launch sites where they keep ammunition, or I should say munitions like ballistic missiles and drones and things like that, and cruise missiles as well. And the Israelis actually went in there and started doing supply chain interception. Now, we've been trying to, and I think we have been, improving our intelligence. Sal can talk to this. It's a very busy waterway. I mean, there are a lot of ships, a lot of dhows and everything else that can be used to bring in stuff. So you can't, it's impossible to stop every ship and search it. You can't do that. But what you have to do is you have to figure out different means. Some of it's analytical means, looking at what's out there to figure out which ship might be bringing in stuff, and then selectively going in there and trying to go after that. And in that, we've had some success, not as much success. Of course, the issue is really if there is one silver lining here, they really can only be supplied by sea. You can do a little bit by air. It's very difficult, but really it's by sea. They can't do over land. That's all controlled. All the borders are controlled. Not saying the borders aren't a little porous in areas, but they are controlled. So it's really the sea lane. So on the one hand, it's an opportunity to put in a more effective interdiction plan. On the other hand, there's so much maritime traffic in that area it's very difficult to stop it all from coming in.
To Hal's point, Sal, what type of goods are typically shipped through that route, and what nations are the ones that use that route primarily?
Well, I mean, we saw prior to the attacks, about 15% of the world's shipping went through that route. So we're talking about one of the major choke points in the world. And even though that's a route between Europe and Asia, and you would think those are the two main nations, about 30% of the cargo that was going to Europe actually got transloaded and headed over to the United States. The way we do shipping now is this big kind of hub and spoke method where goods move throughout these large transshipment points. And so when the Houthis decided to start attacking vessels, they started interdicting trade for everyone. It's very easy to sit there and say, this is a European problem, this is an Asian problem, but this is a global problem. This is an attack on the freedom of the seas. And this is something that since the end of World War II, the United States and its allies have really ascertained and sat there and said, this is going to be unchallenged. We're not going to refuse this level of commerce. It's what's given us really the world economy we're in today. And what we've seen now for almost a year is the Houthis have been able to really interdict the flow of about 10% of the world trade. A lot of large vessels, really any ship that's in value over more than 100 million, will take the diversion around Africa because of the war risk. And this is what's really the most insidious thing about the Houthis is the Houthis don't have to be accurate. They don't have to hit vessels. They don't have to target. It's just merely the threat of the attack is enough to send ships routing around Africa, because many of these ships are registered in countries like Panama, Liberia, and the Marshall Islands. They don't have defenses to really protect them. And so it really falls upon the United States, its allies, the European Union to do this. Unfortunately, the U.S. has other obligations. Its focus has shifted to defending Israel and dealing with Iran. That has led the effort shift over to the European Union, who just don't have the resources and assets to provide the protection for shipping going through. So unfortunately, we're going to keep seeing this diversion take place.
Hal, if a ceasefire is achieved, do we assume that the Houthis calm down?
Maybe. They did in November, and that's one of the things we saw. If there's a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, although with that said, the war has expanded so much since November. I can't really, I don't have a crystal ball that will tell me what exactly the Houthis will do. But in November, during the ceasefire, the Houthis did pretty much observe, as did Hezbollah, as did other Iranian-backed, proxies or militias, the ceasefire term. So possibly, yes. I will say one thing, though. The world is awakened to the threat, the maritime threat that the Houthis pose. The world is also calculating the cost of what this is. As Sal alludes to, when they go around Africa, that is adding two or 3 weeks, depending on what that is. And then, of course, the transshipment across the Pacific to do it another way in the intermodal world we live in. And then, of course, one thing that Sal knows this much better than I do is the challenge. Of course, Mother Nature wasn't on our side on this either, because the other big canal, not the Suez Canal, but the Panama Canal, was running out of water. So they had to actually decrease the number of ships that could do Panama Canal crossings because of a water shortage. All of this kind of accumulated to cause huge problems in the global supply chain, if you will, across the board. And I don't know that we can sit back quietly and not deal with the Houthi threat. I think there's going to be something going on there that's going to go well past whatever happens, whatever's going on in Gaza. Dealing with the Houthi maritime threat is something that the entire world is focused on.
So, Sal, before we go, let's say the Houthis, and by the way, what we're looking at there is video of the tanker. Let's say the Houthis don't stop anytime soon, Sal. Can the world's supply chain be malleable for much longer? Like, can they deal with this for an extended period of time? What do you say?
Well, I think shipping has always shown that it can adapt and change. I mean, we've seen the closure of the Suez Canal for a year in 1956. We saw it close for 8 years in 1968. We can definitely see shipping accustomed to, change to it. The problem is that usually comes with a cost. And it also comes with the issue that if something else happens, there's not a lot of reserve, a lot of slack in the system to take it up. And I think the fear we have right now is that the Iranians using the Houthi to manipulate shipping have demonstrated that small regional powers can play an inordinate role against global shipping. And, what players are out there next? Is there somebody in the South China Sea, in the Malacca Straits, off the coast of Panama, off, Hezbollah in the Eastern Mediterranean by Suez? Those are areas we have to be concerned about. So I think the geopolitical aspects of shipping are really flashing red for a lot of people. There's a lot of concern out there in where the next area is going to come. And, a nation like Iran or Russia or China or any other nation out there can really get a proxy going and start interdicting trade and how vulnerable our shipping actually is.
All right, Hal, Sal, we appreciate your time. We're going to leave it there for now. We're going to take a commercial break. More panel when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We, of course, can't forget about the Iran connection here, the Hezbollah connection here. We've been talking so far largely about Gaza and about the Houthis, but since basically the beginning of this war, Hezbollah's tit for tat with the IDF along the Israel-Lebanon border has been a side story to the conflict in Gaza. But as of late, it's kind of become the main focus of our coverage. In recent weeks, the IDF eliminating a lot of top Hezbollah figures, including their top guy, Hassan Nasrallah. That came alongside a stunning attack in which Israel detonated personal pagers and walkie-talkies that were carried by Hezbollah members and affiliates. Hezbollah is an Iran-backed group, just like Hamas and the Houthis, and Behnam Ben Tailblue is an expert on Iranian security and political issues. He's also a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Hal Kempfer rounding out our coverage for the evening as well. So it's good to see both of you. Thank you for coming on, Behnam. I want to zoom out and think bigger picture here for a moment, because we've been talking about Hezbollah. I've talked with you on air about Hezbollah multiple times in recent weeks. My question is this. You and I have discussed this before. At this point, is it possible that Hezbollah is even capable of a war with Israel? How much have their forces been destroyed in recent weeks?
It's a pleasure to be with you, gentlemen. Thanks for having me. And it's a critical question because it's one that the IDF is using to assess its next move, both via air and via ground, against the Iran-backed proxy in Lebanon. Make no mistake, Hezbollah has always shown an ability to kind of exploit the chaos, just like its patron Tehran has always often been able to better manage the chaos than us or the Israelis in a particular theater. Based on public reports, some of those reports have made their way into the New York Times using Israeli figures. Almost 60%, according to these reports, of that arsenal of unmanned aerial threats. That on the low end, it includes mortars. On the mid-tier, includes rockets and drones, IRAMs as well, anti-tank weapons. And on the higher tier, PGMs, precision-guided missiles, and even reportedly some ballistic missiles. We don't know what ratio of this 200,000 plus arsenal that 60% includes that has been captured or eviscerated on the battlefield. But nonetheless, this is a key priority, as well as kind of gutting the command and control of Lebanese Hezbollah to make sure they can do what you ask, which is to be able to respond, to be able to regroup, to be able to live to fight another day.
So the big concern here has always been, since October 7th, that some sort of wider war might break out. Hal, I'll bounce the question off of you as well. If there was such a thing to happen, what is Hezbollah capable of at this point?
Well, Hezbollah is not capable of any significant offensive action at this point. They didn't have a large mechanized force. They couldn't do a lot by ground. They don't have an air force to speak of. What they have are missiles. They have missiles. They have indirect fire. You got mortars. Artillery to some extent, not much, but mostly with various different types of missile systems, all the way up from very tactical up to ballistic missiles. And the problem they have right now is, first off, most of that force has been destroyed, and as Ben mentioned. And the other problem is that command and control. They've had a series of strikes taking out their top leaders, not only taking out their top leaders, but also taking out the reportedly the leader of Al-Quds force may have been taken out, who would happen to be in Beirut, and also, of course, one of the top IRGC leaders, Brigadier General, that was there. So they've taken out all these leaders. They did the pager attack, which took out this whole strata of leadership, took out a communications path, took out the walkie-talkies. Now everybody's staring at their electrical appliances in their homes cautiously because of that. But it makes a very difficult ability to command and control, because you can't communicate. Not only you can't communicate, the folks you would have communicated with aren't there. And what I would bring out with Hezbollah, they're not a big up and out organization. The top leaders have been there for decades. They're not an organization that changes over top leadership or even mid-level leadership really that fast. And I think that's going to be a big problem for them, which is when you have a decapitation strike throughout all the ranks like this, plus the decimation, the destruction on the ground. I'm not sure exactly, aside from just basically defending in place, I'm not quite sure what they can manifest at this point.
So we're looking at a live picture at Haifa right now. It's a community in northern Israel. We have another live look. And we look at this image regularly around this time of night. This is a live image of the Beirut metro. It's not uncommon as of late to see IDF activity taking place in real time. Sometimes we see live strikes taking place in the Beirut metro. Benham, I got to ask you, did Hamas's attack on October 7th, basically in an indirect way, give Israel an excuse to take a shot at crushing Hezbollah?
Well, it's a great question, because the Israelis were asking themselves this between the end of the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th and when they commenced military operations against Gaza days later. There was reportedly a debate as to in what direction should the IDF and IAF go. Should they go south first to deal with this issue, this particular proxy of the Islamic Republic, the lowest of the low of the axis of resistance? Or would this be an opportunity to be able to move from problem managing to problem solving? And indeed, even though the Israelis first went towards Gaza, built up the support for pushing back against the Iran-backed network there, and had some impressive successes via air and via ground, ultimately it was Hezbollah that made that choice for them by continuing to widen the war, to use different munitions, to fire at different targets, and to fire from and at different geography. So Hezbollah widened the war. It was the first proxy of Iran to enter. While bodies were still being counted on October 8th, there was fire from the north. And incrementally, Hezbollah put itself into the position that it finds itself today. So while the Israelis did make that philosophical move from manager to solver, because of the ferocity and the horrific nature of the October 7th terrorist attack, the steady stream of fire that the Israelis were not able, through standard and much more conventional means, were not able to knock off, that actually has ended up allowing the Israelis to deliver this very, very powerful, I don't want to call it a death blow yet, because you never know with the Middle East, things can always get worse, not better, but allow Israel to really gain the advantage through this kind of calculated escalation and go after command and control and elements of its arsenal. So in a sense, Hezbollah's ability to stay in the fight tactically may have opened the door for an Israeli strategic win here if followed through.
Right now we're looking at video from about a week ago. We saw these images live on our air as Iran took a direct strike at Israel. April, though, is when we first saw Iran target Israel directly instead of its proxies. So it went with its own ballistic missiles and drones instead of going through its normal channels. The second one, as I mentioned, it just happened on October 1st. So I'll ask you about both of these attacks at the same time. They both share a lot of similarities, don't they? Both happened in retaliation for Israel killing high-profile figures in Iran. Both times, Iran took their shot at Israel, and basically nothing came of it. The missiles were shot down, or they simply didn't make it. What did we learn about Iran's capabilities from these two events, Hal? And maybe another important question is, did Iran learn anything about Israel's defensive capabilities in the process?
Well, they did, actually. If you look at what they did the second time, the more recent attack, October 1st, one of the things they did is they concentrated their ballistic missiles into one, a lot of them, not all of them, but they concentrated a lot of them in a central area of Israel with the idea that they could overwhelm the Iron Dome defenses. It was an interesting idea. Didn't work out as well as they hoped, but some of the warheads did get through. Of course, some of the warheads get through because they get knocked off course, but warheads are warheads. They're going to land somewhere. And but they did get through. They did cause some damage. One of them actually literally landed 500 meters from the headquarters of Mossad. So that's a pretty accurate missile, although it's probably knocked a little bit off course, I think. But with that said, they did learn some things. They didn't use the drones. They learned that. That was a little bit different. But one of the things we've all learned is that despite all the certainly the I would say almost overbearing the rhetoric that comes out of Tehran, threatening that they're going to do these overwhelming attacks that nobody can possibly resist. The simple reality, the battle space reality, is that this is really what they have. This is what they can launch, and as of right now, it doesn't seem to be able to overcome Israeli defenses. And in fact, if you look at it, it's somewhat embarrassing for Iran because they've done two big attacks. They've launched, as near as we can tell, everything that they could have launched that could range Israel in these attacks, and they just didn't have much effect. And so this is having a huge impact, not to some extent militarily, probably to a bigger extent politically on Iran. That everybody looks at Iran and they say, I'm not sure they can really back up what they're saying. And now, of course, you see what's going on in Hezbollah, with Hezbollah to the north. This all has a kind of a cumulative impact on the perception of Iran and its axis of resistance around the region.
So I want to just kind of ask about the response to this attack, because we're still waiting for Israel's response to Iran, aren't we? The goal, and I'm just going to work in a hypothetical here, Benham, is the goal going to be to pack a punch from the Israeli perspective? Do they want to pack a punch in their response, yet not so much of a punch that it'll escalate things further? That is what they did during the initial attack back in April, correct?
Well, back in April, indeed, the Israelis launched a direct but unattributed or unclaimed strike on an Iranian radar facility. It was allegedly part of the radar for the S-300 Russian advanced surface to air missile defense system that was guarding or forward deployed to guard a nuclear facility in the area, as well as near a military base area as well. But ultimately, the Israelis proved, in contrast to the April 13, April 14 strike, that they could do much more damage with much less ordnances and with much less munitions, because simply they had that much more battle space capability and lethality to bring to bear, a sharp contrast to the large barrage but limited effect of the Islamic Republic back in April. I do think, though, that there were a lot of political constraints on the Israeli decision back in April 19th, and there will still be a lot of political constraints on those decisions today. I think one reason why you may have had the CENTCOM commander travel there recently, one reason why you may have even had not the strike materialize so far, or at least the date, we think is now 5 or 6 days out, is because the Israelis are trying to meet and match some of these American red lines. While President Biden has talked about Israel's right to defend itself and indeed hinted that a response would be coming, he's also talked against or counseled against going after Iran's nuclear program and even counseled against going after the Islamic Republic's oil and energy facilities as well. So Israel may be trying to land a deterrent punch while staying within those U.S. red lines. The converse is, at least within the Israeli military establishment, what is the goal here? Is this deterrence by punishment? Is this defanging? Is this decapitation? And in terms of how many times this has to happen, because lest we forget, the Islamic Republic has made history now 3 times in 2024. 3 times in 2024, a non-nuclear weapon state has conventionally, directly, and from its own territory attacked nuclear weapon states. Pakistan once in January, and Israel twice, once in April and once in October. And this has not happened in history ever. The United States and the Soviet Union have never done this. And the Islamic Republic 3 times later is still standing and living to tell the tale. So there's a huge deterrence issue there. And so for the Israelis, they have to figure out, is this going to be an operation or is this going to be a campaign? And then the X factor for the Iranians is, did they escalate to de-escalate? Did they want to simply land a blow to touch the Israelis but stand back? How much of this is more political versus military for them? And ultimately, are they counting on this thing that we've seen out of the White House now, quite literally 1 year and counting since the October 7 terrorist attack, which is, despite America's talk about deterrence in the region, when push comes to shove, they opt for de-escalation. And ironically, the Islamic Republic, an adversary of America, may be counting on America to restrain its own ally in the region, Israel.
Okay, guys, so where do we go from here? I think we can all agree that neither Iran nor Israel want a full-scale war to break out. That's in nobody's interest. But when we see missiles flying from Iran to Israel, it scares the world. Does this all boil back down to the Israel-Hamas war negotiations? Do Israel, Hamas, and mediators like the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt need to get a truce done, release the hostages, and stop the fighting? Is that where the wider de-escalation has to begin, Benham?
In my estimation, that's where many would like it to begin, but also in my estimation, and I'm a much better watcher of Iranian domestic politics than Israeli domestic politics, so you have to forgive me for pontificating here, but from what I can detect from far away, Likud is more popular. Benjamin Netanyahu is more popular now than before. Certainly more popular now than during the height of the judicial reform protest that predated the October 7 terrorist attack. And actually now there is more of a shift within that society, despite the hostage issue being a major electric and political rod socially in that country as well as politically. There still really is a support for that move from problem manager to problem solver, and that the people who lived on the periphery of Gaza in the south and who live on the northern front vis-a-vis Lebanese Hezbollah simply cannot go back to business as normal. And another, deconfliction agreement that locks Hamas or Hezbollah back into place means that there'll be yet another boom and bust cycle of violence that another generation of Israelis will have to endure. And I think that's where the popular support for actually doing more than just pushing back and containing this terrorist threat, but actually trying to defeat it will come. And in that sense, those who I think are trying to foist the political handcuffs onto this war may be missing that demographic and political reality within Israel. And then second, they miss Iran's strategy here. Iran's strategy is to continue a death by 1,000 cuts using all these proxies against Israel and never actually have to pay a price. I mean, in one sense, I respectfully disagree, Austin, because I think the Islamic Republic's success strategy in the past 2 decades against us, against the Israelis, against what's left of the pro-American order in the Middle East has been to deny for everybody a limited war option while enabling for itself and for its proxies a limited war option. So to some degree, they actually do seek conflict, but they seek to be able to exploit conflict within the political parameters where they can get away with it, or there can be no attribution, or there won't be any kind of kinetic retaliation.
Hal, I'll end it with you. Even if, hypothetically, the Israel-Hamas war comes to a ceasefire, there is still an uncomfortable question that we must face. How do you eliminate the terrorist problem? You can kill as many Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists as you want, but that doesn't necessarily eliminate the ideas that the organizations represent. There are a lot of angry people living and growing up in an active war zone today. Do people talk enough about the long-term terrorist problem?
Well, I think they do, and I think there's some things we can look at from the, if you will, the war on terror. And as you know, I'm a veteran of the war on terror. Multiple trips to the Middle East, extended trips, shall we say, dealing with that issue. And with that, look at ISIS. All right, they pushed out very quickly. They took a lot of terrain. They had what they called a caliphate, which was they had their own little national state, which at one time they actually controlled more terrain in terms of space than the size of Great Britain. That's pretty impressive considering from whence they came. Now, big push, pushed them back, basically destroyed them as, shall we say, a real estate organization. But ISIS still exists, still doing terrorist type stuff, lower level stuff in and around Syria and Iraq. Another branch has taken off, of course, ISIS-K doing terrorist attacks, but they're not as big. And we have seen this in the past that these things will blow up. We push them back. And I hate to say it almost gets down to I don't want to say a manageable level of terrorism, but you get a lower level of terrorism. And really what you have to do is it becomes constant. And those who work counterterrorism will tell you it is a constant ongoing thing. You never stop. You never declare victory. You're constantly looking. And by the way, if you take out Hezbollah as an organization, hold your breath, count to 3. There'll be another Shiite extremist organization pop up somewhere else with a slightly different name, and it will want to do terrorism. And we're going to see the same thing. Even if Hamas is wiped out as an organization, we're going to see something that will take up that mantra. So it never quite stops. If I could just mention one thing, though, Benham, you brought up a great point. One of the things I do think that Israel will do, and I don't know when they're going to do it. I'm not holding my breath on any ceasefire thing happening real soon. But I do, any type of major strike operation, you got to take out their air defense capabilities. And there's a rather interesting strategic option that Israel has, and they've proven that already with that strike in April. They can get in there and they can take out the radars and they can take out the air defense missiles. And if they were to do what we call destruction of enemy air defense, DEAD, yes, it does sound like dead. If they were to do that on a large scale, they would leave essentially Iran open. And I think certainly with Netanyahu's overture to Iran, he is trying to separate the Iranian people from the government. That vulnerability, that strategic vulnerability has a certain psychological element. I am sure that is being discussed in Israel right now, is doing that and then leaving a series of things opened to see if maybe they can kickstart something inside Iran. I would not be surprised. In fact, I would be very surprised if they weren't discussing that.
That sound about right to you, Benham?
Well, actually, on this bit about the air defense, given that the last time they claimed an air defense, they struck but did not claim a single air defense radar. I think now if they go after the vast majority of them, Iran has nowhere near Israel's layered air and missile defense system, but it does have a patchwork of foreign procured and domestically put together SAMs. If they go after the mother load of those facilities, the surface to air missiles, the radars, even if they do one step short of what Hal said, which is the suppression of the enemy air defenses, just to induce that shock, and then politically they go out there and they own it, they say we did it, there's some kind of video or some kind of press release, that could have a ripple effect too. We simply don't know. I mean, here, I'll tell you this interesting point about Iranian nationalism. Back in the late 1990s, the U.S. and Iran played a soccer match with each other during the World Cup. And the vast majority of dissident and diaspora Iranians still supported the national team. In the most recent World Cup, in the one in Qatar, I believe in the 2022, in the fall winter, if I'm not mistaken, you had the same thing. The U.S. and the Iranians play a match during the tail end of that World Cup. But this time you had the vast majority of dissidents and diaspora and even Iranians domestically trash the home team. So this goes to show you how sticky this issue is, that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a poor guardian of the Iranian national interest. And it's just as this regime has defined itself in terms of Islamism rather than nationalism, and the population nationalism rather than Islamism, that gives the Israelis a political tool rather than just a military tool. And I would stress it's important not to squander that political tool. And I think creative ideas like what Hal mentioned are ways to be able to capitalize on those political tools.
We appreciate both of you tonight. We'll talk with you both very soon, I'm sure. Take care. Have a good rest of your night.
All right. Thank you.
Good night, Austin.
I hope you enjoyed our round of panels tonight. We are going to be wrapping up our Israel-Hamas coverage today, marking 1 year since the conflict started. We're starting to see that the sun is rising. Some of our live images. This is our live look at Beirut. Not uncommon that we see black smoke, airstrikes, things of that nature around this time of morning. Doesn't appear that there's any activity today. We got a live look at Jerusalem where the sun is rising, Tel Aviv as well, and finally, I believe this is Haifa, the northern Israeli community that's felt the brunt of so many Hezbollah missile threats. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Here live now from Fox as we continue to track the very latest Hurricane Milton as it gets closer to Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis giving the latest updates. Let's listen in.
Of 3 o'clock, Milton has strengthened not just into a major hurricane, but a Category 5 hurricane, and not just a Category 5 hurricane, but a very strong 175 mile per hour sustained wind. Category 5 hurricane. Now, there's a lot of uncertainty about what is going to happen in terms of this track. It is predicted that this will weaken, but it was not predicted that it would get this strong to begin with. So we can hope and pray that it does weaken. But as of right now, this is a ferocious hurricane. It is currently a little less than 700 miles southwest of Tampa. Storm surge watch has been issued for the Florida Gulf Coast from mainland Monroe County to the Dixie-Levy County line. Possibility of 8 to 12 feet of storm surge is forecast from the Anclote River to Englewood, including Tampa Bay. 5 to 10 foot peak storm surges forecast from Yankeetown southward to the Anclote River and from Englewood southward to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. And those numbers can change and they can go up in certain areas depending on how the storm ultimately approaches the Florida Peninsula. Hurricane watches have been issued for portions of west central Florida and the Nature Coast. Tropical storm watches extend further south and north through southwest Florida and the Keys and along northern Florida. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is actively addressing storm-related resource requests. They're currently in the process of fulfilling 850 missions. They've deployed everything from sandbags to shelf-stable meals to tens of thousands of water bottles to thousands of tarps. We've already sent truckloads of food and water to Central Florida in preparation for points of distribution site subsequent to the storm hitting. We're also coordinating the deployment of more than 2,000 feet of flood protection systems and prioritizing critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electrical infrastructure. We have generators deployed to support special needs sheltering. We also have Starlinks deployed in areas that have asked for that. More than 200 ambulances and more than 30 paratransits are in Central Florida, ready to support first responder operations as appropriate. State of Florida is amassing fuel reserves ahead of Milton and staging it to be utilized as needed. Those quantities include 415,000 gallons of diesel, 389,000 gallons of gasoline, and there is, as I mentioned this morning, an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline that are en route to the state. Now, there is currently no fuel shortage in the state of Florida. Fuel continues to arrive at Florida ports. However, there are long lines at some gas stations, and because you've had a run on gas, there have been gas stations that have run out of fuel, but they are being resupplied with the fuel. So we're going to continue to ensure that we have fuel coming, but they're still coming with the ports. We have some coming on the ground, so people can go. You may be in a line, but if your gas station runs out, there's going to be more fuel on the way. As I've mentioned, we have ramped up support for county debris removal operations. We're working this mission to supplement their mission 24/7 around the clock, and we're going to continue to do that all the way until it is no longer safe to do so. Please, local officials, these vendors, there's been vendors that they don't necessarily do, and then when there's some sunlight and people see they're not doing, then they start to work really hard. We got to get as much of this taken care of as possible. I know with Kevin and with Jared putting the state assets to supplement, it has made a really significant difference. We want to continue to do that. Those barrier islands like Pinellas, Manatee that are under evacuation orders, people obviously should heed those, but once that deadline passes, we're still going to have the debris removal operations ongoing all the way until we start to hit tropical storm force winds. So that's all the rest of today through the night, all day tomorrow, most likely into the beginning of Wednesday morning. So I appreciate all the effort that's gone into that on the state. We have deployed just on the state side to assist with the federal, with the local debris mission, over 300 dump trucks to help with debris. And in the last 36 hours, state assets have been able to do 12,000 cubic yards of debris removed from communities and brought to landfill. That's 663 total loads. So that's been a good mobilization. It will make a difference, but we need to keep doing that to mitigate the harm that could happen once the storm goes. Florida National Guard, State Guard, additional FDOT personnel, and Florida Highway Patrol are all engaged in that debris mission. For the storm, we have 5,000 National Guardsmen that have been mobilized, and we will have, before the storm hits, another 3,000 National Guardsmen that will be on duty. We're also deploying major heavy equipment to assist with debris removal, and of course, National Guard will be a big part of any search and rescue that needs to happen, as well as helping set up points of distribution. These debris and landfill sites are open, not just from state assets or from the local debris contractors, but for private individuals and citizens. And so if you've got a pickup truck, you get load debris up, we want you to go and do that. I know we've had issues with those sites being left, being closed when they should be open 24. We've opened them when we've seen that, but let's keep this going until it's no longer safe to do so. We're also coordinating the evacuation of pets from Pinellas, Manatee, and DeSoto counties to Walton County's temporary emergency animal shelter. Obviously, we expect Floridians to take care of their own pets, but you've got some of these pets that are in shelters, and we don't want to see them abandoned in areas that are very, very dangerous. We're also delivering a 2,500-gallon water tanker to Suwannee County Animal Control and coordinating veterinary assistance post-landfall for Hillsborough County. So the linemen that are being pre-staged, as is our practice in Florida, we will have over 30,000 linemen. Many are still en route. Some of them are coming from as far away as California. You still have ongoing major power restoration missions in states like Georgia and North Carolina. That has taken a lot of resources, but all of our companies are committed to utilizing mutual aid. And so you're going to end up having over 30,000, which is a massive number of folks to be staged. And of course, we're anticipating significant power outages. And so it's important that we do that. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel embedded in potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. We've established a temporary base camp at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg to support ongoing operations, not just with the current debris mission, but also post-landfall first responder missions. So you should have a plan, and you should be executing your plan, particularly if you're on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. These evacuation orders have gone out in many of those places. I know more will be coming in areas that have not yet done that. Now's the time to do it. Storm's not going to hit today. Storm's not going to hit tomorrow. We may start to see some bad weather sometime on Wednesday morning, and then obviously we're anticipating sometime Wednesday evening for the storm to make landfall. So please, you do have time to get out, so please do it. Please execute that plan now at this point if you are in one of those danger zones. Gas, I know a lot of people have been filling up their tanks. You have seen some lines in places. I mentioned the fuel. Massive amounts of fuel are being brought in, but make sure you don't want to get caught on an interstate if you don't have gas in your tank. That's not going to be good, especially when so many people are using that. Some people may not know their evacuation zone. If you want to know your evacuation zone, go to floridadisaster.org/know to determine if you are in an evacuation zone. Obviously, a lot of people in the Suncoast part of Florida just went through Hurricane Helene. We saw a lot of storm surge. So I think most people have a good sense of that, but maybe not everybody knows that. So floridadisaster.org/know. Again, keep your eyes out, keep your ears out for any of these evacuations. I know a lot of the counties have already issued that. I think you're going to continue to see some more evacuations. Already we have Charlotte, Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas that have issued mandatory evacuations for some of their zones. As I mentioned this morning, tolls in West and Central Florida and Alligator Alley are suspended, and they will continue to be suspended until it's no longer necessary. Florida Department of Transportation is opening roadway shoulders as necessary to facilitate evacuation and ease congestion on I-4 and I-75. So the shoulder is completely open all the way until I guess it's in SR 417 in Central Florida from Tampa on I-4. That shoulder's open. The shoulder started to be open from the north on 75, I-10 working south. It should be completely open within the next hour. And so those are two roads that can typically have traffic anyways. Right now, the usage on I-75 is about 90% more than what would typically be happening right now. So FDOT will have that shoulder open. That does help to ease congestion and keep it moving as best you can, but just be prepared that there are a lot of people on the roads right now. You got time. It's not as if you have a delay, it's not as if the storm's going to come tonight, but FDOT is doing what they can to ameliorate that and to be able to keep things moving as best as possible. Visit Florida has emergency accommodation modules on Expedia, Priceline, and Booking.com for those evacuating. These modules will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources. We're working with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to continue to, as is standard in these emergencies, encourage hotels to reduce prices. Floridians who are evacuating because of the storm, they typically will offer a distress rate. I know a lot of the properties have already published that. Rosen Properties, Red Roof Inns, Alofts, La Quintas, Motel 6, Best Western, Holiday Inn, and you'll get a better rate as well as waiving, in most of those cases, any pet fees. So please bring your pets and make sure that you're taking care of your pets when you're going to those establishments. Uber, just like we did in Hurricane Helene, they are finalizing a code for free rides for those who are evacuating to shelters. We will give you that once it becomes live. I know that shelters will open once the evacuation orders take effect, then the shelters open. And so you're going to see that happening a lot over the next 24 hours. The following counties will close schools beginning tomorrow, Tuesday, October 8th. Charlotte, Citrus, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Hardy, Hendry, Hernando, Hillsborough, Indian River, Lee, Manatee, Okeechobee, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, Sarasota, and Volusia. You can find your county's emergency management page for specific information related to your county at floridadisaster.org/counties. You will likely have county-specific alerts that will be issued by your county officials. This is right now a storm that is stronger than what any of the models envisioned just 48 hours ago. And in fact, even the models that said it would eventually reach Cat 5 status had it at a relatively weak Cat 5. This is a strong Cat 5. It is intensified very, very rapidly. And while every projection is that it's going to weaken before it hits the coast of Florida, we can't necessarily bank on that. This will produce major damage, whatever ends up happening. But certainly at the strength it is now, this is a really, really strong storm. And the effects of that, not just for the storm surge, but for wind damage and debris, would be really, really significant. So you have time today to execute that plan. You have time to be able to make sure that you and your family and your pets are safe. So please do that. This is not a storm you want to take a risk on. As I've said many times over the last day or two, we can't guarantee where this thing is going to end up making landfall. And it is possible even a very strong storm makes landfall in one part of the peninsula. If you're in a different part, 100 miles north of where it goes in, maybe it's not catastrophic in that area, but there's no way of knowing that. And I would say anything south of where the storm hits is going to have major storm surge, even 100 miles away. So that's going to happen. So we just went through Helene. A lot of people on the Sun Coast saw some significant storm surge. This has the potential to be much more significant than that and life-threatening. I mean, we had loss of life because of the storm surge that affected the Tampa Bay area with Hurricane Helene. I would imagine that this one would be more life-threatening in many different respects as a result of the strength of this storm and where it may end up hitting ultimately. So please take the appropriate precautions. You got folks on the local level. I've been talking with a lot of the counties. People have been ramping up for this. Everyone was on edge after Helene. Once this thing formed in a system, people have been working really hard, and I know they're working hard to get people evacuated, and I know everyone at the local level is going to be working hard to help any rescues that need to be done, help get people back on their feet, and there's a whole bunch of resources that are being amassed across all levels of government to be able to respond to this storm. We can't affect the track. We can't control how strong or how weak it gets. The only thing that you can affect is what you do and the decisions you make to protect yourself and your families. And so please execute your plan now. We'll hope and pray for the best, but we have to be prepared and we have to expect a major, major impact in the middle of this week. Okay, Kevin?
We'll continue to track the very latest with Hurricane Milton all this week on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Here live now from Fox. White House briefing today, talking the very latest on the war in Israel as it marks a one-year anniversary since the Hamas attack. Let's listen in.
The stories we hear of women being denied care they need in emergency situation is completely unacceptable. That's why the Biden-Harris administration has taken a number of important steps to make it easier for women to file complaints if they are denied this essential care and investigate and enforce federal protections under EMTALA. But our fight is not over. After the Supreme Court's order earlier this year, HHS issued a letter reminding hospitals and provider associations of their obligations under EMTALA, including providing abortion care as a necessary stabilizing treatment. We will continue to make those obligations clear. We will also continue to fight Republican elected officials' extreme agenda. And we'll continue to enforce federal law, support hospitals complying with the obligations, and defend the administration's longstanding view that women have the right to access the emergency medical care that they need. And with that, Amr, thank you for your patience, y'all.
Sure. If I could just follow up on two of your toppers. First, on the abortion access rulings today. Not much is going to change with the shape of the courts immediately after November. So what other avenues can the administration pursue in the little time that you have left?
As you know, when Roe v. Wade was originally overturned because of the Dobbs decision that was done more than 2 years ago. The president and the vice president took action. The president on that same day announced some executive actions that he was moving forward with, obviously with the whole of a government approach here. And so we've taken actions. We've taken this very seriously. I don't have anything to preview to you right this time at this moment, but we're going to take this very seriously, as we have for the past two years. And look, it is important. It is important for people to be very aware of what's at stake here. It is important for us to continue to voice what we're seeing here. Women being denied care and their lives being put at risk. And so we're going to continue to fight. As you know, there's EMTALA. There's other measures that the DOJ is using to protect doctors and also women who are looking for that care that they should be making about their own body themselves. And we're going to continue to call out these extreme agendas that we're seeing from the other side, from Republicans. Look, don't have anything to preview today, but it is important to call this out. It is important to say how dangerous this is and how this is a freedom that has been taken away from women.
Just follow on storms. What's the confidence that FEMA is prepared to handle what could be two major disasters at the same time? And can you talk a little bit more about what they're doing specifically with Milton while they're still handling Helene? And then finally, there was a report, I believe it was NBC, just as we're coming out, that Governor DeSantis is dodging calls with Vice President Harris and President Biden. Is that an issue? Is politics starting to sink into this?
I mean, that's really for the governor to speak to, right? You've heard me mention, I believe in the gaggle last week when we were heading to Florida and Georgia, we invited the governor, right, to come and survey the damaged areas with the president. Obviously, we're in Florida. We invited the governor of Florida to come. It was his decision to not attend or not be there with the president. The president has reached out around Hurricane Helene. He reached out. It is up to the governor. It is really up to the governor. We know, I can say, and I think you've heard this from the FEMA administrator. She has been able to speak with the governor. She spoke with him yesterday in regards to Milton, that hurricane coming shortly. And so we have been in touch with state and local officials in order to be able to help the people of Florida who are going to be impacted, who were impacted certainly by Helene, and we're going to continue to certainly pre-position on the ground, and we're going to support. We're going to support the communities with whatever they need, and whenever. That is our commitment. That is our commitment to the folks who are going to be impacted. So we've been in touch with state and local officials in Florida, and we're going to ensure that we meet in advance what their needs are going to be. And FEMA's on the ground supporting that. So that's important. It's up to the governor. It is up to him. We are doing our part in the Biden-Harris administration, working, obviously FEMA's work is on the ground, all hands on deck, whole of government, robust approach here. And so, again, that's for Governor DeSantis to speak to.
Is it accurate that the president and vice president have made outreach efforts and they have not been answered?
You've asked us. We have made outreach, and regarding certainly Hurricane Helene, and as I mentioned, the good thing is the FEMA administrator, was able to connect with the governor yesterday. I think that's important. But look, we're gonna do the work. We're gonna continue to talk to local and state officials. That is important as well. We're gonna pre-position as this Hurricane Milton is coming towards, as it seems, towards Florida. Category 5. That's nothing to joke about. That is very, very serious. And so we're taking this serious, as the president has done many, many times when we've seen these types of storms coming our way. So we're gonna do our job, do our work here. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. We're learning that DeSantis refused to take a call from Vice President Harris specifically around Hurricane Milton. Can you just talk about that and any communication around this new hurricane?
Look, that is something for the governor to speak to himself. If you have the president and you have the vice president reaching out to offer up assistance, provided to your constituents, the people who live in your state, to make sure we are doing everything that we need to do from a federal response, and we're reaching out, offering our support. That's for the governor. The governor is up to him if he wants to respond to us or not. But what we're doing is we're working with state and local officials to make sure that we are pre-positioned, to make sure that we are ready to be there for the communities that are going to be impacted. We are doing the job that is needed, that we believe is needed to protect the communities and to make sure that they have everything that is needed. You heard me talk about the declaration. We approved that for Florida. That's moving forward. And so we're taking this very, very seriously. That's for the governor to speak to. That is.
Trump and some of his Republican allies have been spreading misinformation about the federal response to Hurricane Helene. So what exactly is the White House doing to combat that misinformation? And can you just talk about the impact it's already having on the ground?
It's a great question. Combating misinformation and disinformation is always, always critically important. It is. You heard the laydown that I gave at the top. The reason I did that at the top is because we wanted to make clear that things are available to the public, folks who are impacted, and that misinformation, disinformation is indeed dangerous. It gets in the way in what we're trying to do here. It does. And there's been a lot of falsehoods. And let me just fact check a couple of things because it's really important. It is wrong, it is dangerous, and I also called out there are important people who have power, privilege, who are spreading these falsehoods, and they need to stop. They need to stop doing that. So, disaster relief, this is a falsehood. Disaster relief funds used on immigrants illegally in the U.S. The fact is, no money is being diverted from response needs. That's the fact. Another falsehood, FEMA confiscating Helene survivor property. That's false. That is not true. The fact is FEMA cannot seize your property or land, period. Another falsehood that's out there, FEMA will only provide $750 to disaster survivors to support their recovery. That is a falsehood. That is not true. The fact is, this is an upfront payment for urgent needs like food and medication. Many survivors will qualify for more assistance. Another falsehood, FEMA, FAA are restricting airspace in North Carolina. That is not true. That's false. The fact is there are no airspace restrictions in North Carolina. So we're going to continue to combat these. It's important to combat them. But people who have a microphone and a podium should not continue to spread this falsehood. It is dangerous. It is incredibly dangerous.
Is the administration tracking that, having an impact on the ground in terms of people not seeking the aid they need? Because is that happening?
But that's a concern. That is a concern. And people who need help should seek help from the federal government. There is assistance out there. I talked about hundreds of millions of dollars already being provided to impacted areas. And now we have Hurricane Milton coming. We can't have this. We cannot. This needs to stop. This needs to stop. If you care about your constituents, if you care about the people, if you care about Americans, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't spread these falsehoods. It is dangerous.
Karine, did the president get an update from President Herzog when they spoke this morning about the Iranian response?
So, just a couple of things on that. And look, what you saw the president do is honor and commemorate lives that were lost, as I said at the top. And the president called President Herzog because he believed it was appropriate person for the president to call to express his condolences. It was a meaningful and important conversation. And so that's what they spoke about. It was focused on commemorating this incredibly sad day.
Okay, so there was not a detailed conversation about it.
I don't have anything beyond that. It was about offering up his condolences and what the Israeli people must be going through right now.
Hamas reiterated over the weekend that they see Netanyahu as being the stumbling block to a ceasefire deal. It seemed like the president's own remarks recently in the briefing room here kind of left open the opportunity for taking that analysis away as well. Does the president feel like he needs to speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
As the president said himself, there will be a call shortly, soon. I don't have anything to preview for you at this time. As you know, and you hear us say this many, many times, they have decades-long relationship. And in those conversations that they do have, it's very honest, it's very frank, and that will continue. I don't have anything else beyond what the president stated at this podium on Friday or many times before about this particular issue. Look, we believe the best chance at getting these hostages home is through a ceasefire deal. That's what the president's directing his team to continue to work on, and that's going to be our focus. Okay.
Just given the projected path and strength of Milton that you were talking about, is any consideration being given to the president perhaps skipping his trip to Germany and Angola?
So the president is monitoring this very, very closely. I just talked about how he's gotten updates about the hurricane and obviously continuing to get updates on what is happening on the ground after the horrible Hurricane Helene. And so that will continue. I don't have anything to share about a change in travels or his schedule. And so certainly if that were to be, we would share that with all of you.
Is that something that has been discussed at all, the possibility?
What I can say is that we are monitoring the hurricane, Hurricane Milton. As you just heard me at the top, it's going to be a Category 5. Our job right now is to make sure we make it very, very clear to folks who are on the ground to please listen to local officials, to please be ready and take this very, very seriously. And FEMA and other federal agencies are preparing or pre-positioning on the ground to offer up assistance and to be ready for when the hurricane hits. I just don't have anything to share about any change in schedule.
Just a quick question on the Middle East. Is the White House currently doing anything to actively push the Lebanon ceasefire proposal that you all announced a few weeks ago?
So look, what I can say is that look, when it comes to the proposal that you just stated, the 21-day proposal, what we believe is ultimately, and the Israelis have said this themselves as well, is that there needs to be an agreement that allows civilians to safely return to their homes on both sides of the border over the long term. So we're going to be having regular consultations with the Israelis, with the Lebanese, and others regarding the right moment to press for such an agreement. But ultimately, that's where we need to be in order for both sides, civilians on both sides to return home.
When you say you're looking for the right moment to make a push for that proposal, are you saying that moment is not now, that you're not actively?
I mean, we are in regular conversations. As I said, we continue to have those discussions with Israelis and the Lebanese on this particular issue. We believe that we need this. We need to have a space. You heard me speak about this, to have some space, some diplomatic dialogue in order to get there. And so, that's what you would need, is a ceasefire in order to get there. We're going to have those conversations, and we're certainly, when the right moment to press for such an agreement, we will do so. But the conversation, those discussions continue.
Okay, but it would be correct to say that the White House is not currently actively pushing on that.
What I can tell you is we continue those consultations with the Israelis and the Lebanese. That's what I can share. Okay.
Great. Following up on the president's trip, can you just explain a little bit why the president is taking these trips now when there's less than a month before the election? What is he trying to accomplish?
I mean, look, you've heard us talk about the importance of this travel. He's going to be going to Germany, obviously, and also Angola. The president's certainly looking forward to that travel. And I would say that, we, as it relates to, I mean, each of them is very different than the other. But we think it serves as a powerful symbol of the U.S.-Germany partnership as you think about the German piece of this trip and our close cooperation on the world's most pressing challenges. And so, and to ensure our people have every opportunity for safety and prosperity. And what this visit is going to do, it's going to underscore the deep commitment and that transatlantic security, resolute support. If you think about Ukraine and the self-defense of Ukraine, that's going to be a big part of this visit, and continuing that support, continuing to do everything that we can to stop the Russian aggression. And so that is going to be certainly a big part of that. Continuing contributions to meet the NATO pledge also is going to be a big component of that. And so this is important as we see what's going on in Ukraine, as we continue to see Russia's aggression, to have that conversation. You have seen the president's leadership when it comes to Ukraine and what he's been able to do to make NATO stronger, to have more than 50 countries support Ukraine in their fight against that aggression of Russia. And so that's a big part, certainly will be a big part of that trip. And when it comes to Angola, there's going to be a bilateral meeting that the president will have, and this speaks to the U.S.-Africa relationship that we want to continue, that we want to strengthen, and so that's what you're going to see. They're two important relationships that is very much connected to what this president has done over the 3.5 years, if you look at his global leadership, and the president's so very much looking forward to it.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah, sure.
He could have taken these trips after the election. I mean, he could have taken them in December or January before he leaves office. So what is so urgent about this moment that he needed to do it in October?
I appreciate that, but there's not a lot of time. There really isn't. 3 months is going to fly by. There's not a lot of time. And so the president wanted to get this done. We had said, as it relates to Angola and going to the continent, the president had made a commitment and a promise to go to Africa, to continue to show his commitment to that relationship. And that's what the president wanted, to keep that promise. And so 3 months is not a lot of time. And so this was the right period of time to go, to get that done. And we're also going to go to Germany, as I talked about, that NATO, the continuing that NATO pledge, continuing what we're doing for Ukraine as they're fighting against Russia's aggression. All of these things are really important to our relationships with those partners, but also to what we're trying to do on behalf of this country, on behalf of Americans. And so, it's 3 months. It's not a long time, as you know. That's going to fly by. That's going to fly by. Go ahead.
Karine, the other day the president said that if the Israelis strike back in Iran, they ought to do so in a proportionate fashion. He said that he did not believe they should strike nuclear sites, and then he seemed to suggest he didn't think they should strike energy sites either. So what, in the president's view, would be proportionate?
I'm not going to get into I appreciate the question. I'm not going to get into what's proportionate, not proportionate, get into that back and forth. What I can say is we are continuing to have discussions with the Israelis about their response, obviously responding to Iran's attack, almost 200 missiles, right, that went flying into Israel, that we were able to, obviously at the president's direction, with the military being, the U.S. military aiding in the defense of Israel, which the president was really proud to be able to have done that. Our commitment continues to be very clear on Israel's security, and that's ironclad. Those conversations continue. I just don't have anything to add beyond what the president stated.
From the best we can tell, the president hasn't spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu since around August 21st. That's a long time given the degree of high activity the Israeli forces have been involved in. And it would seem to suggest that at this point they don't have a whole lot to say to each other, but tell us why you think they've gone that long.
So look, I would say this. In the past year, the president and the prime minister have spoken more than a dozen times in the past year, and they've seen each other, as you know. I think you might have been with us at those moments when they've seen each other. And we have said, the National Security Advisor has said this, the president said this himself, during, especially as you said, during these past week or so, in these high-stake moments, if you will, the president's team has been in touch regularly, practically daily, with the Israelis government. And so we've been in close communication and close contact, and that continues. That has been the case for the past year. And so that's certainly going to continue. And look, the president is going to speak to the prime minister. He has said that. And once we have a call to speak to, we will certainly do that. Okay, John.
Thanks, Karine. When the president came here into the briefing room late last week, he said that he expects the election will be free and fair, but he also said, I don't know whether it will be peaceful. What can the administration do? What is the administration doing proactively to prevent that possibility of the election not being peaceful in any way, either leading up to November the 5th or in the aftermath?
So look, I'm not going to get into specifics from here. I think the president was asked a question and he answered it very straightforward and very directly. And I think the president and myself and many others has spoken to what we saw on January 6th of 2021. And so obviously there's always concerns. But not only that, you know that Americans care about our democracy. They care. They care about preserving and protecting the democracy. And I think that's something this president has promised to do and will continue to do this in his remaining couple of months in this term. I'm not going to get into specifics here. I think the president, as I said, was asked a question. He answered it directly. But he also said I think this is really important, that he believes this is going to be a free and fair election. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to get into details.
We'll continue to always follow the latest for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Welcome back. The October 7th attack shocked the world when Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups broke through the Gaza-Israel barrier that day. They not only massacred over 1,000 Israelis and took hundreds more hostage, they also ignited a complex war that continues to keep the Middle East on edge a year later. Tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians are dead. The fighting continues in Gaza and on the Israel-Lebanon border. No ceasefire is on the horizon. We'll cover that war in its entirety tonight, and we're going to start with the day that it all began. Once Hamas attacked, reporters in the region were immediately dispatched to horrific scenes in southern Israel. This satellite photo showing the burn scars outside Gaza that day. Nicole Zedek was there. She's a Tel Aviv-based correspondent for I-24 News. She's been covering this war since day one. Welcome in.
Thanks, Austin.
You posted this on October 7th en route to Ashkelon. Nicole, did you know what you were heading toward during this car ride?
Absolutely not. I think this image was when I got a sense of what we might be heading towards, because when you look at that plume of smoke and we're driving towards the smoke, this road is empty right now. Everyone was driving away northbound, more towards Tel Aviv, while we're driving south towards the danger. I was on call as a reporter on that Saturday, thinking that I would likely have a calm Saturday and not get called into work at all. Over 6:30 a.m., that's when my phone started getting notification after notification. It was not only indicating that there were rockets coming. And the minute that I saw that at 6:30 a.m., I knew that something massive was happening. And that's when I popped out of bed and headed right to the station. And once we were there, that's when we started driving south. And so when we were initially in the car, I had no indication of what we were responding to, because the state of Israel did not know what they were responding to. And so we're trying to get as much information as we can, but it wasn't until those images and footage started circulating around social media of Hamas terrorists in the back of pickup trucks driving around some of these southern cities that's when we got an idea. But I still didn't fully understand how to combat that and how to report on that. I remember even messaging my boss at the time as we were driving in the car heading towards the south, towards Ashkelon. I said, I know what to do for the rocket attacks. We're going to go towards a bomb shelter, but what is the protocol for Hamas infiltration if there's terrorists on the ground? And my boss said, make sure you stay near a shelter. And it was this moment that I realized that the entire country was in an unprecedented reality, and no one had ever really reported on an incident like this. And that's when I did have more of an inkling that I didn't know, because no one could know what we were going into.
This is 5 days after the attack, bodies still on the ground. You're doing what reporters do, relaying the horrible reality in front of you. You say in this post, don't look away, because I had to see it with my own eyes. Nicole, I think people forget some of the uncomfortable details in a year's time. Remind us, what did you see with your own eyes that week?
Austin, on October 6th, I was not a war correspondent, but quickly on October 7th, every journalist in the country and all of those that came to fly in to cover this war as well, we all became war journalists. Some might have other experience covering conflicts around the world, but truly this was my first experience covering a conflict of this scale and of this nature. So when I tell you I saw some of my first dead bodies while I was live on TV and we're driving through the South, and I have to apologize to the viewers for the graphic images on their screens, it was an apology to not only them, but to myself as well, because no one should have to see that. But as a journalist, we are tasked with being there in the front lines. And as graphic as these images are, right there, you see I'm standing next to a body that's in a sleeping bag, one of the bodies in the southern community of Kfar Aza. And as graphic as it is, I think for a coverage like this, it was still important to show viewers what was happening there and that this was the reality, because you can hear from someone like me so much and say, this is what we're seeing. But for them to actually see that as well, I think that's what really speaks to the viewers the most. And so that's what we tried to do, to show them what was actually happening on the ground. And I want to note, Austin, also, I think the fact that I did come into it as a less versed war correspondent, I do think that spoke to a lot of people. And so when you talk about people forgetting that reporters are human beings too, when you come to the site of something like this, any war and any conflict around the world, but especially something like this, where people were not killed, they were murdered, they were butchered, they were raped, and you're seeing that and you're reacting as a human being, I do think that that speaks to viewers around the world and can give them a little bit more of that humanity, because at the end of the day, it is our job to also show the humanity that is impacted when we're covering these conflict zones.
Such a tough assignment. Nicole, another big thing here. Viewers may remember this. There was a controversy at the beginning of this war about a horribly disturbing notion that 40 babies had been beheaded during the October 7th attack. It feels like semantics at this point, because children and infants were killed that day, but there was a lot of discussion over whether that claim was true. The claim even made it to the White House. What people may not realize, though, is that you were the reporter that was originally cited with that information, but the information that spread wasn't exactly what you reported, correct? What happened?
Words definitely did get twisted here, and I think you're correct to note that this is semantics. And I think people need to realize that this was on October 10th, 3 days after October 7th, and it was the first time that the Israeli forces let anyone into one of these kibbutz communities in southern Israel, one of the massacred communities. And the reason that we were only let in on October 10th was because that morning was when they had finally cleared the community from Hamas terrorists after going house to house. And so they wanted us to get in as quickly as possible to show us what was happening. And there were soldiers all over the ground walking us through as we were going through Kfar Aza and telling us what they had just experienced over the battle there for the past 24 hours. And I was speaking to one of the commanders as he was walking us through, and he told me, I saw babies with their heads cut off. He said, I think we carried out 40 children in body bags while we've been here. Now, after saying that, I do want to note that even if this was not the actual reality of what might have happened that day, of course, as my job as a reporter, I'm going to say exactly what these firsthand accounts, what these commanders told me. And the graphic images that they saw also, I do not think that he was lying. I do not think that he was trying to exaggerate the truth. But also after 24 hours, not only fighting in Kfar Aza, but the dozens of other communities that were massacred, I'm sure that his reality was warped at the time as well. And so the fact that the semantics of this was so noted and so blown out of proportion, this is exactly what he said. We have the clips of it as well that we continue to show to the world. And as much as it might have gotten blown out of proportion, perhaps, I am happy that it did catch people's attention and at least draw some attention as to what was really happening there on the ground in some of these communities.
You know, let's make something clear. You're an American. You're from Colorado. You and I crossed paths reporting in Alabama a couple years ago. What's something that you wish Americans knew about this war? What's something that's impossible to grasp unless you're actually in the region?
I think what's so difficult for people to grasp is that nobody wants this war. Not the Israelis, not the Palestinians, not the Jews, Arabs, Christians, atheists that all live in the state of Israel. This is not a Jew versus non-Jew war, and I think that's often how it is portrayed in the media. Or this is not a colonizer going after something else. There's so much more complications when it comes to this conflict in the Middle East that has been going on for decades now. But I do think people don't realize how nobody wants this, and how for the vast majority of the state of Israel, they are living in coexistence. I see it on all of the different neighbors that I go and see every day as we're walking around here throughout the country. And so the fact that it has gone on for a year now, it's very difficult. It's difficult for all of the parties involved. And when people look at this, it's easy to forget the human beings that are involved in this. And I wish that people back home in the United States would remember that the toll that it is impacting on everyone, and really the human aspect, because that's what we have to remember when you start going after both sides and who did this and getting all of your emotions, but twisting those emotions, you do have to remember that on both sides there are human beings.
So we just watched Iran's second direct attempt at striking Israel with a barrage of missiles. Basically, your entire country was under a red alert during that time. Communities from northern to southern Israel under those alerts regularly because of Hamas and Hezbollah, by the way. What's the procedure, Nicole, when these alerts go off? Do Israelis develop a level of numbness to it? Maybe the answer is different depending on what part of the country you're in.
I think the answer absolutely is different depending on what part of the country you're in. I can give you perspective because I was here in Tel Aviv at the I-24 News studio during this exact attack. And it's interesting. We get the choice to stay in studio at I-24, where our studio is based. When a red alert sound, you say, okay, do you either want to stay in studio or do you want to go to the bomb shelter? And in Tel Aviv, you have a minute and a half to go to the bomb shelter. Now, when there's rockets fired from Hamas, we typically stay in studio, as sometimes the damage is not caused. It's not as great when they're fired from Hamas. Hezbollah rockets from the north are a little bit different. Sometimes they can cause some more damage, as they are more of these Iranian-funded, Iranian-made projectiles. But if they're actually coming from Iran, and we saw 180 ballistic missiles fired from there, this is a different breadth. And we did see the damage that they were able to cause on that day. And so in the I-24 studio, once we did have the news that they were fired from Iran ballistic missiles, that was the turning point when most people did decide to go to the shelter. And so when we say, what's the procedure for something like this, you realize how complicated that question is, because there are so many different Iranian proxies constantly firing at Israel. And so first you have to do the due diligence to realize, where is this projectile coming from? Who fired it? What is the scope of the damage it might cause? And then that's going to tell you exactly how to react. But for the general public, when any sirens go off, you're going to run to your shelter, whether that be a staircase if you don't have a bomb shelter in your apartment building, whether that be an underground parking lot, or whether that be a actual bomb shelter that's built into your apartment building. This is going to depend on people all across the country. In Tel Aviv and central Israel, we're lucky to have a minute and a half. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot of time. That's about the amount of time that it takes to make a bag of popcorn in the microwave. But during that amount of time, that's when you can go to your safe place. The residents in northern Israel and southern Israel, they don't have that luxury. They have about 10 seconds max to try and get to a safe place.
So we talk about Israelis getting missile alerts. We must also talk about Palestinian civilians in Gaza who, since October 7th, have been displaced, their communities destroyed, their lives changed forever, tens of thousands of civilians dead. The IDF carrying all of this out in the pursuit of eliminating Hamas and rescuing the hostages. We'll get to the hostages in a moment, but can you describe Israeli public sentiment about Gaza's condition? I know no one in Israel is going to be upset about crushing Hamas, but is there a conversation among the Israeli public about the collateral damage, Nicole?
There is this conversation, and it really depends who you ask, Austin, and you're going to see both sides of this, where you do see in the streets calls for a ceasefire, calls for Israel to evacuate, but this does go hand in hand oftentimes here in Israel with the plight of the hostages, and it's hard to take that out when you are hearing these calls for a ceasefire. But on the other hand, you do hear more and more aggressive calls from Israelis to continue to go after and eradicate Hamas, and with that being some of the Palestinian civilians as well. And it's such a difficult point to note, Austin, but when we are talking about this, there's so many innocent Palestinian civilians who have taken heed to these evacuation orders and have been displaced, moving from area to area throughout the past year. However, the sentiment also here in Israel is that not all of these quote-unquote civilians are innocent. When we saw on October 7th, it was not just Hamas terrorists who raided into these southern Israeli communities. That was the first wave. But after the Hamas did break in through the barrier fence between Gaza and Israel, we saw civilians come through as well. And that's when they ransacked and burnt some of these Israeli villages on fire. And they're not affiliated with Hamas, but they do support Hamas. And even as some of those hostages were brought back into the streets of Gaza, we saw images of Gazans cheering as dead Israeli bodies were driven through the streets. And so when you speak to some of the Israelis here, they say that it is justified because even if some of these civilians are not actively involved in Hamas, they are supporters of Hamas. But really, when you see these images of some of the sites in Gaza, it is a complicated situation. And I do want to say it depends on exactly who you're talking to here in Israel.
Let's talk about some of what we've been seeing in Israel throughout the course of this war. No doubt you've seen these images. They happen on the regular. Protests have become commonplace in your city of Tel Aviv. These are protests calling for an immediate hostage deal. Those are not the only protests, but largely what we hear about regularly is the ones that are calling for an immediate ceasefire and to bring the hostages home. Are these protests being heard by the government? How is the government responding to these images and these voices?
Over the past year, we've seen these protests start as protests for the plight of the hostages, people calling, demanding that they be brought back home. But as these protests have come to the streets week after week, we are seeing them become more political in their messaging. They're becoming more anti-government protests as well. And even though we've seen some of the largest displays of public demonstrations in the course of Israel's history, while the government might be taking note, they're not necessarily taking action, because they say at the end of the day, while we're seeing these strong displays, this is not everyone in the state of Israel coming out to these streets. So it is once again complicated when it comes to the Israeli government, because these protests are becoming more anti-government, and so they're trying not to bring too much attention to the protests, even though these exact images are what you're seeing really take over media by storm as well.
You know, and it's interesting you say that, because that was another point of curiosity for me, was how has their messaging evolved as the months have progressed? So would you say it's become more anti-government over time?
These have absolutely become more anti-government. I think in the first several weeks and months of this war, the state of Israel was very united. And this came after months before October 7th, when the country was starting to be pretty divided, when we saw these exact anti-government demonstrations taking over the streets of Tel Aviv once again. But then October 7th happened, and the country all came together. But as the hostages continued to stay in Gaza, and for many of the people that are coming to these demonstrations, they say it looks like the Israeli government has no clear plan on the day after in Gaza and how to actually end this war. And so they're just seeing this continuation of war. Well, over the months, we have seen them become much more political. The messaging much more political at these demonstrations. And so they do go hand in hand from what we're seeing, because we are still seeing the images of the hostages, these family members begging for any sort of a deal to get their loved ones homes. But they say it doesn't seem like this government is the one that's going to get that deal. So in order for a hostage deal to go through, they want to see this government go out, so that a different government might be able to come in and make something happen on the table to get a ceasefire and the hostages back to Israel.
Is there any reliable way to know if this is a vocal minority that's participating in these protests? Do we know if this is a popular sentiment among the Israeli public at large?
It's difficult to tell. We can look at the numbers, though, of the people who are coming out to the streets of these protests. At one point, I'll say what we see on a regular weekly basis. We usually see these demonstrations taking place on a Saturday night, and we'll see tens of thousands of people coming out in display. Now, a few weeks ago, when we did see those 6 Israeli hostages, including the Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Poland, their bodies brought back to Israel, we saw one of the largest demonstrations in the country's history. That's when we saw an estimated 500,000 people take to the streets. And that was a key turning point for many people. However, as the war does continue, despite this turning point and despite the mass protest that we saw for some sort of a deal to come through, it doesn't seem like this is necessarily the majority of Israel. And we look at different polls and different numbers, there is still this not total unison on how Israel should continue with the war. And so truly it does also depend on which party you're speaking to and where these people are located. But for the family members that are going out there day by day, week by week, month by month, it makes sense that this is the anger and the frustration for a year that they've been trying to voice and trying to gather the attention. So even if it is the vocal minority, it does make sense the voices that we are hearing so passionately and why it does grab the media attention.
Got to ask you a personal question before we go. As I mentioned, you're an American who had recently moved to Israel for work. Not only were you thrust into a new culture, but also thrust into having a front seat to a conflict with huge international stakes. What comes to mind when you're asked the question, what have you learned?
A big question, Austin. I've learned quite a bit over the past year of this coverage, and I have learned how important it is and how much I value my fellow reporters and correspondents as well that are here in Israel doing this job every day to try and get the messaging out. And especially when I do look at some of the international headlines, skewing some of what is happening here, it does make it difficult because us that are actually here in Israel, we're on the front lines. We're seeing it with our own eyes, and we're speaking to sources who also live here. But when you look at some of the international coverage and it's distorting the actual events, that's what's been difficult for me to see. And I realize how important it is for journalists to actually be here and tell the story and give a voice to the people that are here and have their stories be told as well. I think that's the most important lesson that I've learned, and to continue to do that and be on the ground and really give a voice despite what some of these international bodies might be saying. The only people that know what is really happening here are the people that are living through it. And so that's our job, to give them a voice and give them a platform to share their experience.
Nicole Zedek, we cannot thank you enough for coming on tonight. We are going to continue to be following your coverage on I-24 News. Take care.
Thanks, Austin.
Let's slide away for a break. More coverage when we return. Welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. The Gaza war has, of course, been a key focus of our coverage over the past year. As we detailed with Nicole before the break, it started with Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups breaking through the Gaza-Israel barrier that day, massacring over 1,000 Israelis and taking hundreds more hostage. The surprise terrorist attack igniting an increasingly complex war that's already ugly and has brought an unwavering fear that it could still get bigger and uglier. We have been covering this all day today. We know that tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians are dead in Gaza. The death toll is rising in Lebanon as well. We've been covering the fact that this is a wide-ranging war at this point. The IDF making real progress, though, in crippling two of its biggest regional terrorist foes, Iran-backed Hamas and Hezbollah. We're going to go in depth with 3 panels of guests tonight. And for the first, I want to focus solely on Gaza. Hal Kempfer is a retired Marine intelligence officer, and Alon Burstein is a researcher, visiting assistant professor, and Israel Institute fellow at Tufts University. You guys, we get into the weeds so often with all of our coverage here, but I want to take a bigger picture approach today. I want to talk about some of the larger ideas that are keeping this war in our focus a year on. So let's get straight into it. Obviously, Alon, the Washington Post reported that on October 7th, instructions found on dead Hamas fighters included kill as many people and take as many hostages as possible. Why did Hamas feel the need to carry out such a grisly attack, even when they had to know that it would prompt a punishing response from Israel?
It was good to see you, Austin, and nice to see you, Hal. we have to tackle that question from two different angles. There is the macro angle of Hamas's ideology. Hamas is an organization that the interest of destroying Israel because it wants to establish an Islamic Palestinian state. And that is one of the key facets of that movement, setting it apart from other movements. It's separate from Palestinian nationalist movements who just want a Palestinian state. It's also different than ISIS or Al Qaeda, who want a purely Islamic caliphate. They want a Palestinian Islamic state. For that, they need to achieve the destruction of Israel. So that's sort of the macro, why we can't expect them to actually be pursuing peace and pursuing some sort of coexistence with Israel on the macro. However, at the same time, it's also important to remember Hamas took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. We also know they're very capable of thinking strategically, thinking from a tactical perspective. They did this specifically in order to achieve something. I would argue that they wanted to achieve, two or three things, but very briefly. One, they wanted to reposition themselves in a stronger position internally in Palestinian politics. They wanted to challenge the Palestinian Authority and put themselves in a stronger position to maybe take over the West Bank. Two, Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in the Gaza Strip at the time, now of the entire Hamas movement, really sees himself as committed to releasing Palestinian prisoners, and carrying out such an attack and such a kidnapping would be the best way to do that. And three, one of the things we have to remember, and I'll just say this very briefly, Hamas did not expect to succeed as much as they did. They did not actually know that they would be so successful. Their plans were slightly different. They thought that only a few units would get through and that possibly they would hold an Israeli town or two and negotiate it then. Obviously, they could have known that Israel would have a harsh retaliation, but the extent to which they succeeded / to which the Israeli Defense Forces failed was something even they did not predict. So all those things came together on October 7th.
So, Hal, Hamas attacks on October 7th. It catches Israel completely off guard. About 1,200 Israelis killed, over 200 people kidnapped, taken back to Gaza as a hostage. Some of those people were taken as corpses. What do we know about how Hamas planned this under the radar without anybody catching it? And what do we know about how Israeli intelligence failed that day?
Well, Austin, the biggest thing is they picked up on a lot of things. In retrospect, when they went back and did the full examination of what happened, the indicators, the warning, it was all there. But the political, and this happens. We've had the same problem here in the U.S. over and over again. The intelligence is there, but it doesn't fit the mindset of some of the leadership. They didn't want to be distracted with a Hamas threat. So it wasn't given the proper regard that it should have, and therefore they were caught off guard. This is one of the most embarrassing moments in Israeli history. I mean, this really does rank up there with Yom Kippur, if not bigger than Yom Kippur, and I think it is bigger myself in terms of strategic surprise that Israeli suffered. They did see a lot of the training. One of the things that came out of this was they were training for a very long time. One of the questions I had immediately after the attack is, where did they do the paraglider training? And it turns out they were doing some of it actually in the Gaza Strip. That rather surprised me that wasn't immediately flagged, because anybody who knows special operations, and believe me, the IDF knows special operations, would immediately see that and say, okay, I have a pretty good idea of what they're planning to do there. That's not a recreational thing that they're doing in the Gaza Strip. So they had a plan. They went out there, but I agree with Alon that they really they achieved far more than they thought they would. I will say one thing though, surprisingly, especially with Yahya Sinwar, considering how long he'd been in custody, Israeli custody, the fact that he actually learned Hebrew while he was there, reportedly fluent in Hebrew. A complete cross-cultural miscommunication or a failure to assess Israeli psychology. You do something like that with Israel, Israel is going to respond. That's the history of Israel. They respond hard. And for Hamas, of course, this will be a probably terminal misjudgment on their end doing something like this.
They were from Matt Dixon.
So, and we apologize for the audio interruption there, but Alon, I got to ask you this. The IDF officially, and we're moving along the timeline here, The IDF officially starts its large-scale ground incursion into Gaza on October 27th, just shy of 3 weeks after the initial attack. They start from the north, and they work their way south. Hamas terrorists are being eliminated in the meantime. They've largely embedded themselves in tunnels and in some of the most vulnerable parts of civilization. Strikes around hospitals happen, strikes at schools happen, civilians are dying, and hostages are still in captivity. But that brings me to my next thing. In late November, Israel and Hamas, they approved a deal mediated by Qatar, the U.S., and Egypt and the U.S. To exchange 150 Palestinian prisoners for 50 hostages. It also approved an agreement for a 4-day ceasefire in Gaza at the time, the ceasefire commencing on the 49th day of the war. Looking back alone, does it feel like this was the most optimistic point in a year of war?
So, yes, I'll say two things. One, just a note. I know we're going to maybe talk about the ongoing war in Gaza later. The IDF invaded the northern parts of the Gaza Strip. It did not actually progress down south. It bypassed the central parts of the Gaza Strip and later invaded sort of from the south to take Khan Yunis and Rafah. That's only important because within the Gaza Strip right now, there's still the central parts of the Gaza Strip the IDF has never invaded, and it's not hard to predict that the IDF probably has plans for that maybe in the near future. So putting that out there, the IDF has not taken over the entire part of the Gaza Strip up until now. In response to your question of was this the most optimistic moment, I would say yes, but not only because a truce was brokered between the sides. More importantly, because that truce, as you said, was supposed to be a 4-day truce, the exchange of 50 Israeli hostages for 150 Palestinian prisoners. However, the truce also had within it another clause that said this can be extended and Hamas can, quote unquote, buy itself another day of truce if it releases another 10 hostages, and then in turn, Israel will release another 30 Palestinian prisoners and continue to increase humanitarian aid and the truce. And that continued. That continued for 2 more days, and Hamas even tried to extend it by another day, saying they don't have 10 female hostages. That was the deal at that time. They could supply 7 female hostages and 3 male hostages. Israel didn't agree to that at that moment. However, the fact that for 2 more days, seemingly the foes that are out to kill each other, Israel and Hamas, managed to say we've agreed on a 4-day truce, but actually our interests converge at this moment. At this moment, more hostages will be released, Israel's interest. There will be an extended truce, Hamas's interest. Palestinian prisoners will be released, Palestinians' interests. Somehow, the sides managed to agree to tacitly extend this truce for 2, almost 3 days. Those, to me, were the most optimistic moments of the entire last year. Not the fact that they agreed, foes agree in war, but that if it was extended, both sides recognized, actually, let's just keep this going, it's working well. That was the optimistic moment at the end of November.
So I got to also just keep the timeline moving here. Early 2024 saw the IDF continue its campaign, destroying Hamas battalions. By late February, the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry said 30,000 Gazans had been killed. It's currently above 40,000 as of today. It's important to mention, though, that that number does not distinguish between militants and civilians. Also in February, Biden publicly calling the IDF's campaign over the top. It was a hot mic moment. He kind of said it matter-of-factly at the time. Moving on to early March, several countries start airdropping aid into Gaza. A first aid ship from Cyprus arrives on March 15th. Then moving into April, 7 aid workers from the U.S. charity World Central Kitchen are killed in an Israeli airstrike, which they called a tragic mistake. Hal, Israel faced a large amount of international pressure from their chief allies. Is it fair to say that Israel has done a lot in the past year that the U.S. didn't want it to do, yet they didn't face any serious repercussions from the White House as a result?
Well, we have a strategic relationship with Israel that goes back literally to the beginning of Israel. And it's a very close relationship. It's our largest in terms of military aid. Israel historically has always been the largest recipient of it, and we've always worked very closely with Israel. That's just one of the things that's about the firmament, if you will, of the Middle East is our relationship with Israel. So with that, yes, there was criticism. criticism within the context of not trying to show a rift, if you will, in U.S. support for Israel. And sometimes it gets to be somewhat of a delicate rhetorical dance in terms of what happens. And you do get some hot mic moments, like you heard President Biden saying. With that, I think Yahya Sinwar, Hamas believed this was going to be like before. They thought, okay, we're going to go out and do this big terrorist attack, and then we're going to run back into the Gaza Strip, and then Israel's going to go in there and look at this this massive urban warfare challenge before it and trying to root out Hamas from this tunnel complex and all these urban structures, and the fact that they've embedded themselves in not just in around civilians, but also in protected sites under international laws like schools and mosques and hospitals, and that Israel get in there and they'll take pressure from the international community and they'll pull out. Historically, that's kind of been true. In this case, it was absolutely not true. Again, I think they completely misread the mindset, certainly of Netanyahu, but they misread the scope of what they did, and Israel fully went in there and kept going. And I think the U.S. grudgingly has come to realize that Israel's just, they thought maybe they can get this to stop. The problem Israel has is Hamas poses an existential threat, if you will. As Alon said, Hamas is dedicated to the destruction of Israel. It's not, they don't want independence for Gaza so much, or independence for the West Bank. They're not the two-state solution. They want to drive all Israelis, all Jews in Israel, into the sea. That's always been something that has been something of an anomaly, if you will, within the terrorism movement. They're not like Al Qaeda. They don't want a caliphate. They're not like ISIS. If they want a caliphate, they want a Palestinian caliphate, and they want it to take over area that is now Israel. And they've shown the type of threat, the scope of the threat that they can pose. And so I think that really is as much criticism as there was there. I think that, very quietly, there was a lot of discussion saying, look, this is not going to end until Hamas is eliminated as a threat. And that has a lot loaded into that assessment.
We got to take a commercial break here in a moment, but I want both of you to answer a question before we do. In that last question, I referenced the Gaza Ministry of Health and their death toll figures. So there's been this looming question as to how credible is a Hamas-run entity when it's reporting casualty figures within Gaza alone. I'll let you take it first.
Okay, I'll tell you, this is my feeling about, if I misheard that, sorry, hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, my feeling on this is that, look, I work a lot of stuff to include homeland security issues, and I look at, hurricanes, earthquakes, storms, terrorist attacks, you name it. There is no way we or any major country in the world ever gets the casualty numbers as precise and as broken down as the Gaza Ministry of Health. Particularly earlier in the war, they would say this many people were killed, this many were women and children. It just doesn't work that way. You can't do it. It's like, how can they do this in a situation as chaotic as Gaza and put these numbers out there? And we can't do it. And we have all these other resources that we can put into it. Really simple. They have something on the board, and it's been shown mathematically a couple different places. They said, it's amazing that the numbers of casualties stayed very consistent day after day, yet the number of